shortly, we're about to begin with the second day of ETM, wherein we have technical sessions designed specially for knowledge exchange amongst all of us present here today. So जो भी लोग पीछे की तरफ हैं प्लीज़ आ जाइए आगे की तरफ और अपने अपने chairs पर बैठिए. We request everyone to kindly please take their seats because we're about to begin. Also, a very humble request if we could all put our phones on the silent mode to maintain the sanctity and decorum of the sessions that we're about to begin. So today we have 4 sessions in total, and we are about to begin with the very first one, which is on the topic of advances in green hydrogen value chain, storage and transportation. So soon we will begin with this session, inviting the chairpersons and the panelists to take their places on the stage, as well as requesting all of you to be really attentive. And in the end, if we have time, we'll surely take up a few questions from our elite panel present here on stage, and maybe we could have some exchange of ideas or anything that you may want to clear. So requesting everyone to quickly settle down. We are just about to begin with the very first session on a very, very interesting and important topic, which is on the advances in green hydrogen value chain, storage and transportation. It's raining outside, and we can see that the weather is getting a little harsh. So maybe that is one of the reasons why we have the low turnout. And also, the party yesterday ended really late. So people have gone in mostly, after 12. So that is why. And also, we have parallel sessions going on in Hall A and Hall B. So we'll request the team to kindly make a quick announcement in the adjacent hall, and post that in another 5 minutes, we should be beginning with the session.
Check, check, test, hey.
सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज़ बैठ जाएं और शुरू करेंगे हम कुछ ही मिनट्स में हमारे पहले सेशन को। कुछ और लोग हैं जो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का हम स्वागत करते हैं ईटीएम के इस दूसरे दिन में, जहां पे कुछ टेक्निकल सेशंस की आज बारी रहेगी. We have 4 technical sessions that we have specially planned on really important topics that we will need to discuss. And then 2 we will have tomorrow. So, we'll be beginning with the very first session shortly, inviting everyone and requesting everyone to please take your seats. Thank you. Her session ke baad we have some time for Q&A as well. So just in case if you would like to ask any questions to any of the panelists after their discussions and presentations, you may feel free and ask us for a microphone. We'll come to you, give you the microphone. Maybe you can first address the question to a particular person and then put forward the query that you have. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll try and be in time. So, we're just setting up a few technical things and then we'll be beginning with the session. Thank you. जो लोग पीछे बैठे हैं हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि प्लीज़ थोड़ा आगे की चेयर्स पे आ जाएं. वैसे तो ज़्यादा लोग पीछे बैठे नहीं हैं, लेकिन जो बैठे हैं वो प्लीज़ आ जाएं. I know it is really easy to sit in the back rows, but we would definitely want your participation and invite you to come and join us in the front rows or maybe, somewhere in the front, wherever you feel comfortable. Thank you very much. And our participants who are just joining us in, we welcome you and invite you to quickly please take your seats.
Writing its energy story through innovation, guided by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vikasit Bharat 2047.
देश के नौजवानों ने जॉब सीकर से ज्यादा जॉब क्रिएटर बनने का रास्ता चुना है।
India is now the world's third largest startup ecosystem, growing from just 502 startups in 2016 to 1.94 lakh today, with 45% led by women and creating over 17 lakh jobs. MoPNG Minister Hardeep Singh Puri highlighted that India's startup boom is driving entrepreneurs to build their own multinational companies rather than move out.
The Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas is actively fostering an innovation ecosystem by supporting startups through the central public sector enterprises.
Since 2017, PSUs under MoPNG have launched unique startup initiatives, investing over rupees 600 crores in 300 plus startups, with over 86 patents, turning refineries into incubators and engineers into innovators. We have witnessed oil and gas startups rapidly scaling their employee workforce by 15x, with individual valuations exceeding rupees 1,000 crores. These startups are revolutionizing the oil and gas sector, deploying robots and drones in difficult environments, leveraging predictive analytics to boost reliability, reducing dependence on foreign technologies, optimizing logistics, and driving breakthroughs across the energy value chain. Their innovations are now earning national and global recognition. India's downstream currently faces multiple challenges. Despite these challenges, oil PSUs continue to drive India's growth. With rupees 4.5 lakh crores in upcoming investments, a massive opportunity awaits startups to deliver cost-effective, indigenous solutions for both current operations and future expansions. Let's connect at ETM 2025, where innovation meets opportunity.
Thank you very much. So it is time to begin. Namaskar and a very good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you once again to Hyderabad, the capital of Telangana, where we welcome you to the 28th Energy Technology Meet organized under the aegis of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, by Center for High Technology in association with Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. So as we welcome you to the second day of ETM, we reiterate the theme of energizing Viksit Bharat through sustainable refining. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, as we saw, was really overwhelming and interactive. We also had the Honorable Minister joining us in and addressing us through the fireside chat. Today also, we look forward to some really interesting and enlightening presentations that we are about to begin from domain experts from not only different parts of our country, but as well as outside of India as well. And we expect to have vibrant and active interactions with all of you. So requesting everyone to please be seated because we have some new participants joining us in, and we will now be beginning with the very first session. This session is on the topic of advances in green hydrogen value chain, storage and transportation. So I begin by inviting the chairpersons for this session to kindly please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands for Dr. Alok Sharma, Director R&D IOCL. Zordar taliyan inke liye. Or Sachin Chugji from Arup UK, who's Director and Head Energy and Hydrogen. So as we welcome Dr. Alok Sharma, we can see his bio on the stage. His areas of interest are refining technology, co-processing of vegetable oils, alternative energy, CO2 capture, energy storage. He's also the recipient of IIT Delhi Alumni Association Award 2025, recipient of Endeavour's Fellowship Award by Government of Australia, many awards, and his key role in establishing India's first hydrocracker unit at Gujarat Refinery, spearheading R&D endeavours at Indian Oil R&D, including alternative energy, etc. We welcome you, sir, and thank you for joining us here, Dr. Alok Sharma. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. और हमारे साथ हैं Mr. Sachin Chugh from Arup UK, Director and Head Energy and Hydrogen. His areas of interest are championing green molecules, hydrogen and breakthrough low-carbon fuels, fortified by strategic and technical excellence spanning business investment advisory, led decision intelligence, rigorous technical due diligence for investor confidence, and his awards, many. Just to name a few: Endeavour Executive Fellow, Australia, Vice President of Hydrogen Association of India, and he's also an industry expert on national international committees on green molecules. We welcome you, Sachinji. Thank you for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the panelists of this session to quickly please join us on stage. For technical papers, may I please begin by inviting Dr. Ajinkya Kamath from India Energy Storage Alliance. Zordar taliyan Dr. Ajinkya ke liye. We invite Mr. Sameer Saxena from Renew to please join us in. Zordar taliyan Sameer ji ke liye. We invite Professor Yogendra Shastri from IIT Bombay. Zordar taliyan Professor Shastri ji ke liye. From BPCL, inviting Mr. Nitin Somkumar to please join us on the stage. Zordar taliyan Nitin ji ke liye. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? From Axons Private Limited, we invite Mr. Jonathan Lee to please join us on the stage. A round of applause for Mr. Jonathan Lee. And last but not the least, Dr. Ratan Kumar Singh from Composites Excellence Center of Asia. A round of applause for Dr. Ratan Kumar Singh. So we have the illustrious panel here on stage with all of us. And this is a very important and interesting topic with the chairpersons already seated on the dais. I take the opportunity of requesting the chairpersons to kindly please begin the deliberations of the session from here. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, and very good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on advances in green hydrogen value chain and storage and transportation. The hydrogen, in the area of hydrogen, there are various facets, be it production or storage, then transportation, and then usage in either in fuel cell or IC engines. There are various challenges, and the high cost, then lack of regulatory clarities, more infrastructure for transport, because right now the focus is on the captive use, and there are issues of water shortage and project delays and commissioning because of supply of electrolyzers and other things. Two positive things have happened recently. I can say here that one, the hydrogen cost which has come for the first hydrogen plant for Panipat Refinery of Indian Oil, where we have discovered a price of rupees 397 per kg, that's about $5. So that's a very good price which has come, and after that, the HPCL price is further 10 rupees down. So that's a very good price which has come for the hydrogen, green hydrogen. And the ammonia price, which is $571 per ton, that's also a positive thing which has happened. I was in World Hydrogen Technology Convention only. I came back day before yesterday, and there this graph was shown by one of the participants. This is called Gardner Hype Cycle. So as you can see here that right now we are somewhere we are in the, I think, where's the marker? Where's the pointer here? This one? Yeah. So we are somewhere here right now. There was a peak of inflated expectation, and we are right now here, somewhere here. And we are going to maybe through the trough of this illusionment. And now what happens is that normally the government support comes here, and which is already there now, and then slope of enlightenment will be there, and then plateau of productivity will come. So we are somewhere here right now, and we'll be seeing, I think, this type of graph in the coming days. And certainly this will plateau to the productivity for the hydrogen era. See, as far as support from the government is concerned, SIDE program, as you know, that has been launched, and PLI for electrolyzers and hydrogen manufacturing, that is already several players have participated in this. There are VGF for steel sector, shipping industry, then large haul transportation also, and full waiver on the wheeling charges for the electricity for renewable energy is also there, reduction in the GST, then low cost for land and waiver is also there, water is also there, and several states have also come up with the support for hydrogen, and about 5 lakh crores is being given by several states, including Odisha, Gujarat, Maharashtra, UP, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu. So there is a lot of positivity which is there right now, and with all this support from the government and initiatives by various organizations like Indian Oil, and oil companies have taken the lead, and as you know that, though right now it is for the captive use for the refineries and fertilizer industry, slowly the shift is also there towards the use of hydrogen in the mobility sector also, and a number of projects have been awarded for mobility side also, and maybe around 13 sectors have been identified for running the buses and trucks on the highways. So there is a lot of positivity which is there, and I feel that we will be certainly achieving the plateau of productivity in the coming days for the hydrogen sector. So with this, I hand over now to my colleague, Mr. Sachin, to take the session forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sharma. I think you have set it up. The session is on advances in green hydrogen value chain, storage and transportation. And the galaxy of the panel members which we have, the speakers which we have this morning, I think it covers range of topics which are very imperative to be addressed if we need to progress ahead in this exciting journey where you indicated that the peak of inflated expectations, how those can be managed towards the plateau of productivity. But it's a very fascinating paradox as far as hydrogen is concerned. It is technically very seductive, yet commercially or economically very stubborn. And that's why on paper it appears to be the perfect solution, but in practice you need to align the numbers, the timelines, the planning, and the scale-up factors, to overcome this complex story. I would be going one by one to the session speakers, and my request would be that since we are running a little behind time, so if you can restrict your presentations to around 12 minutes, and then so that we have enough time to open up for the questions and answers. So with this, I'll just take an opportunity to invite Dr. Ajinkya Kamath from IESA for his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Just to quickly introduce, I'm representing India Energy Storage Alliance. We are an industry alliance with over 200 member companies, some of which are also represented on this dais. And our member companies are across energy storage, electric mobility, and green hydrogen value chains. Out of about 200 plus member companies, 40 companies are in different part of the green hydrogen value chain. So green hydrogen is the area that I lead at IESA. This is the quick outline of my presentation. What I'm going to be doing is will hopefully set stage for more in-depth presentations and remarks by other panelists. I'm going to provide just an overview of the global developments and developments in India in the green hydrogen sector, to some of which Sharma sir just hinted at. And the purpose here is not to give a comprehensive review of everything that is happening, but look at some key developments, each of which give us some clue towards planning the roadmap of the future, basically managing the expectations, managing the disillusionment that we are heading to, and then rising up again towards the plateau of productivity. Just to clarify terminology, I am going to be using these two terms very frequently. So when I say low emission hydrogen, I am talking about hydrogen that is either produced through water electrolysis using nuclear renewable energy, or from biomass or fossil fuels with CCUS. And when I may say green hydrogen, I'll be talking about hydrogen produced from water electrolysis using renewable electricity or produced from biomass. So this is just a snapshot of the global hydrogen demand. I don't have to tell to this audience that hydrogen is not new. The hydrogen demand in the world has exceeded 100 million tons per year this year. And refining is the largest hydrogen user in the world and also in India. And we see that in the global landscape, India is the third largest country that produces and consumes hydrogen. And also in terms of annual growth of hydrogen demand, India is at the very top, with Middle East having 6% annual growth. India is having about 4%. So we see this dichotomy in the global developments as well as in India. We see the dichotomy of progress happening on one side and the slowdown towards the trough that's showed happening on the other side. So just to understand what both the sides of these developments, I'm showing these key trends. So we see that in the low emission hydrogen production, in the last 5 years, there has been 60% growth, although majority of that production that you see here is from fossil fuels with CCUS. You see that the growth is mainly from electrolysis-based hydrogen. Similarly, there has been about 9x growth in the installed electrolyzer capacity and about 6x growth in the electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. Although in this, if you see the manufacturing capacity relative to the utilization of that capacity, then utilization is only 10% today. So just without adding even more manufacturing capacity, increasing that utilization of manufacturing of electrolyzers can also impact the cost significantly. Then the other side we see of some slowdown happening in the global green hydrogen or low emission hydrogen sector. So we see that into 2024, the expected operational low emission hydrogen capacity in 2030, the expectation for 2030 was about 49 million tons per year. But given the developments and project cancellations, delays, companies facing bankruptcies that have happened globally, that expectation has come down by about 25%. And there is a proportional decrease in the expected installed electrolyzer capacity in 2030 as well. And if we look at even the announced projects and how likely they are to materialize, how likely they are to be operational, then we see that in the electrolysis-based projects, less than 10% of the project capacity has received the final investment decision. And out of even the remaining ones, 65% are highly uncertain, whether even though they are announced, whether they will actually materialize or not. As opposed to that, if we look at fossil fuel plus CCUS projects, then about 30% of the announced projects, they are either already operational or they have received FID. And 90% of the remaining ones, they are at least moderate to strong potential to actually materialize. So we see that also a clear distinction between the two routes for low emission hydrogen. And if we take a survey, and this was done by International Energy Agency, of what are the reasons behind these different cancellations and downsizing of projects, then we see that a large majority of the projects, they either cite regulatory barriers or economic challenges related to projects or lack of funding for the projects as the main reasons for cancelling of the projects. Regulatory challenges, they are cited as challenges by more projects that got cancelled compared to funding and technology. So that shows the criticality of policies and regulatory barriers. So to make a sense of this dichotomy, the trend that is happening, I'm just setting a baseline looking at case of the solar PV. So solar PV took about 25 years to achieve 1% of national, so country level electricity generation capacity in any country in the world, whereas low emission hydrogen, if we look at when the first country, that was Japan, that announced the low emission hydrogen strategy in 2017, then since then, low emission hydrogen has taken only 8 years to reach 1% in the global hydrogen production. So that is a clear progress that is happening on ground, even if you look at the installed capacity, manufacturing capacity, etc. So what this calls for is not pessimism, but I would say recalibration of the targets and ambitions and roadmaps, not because the potential of hydrogen is low, but to send some realistic market signals to the industry and investors, and also not to undervalue the actual progress that has happened on ground. So 6x progress in installed capacity is definitely substantial, but if we compare it only to the targets that are announced, then it undervalues that substantial progress. In the interest of time, I'll not spend much time on this. I don't have to preach here about the role of hydrogen in the refining sector. But I would say why I'm optimistic specifically about hydrogen use in the refining sector is, number one, in the products that come out of the refining sector, hydrogen has to be added. There is no alternative. And with the increasing restrictions on the sulfur content, the use of hydrogen per unit of fuel or unit of chemicals produced is going to increase. But most importantly, the last point that is mentioned here, that for not just hydrogen, but hydrogen, other low emission fuels, other green molecules that the world is going towards, for that, the refining sector has the infrastructure, the expertise, and the skill set that can be transferable or that can be used, and they are critical in those other sectors. If we look at specifically the low emission hydrogen and trends in that in the refining sector, then we see that already 500,000 tons per annum low emission hydrogen capacity is planned to be operational by 2030 and has already received FID. So these are not highly uncertain projects. While 90% of the capacity today is in North America, by 2030 Europe is expected to have about half of the global capacity for low emission hydrogen used specifically in the refining sector. Now coming to India. So zooming to India, and I'll present about markets, cost, and policies just very briefly, and then bring everything together towards a roadmap or strategy recommendations. So in India also, refining sector is the largest user of hydrogen today. Hydrogen demand in India is expected to grow at CAGR of about 3.3%. To about 9 million tons per annum by 2032. We did an analysis of different scenarios of the production, and looking at the announced projects until last year, so this 9 million tons per annum, that's until end of 2024, compared to the projects that have either reached FID or have gotten some long-term offtake agreements, is about only 300 kilotons per annum. Looking at that, we are saying that if in the baseline scenario, if about 30% of this announced capacity materializes, then by 2032, it is equivalent to about 1/3 of the demand of hydrogen. However, for this, the target announced for the refining sector of 1 million tons per annum, not reaching that target, but at least reaching like 20% of it, which is announced in the site mode 2B, would be critical. If that is not, then we come to even more conservative scenario. The price discoveries that Sharma sir mentioned in his opening remarks, these are just detailed charts of that. So there have been price discoveries for green hydrogen and price discoveries for green ammonia as well. So specifically due to the green ammonia price discoveries, there is now already committed long-term offtake equivalent to about 130 KTP of green hydrogen for at least 10 years through that tender. And it has set a new global benchmark for the green ammonia pricing, which is about 25–40% lower than the previous benchmark. And the 25 to 40% is the range of costs that are mentioned in this chart. If we look at if we do the analysis of just the levelized cost of hydrogen, very simple model, and I'm showing this because in India's ambitions, National Green Hydrogen Mission, the key advantage that India has that is highlighted is the abundance of renewables and...
Dr. Kamath, if you can complete in 2 minutes.
I will, yes. So we see that the advantage is supposed to be cost of electricity. And definitely that the cost of electricity is about 60 to 75% of levelized cost of hydrogen. The other drivers are capex cost, of course, and capacity utilization of the plant as well. This is just a snapshot of the status of the budget outlay under the National Green Hydrogen Mission. So out of about 20,000 crores of schemes that were announced about 2 years ago, about 13,000 crores worth of schemes, they are already in different stages of implementation. Some of them have been awarded, some of them are, the tender is or calls for proposal is open. For 3,000 crores of schemes, scheme guidelines have been issued, but out of that 2,400 crores is for the site mode 2B. Beyond that, 11 states have announced green hydrogen incentives, but the disbursement of all of these or many of these incentives, they depend on getting green certification. So India has launched the green hydrogen certification scheme, but that scheme is not yet finalized. There are still challenges with the methodology of that scheme that we have to work on. Without that, these incentives that project developers are taking into account won't materialize. So bringing all of this together, and now I am on to the final remarks of my presentation. If we think about the strategy or the roadmap along these two dimensions, the scale of investment that is required by industry at different stages or different models of projects, and the timeline, then we see that right now there is no operational plant of 100 megawatt or larger scale for electrolysis-based hydrogen. So, but we have validated, in the sense globally and in India as well, we have validated some of these technologies at about 1 KTPA to 10 KTPA range. So in the coming years, these can move to the higher scale. And if we look at the scale of projects in the price discoveries, then they are about in this box. But at the same time, there are these other technologies as well, which globally have been validated at these different scales of lower scales. So in the next period, these technologies are ready to move to this next scale or next model of projects. So for example, the Hydrogen Valley Innovation Clusters, they come in this particular range, and those being sort of commercial pilots based on public-private partnerships, they are well suited to try out these technologies. And these again are this is not a comprehensive list of all technologies. There are many of them, but I'm giving an examples. And then if we see pilots by industry that have been independently done by companies like the IOCL, BPCL, then they can be in this range, and these other technologies, they can be taken up in the scale. And then in this way, gradually, we will reach that plateau of productivity. So to end my presentation, these 4 recommendations as a sort of boiling down of all the global trends I will present. Number 1, to enhance the role of PSUs as a catalyst of innovation and supply chain. So when public sector undertakings are taking up the projects through either green hydrogen tenders or green ammonia tenders or pilot projects, they shouldn't be looked upon as just subsidizing this green hydrogen industry, but rather they are investment opportunities. They are investments in an emerging sector through which some unicorn opportunities might come up. Similarly, we need to explore a broad range of low emission technologies. Right now, electrolyzers are sort of commercially very readily available, but because green hydrogen or low emission hydrogen is not a 1-decade game. We are playing like 2-3 decades of the mission or roadmap. So in that, all these different technologies might also play a role, and they need to be tried out. The third one, we need to sync the support measures and investments between industry and government, between central government and state government, and between infrastructure, manufacturing, and pilot projects. So if you look at, for example, what is happening right now with electrolyzer manufacturing, the deadlines for electrolyzer manufacturing incentivized capacity, those deadlines are not matching the deadlines for the projects for which there have been price discoveries. So that demand for the price discovery projects is going to materialize little later than the deadline for manufacturing. So the manufacturers are now saying, can we get little more time, because this is not matching the market signals. And the last one, develop mechanisms to identify and disseminate lessons from pilots. So doing pilots that I showed in the previous slide, just for the sake of doing pilots, is not going to identify those lessons which can enable us to move to the higher scale in the projects in the next period. But we need the data monitoring and tracking mechanisms, as well as some collaborative approaches where we can disseminate these messages. To end, I will just say that low emission hydrogen, it's not, of course, the only decarbonization solution or only solution to energy security or industrial growth. But it can work, and we can achieve that plateau of productivity faster if it is an integral part of an integrated strategy for either decarbonization or energy security or industrial growth. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kamath, for very lucid coverage of what is happening across the globe and how India shall shape its strategy. You're coming from a global consultancy, the view which we are actually envisaging from the global lens is that across the globe, like you said, that many projects are under course corrections, but we see that it is not a bubble probably which has burst. Rather, it can be termed as the froth which is settling. Soon this sector will be adjusting to the real shape, and the real shape of the sector is going to emerge as far as the projects are concerned. Going to the next speaker, we have Mr. Sameer Saxena, and renewable energy and hydrogen, they are a fascinating combination. And while solar is a downhill story where photons flow freely, hydrogen, in contrast, is an uphill climb. And I invite Mr. Saxena to cover this interface, that how the green hydrogen from a renewable energy player, that perspective, can be bridged. And may I invite you, Mr. Saxena, for your presentation.
Right. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, session chairs, fellow panelists sitting on the dais, industry leaders, and colleagues. Today I'm going to talk to you about green hydrogen and the derivatives, not from a perspective of technological shift, but for the great change, which is a sort of evolution to involve green hydrogen, green ammonia, and other green molecules for the larger decarbonization of the industry. The industry is standing on an inflection point. If you talk about climate urgency, technical readiness, policy alignment, these all are converging to make green hydrogen the backbone of the clean industry which we are going to see in the future. This talk will also explore where the world is today, and in particular India, what kind of challenges the industry is facing, and how we can accelerate the industry transformation with the support from collaboration, investment, and the innovation. Before I get to the main presentation, let me introduce my organization. We are funded by almost like $15 billion from very reputed investors. Our presence has been in 10 states. We have pan-India presence, it's 150 sites for the solar and the wind. Our contribution has been, we are contributing about 2% of the green power into the grid. We are decarbonizing almost 1.1% of emissions in the power sector as on date. And our achievement has been that we have, as of now, more than 10 gigawatt of solar wind assets in operation and about 5 gigawatt under implementation. We were founded in 2011. In 2012, we commissioned our first wind project, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. 2016, we crossed 1 gigawatt of renewable energy. 2017, we crossed 2 gigawatt of the power, which was almost double of the last year. And then in 2019, we achieved 5 gigawatt of renewable energy. There has been an exponential growth of organization achieving the capacity in terms of the renewable energy. The major milestone that we achieved was in 2021 when we got listed on NASDAQ. We are an Indian multinational organization, and at that point of time, we had 6 gigawatt of assets with us. In 2022, we decided to form a joint venture with IOCL and L&T to promote the green hydrogen business. And that is the time wherein we changed our name from Renew Power to Renew, because we wanted to decarbonize the world, not just through the green electron, but through the green molecule as well. This is a list of various partners in different sections of the business, not going into the detail, but we have strong ambition, to decarbonize the world and through the power as well as hydrogen molecule. We have, several projects which are under implementation stage. In India, if you talk about, we have a green ammonia project, which is currently at pre-engineering stage in the state of Odisha in Paradeep. It's to be implemented in phases. The first phase is of a 900 TPD green ammonia. We are also building 2 green methanol projects in the state of Odisha. This is the state which has provided the best incentives for the green molecule. There are capex subsidies, there are power subsidies, and many others which promotes to set up such projects in the state of Odisha. And similarly, many other states are also coming up with many incentives. Apart from India, we have ambition to expand our footprint outside India as well. We have conducted some studies in USA for putting up green ammonia plant in Morocco, Egypt, Spain, and Oman. So in summary, Renew is a company who is highly focused on decarbonization of the world. Now if you talk about, why this decarbonization is required, you will find that in last 50 years, the CO2 emissions has significantly increased, and in atmosphere you will find it gone up from 300 ppm to 400 ppm. And there has been several very critical consequences of that, such as, having frequent extreme weather events, curtailed freshwater resources because of melting glaciers, rising sea levels, and so on. We all are aware of it. And decarbonization is the only solution to tackle these issues. So if you talk about, decarbonization landscape, the net zero is a commitment by almost like 130 countries, which comprises of about 90% of the global GDP. Focus has been on hard-to-abate sectors, such as cement and the steel, wherein decarbonization cannot be achieved just by green electron. There are certain processes wherein you have to involve green molecule to completely decarbonize it. Then comes the energy carrier. The green hydrogen is our lightest molecule, having a liquefaction temperature of minus 250 degrees C, very difficult and very cost expensive to liquefy it and then transport. There are certain challenges in the transportation as well. And therefore, it is found that, hydrogen can be transported in the form of other carriers such as ammonia or the methanol. Ammonia is a very known molecule. Industry is very much familiar with respect to the logistics, safety, and others, and therefore it makes more sense to use ammonia as a carrier. So when you are talking about our export project like we are developing green ammonia, in fact, we are transporting hydrogen in the form of green ammonia. So just to keep the things concise and to complete in the time, I will be skipping few of the slides. So in order to promote the green hydrogen and the derivative business in the country, the government has come up with the National Green Hydrogen Mission, which targets 5 million tons of hydrogen production per year. The renewable energy capacity to be added is 125 gigawatt. The mission has a strategy, to make green hydrogen competitive in domestic and the export market. SECI's bid on the green ammonia, OMC tenders on GH, export market, G2G alliance, and hydrogen hubs and the valleys. These are the various means the government is trying to promote the green business in India. So just to touch upon what is the major purposes of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, it is the decarbonization, make India energy independent, reduce forex requirements, increase country GDP, social economics, and promote Indian tech startups. So this graphics basically shows, how the green molecule can decarbonize the industry. On the left corner, you will find that hydrogen can be used for the purpose of mobility. So you see the electricity. We are now moving from fossil fuel to the EVs, and then probably the hydrogen will be another means of, energy for the mobility. Then comes the hard-to-abate sectors. Then comes the hard-to-abate sectors such as aluminum industry, cement, and the steel industry, where, apart from the electricity, we have to have the green molecule to decarbonize it. Refineries and the fertilizer industry remains as the low-hanging fruits. We have several tenders which have come from the refineries to supply green hydrogen, replacing the gray hydrogen. And similarly, the SECI has come up with the tenders which were opened, and those were very, very successful, wherein the fertilizer plants located on the coastal line, importing ammonia from different countries, can be replaced with the green ammonia. The other two areas where there is a huge potential of decarbonization is the coal-based power plant. Replacing coal with ammonia could be one way to decarbonize the thermal power plants. Japan and Korea have tested. They have almost mixed 20% ammonia and replaced coal. to decarbonize the power plants. In similar fashion, the gas-based power plants can be decarbonized by replacing natural gas with the green hydrogen. Shipping industry is one of the major, the emitter of CO2. Although the IMO has become very strict and they have specified very strict norms of using the bunkering fuel, still there is an opportunity wherein the methanol or the green methanol can replace those fossil-based fuel and decarbonize the system. Aviation industry is another, the pollution-generating industry. There is huge opportunity of using green hydrogen or its derivatives such as methanol to decarbonize the aviation industry by replacing the aviation turbine fuel with the SAF. There are several pathways. One of the pathways is methanol to jet, which seems to be very, very promising to decarbonize the aviation industry. And similarly, there are ways to decarbonize at a smaller scale by mixing the hydrogen in the natural gas for the domestic uses. Now, when we talk about hydrogen, uses of green hydrogen, what are the major constraints? One of the major constraints has been the cost of the green hydrogen. Many a times when you do the economic analysis, you will find that, that it does not make a business viable case, the costing it has. The pricing which has been discovered, it is very, very attractive. We have to see how sustainable it is. But when you talk about the levelized cost of hydrogen, one of the critical cost factor is the electrolyzer. Electrolyzer industry is maturing. It is not at a point where you can say that it is the best in class. With time, there are technological innovation happening. The scale is going up. There has been reduction in pricing of electrolyzer by almost 30% in last couple of years. The expectation is that, such reduction should happen more faster and the scale should go up so that you take the advantage of economy of scale and the electrolyzer prices comes down. In a hydrogen generation plant, through the electrolysis process, 60 to 65% of the CapEx goes towards the electrolyzer. This is the glimpse of, the very recent tenders which opened up, wherein the hydrogen price was, green hydrogen price was discovered as $4, and the green ammonia price discovered was $600. The tenders for the OMCs were released for 42 KTA of capacity, and we expect that close to 150 KTA of capacity tenders would come in the market. So there are plenty of opportunities. I would not read all the, the various opportunities which are listed here, but it shows a very bright future for the green hydrogen and the derivative business. Now the uses of green ammonia is in fertilizer industry. It can be used as energy carrier. You know that European countries, they are short of renewable power because of...
Mr. Saxena, if you can just finish in 2 minutes.
Sure. So if you talk about the export industry, that has a bright future for a simple reason that many European countries do not have the resources, and India being big in renewable energy and the capability available here, we could be a huge exporter to these countries. Not only to Europe, it could be Japan and Korea as well. So some of the applications are like, the use for the decarbonization is use of hydrogen in the DRI process, use of green power in, the electric arc furnaces in its steel industry. This slide typically shows, what level of reduction you can observe when you use hydrogen in the steel industry. Similarly, the cement industry is also highly polluting. There are majorly two, verticals which lead to the carbon generation, burning of fossil fuel, and the process which is basically the calcination. It produces lot amount of CO2, and therefore, it is possible to replace fossil fuel with the hydrogen to reduce the carbon footprint in the cement industry. So major hurdles and the issues which comes for the success of the green hydrogen is the cost parity. As I mentioned, that the cost of such hydrogen is very high. Securing firm demand, the government is putting a lot of efforts in creating the demand, like just I mentioned about the green ammonia for the fertilizer and the hydrogen for the refineries. Export market also has certain challenges, but you know, the market is gradually improving. They are coming up with certain mandates. They are putting up penalties, you know, so that the producers, you know, they are forced to adopt the greening of their industry. So at the end, I would say that, you know, there are you know, several factors, you know, which need to be brought into the picture with the help of policymakers, the government, by providing incentives, providing several benefits to the industry who are doing the greening, which will help in promoting the decarbonization. So with this, I just conclude my presentation just to keep it in time. Thank you very much. And I will be very happy if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Saxena rightly indicated that, you know, the successful hydrogen story can not be written only on technology, but it is a combination of technology, scale and infrastructure, sites and utilities, and offtake, the larger end use, backed by the proper policies, you know, which is going to set this narrative. While we are having so many options, you know, to include hydrogen, the technology side becomes very important, and that can be really assessed by the perfect life cycle analysis and the techno-economic analysis. We have Professor Yogendra Shastri from IIT Bombay, who is going to present his case study on this aspect, largely concentrating on green hydrogen production as well as its use for e-fuels through the life cycle emission analysis. Thank you.
So good morning, all of you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to present here. I'm kind of an odd man out here because I believe 99% is probably an industry audience here. I am from academia, so it's kind of a different audience for me also. At the outset, I just want to emphasize that my personal expertise is not on technology development, it is on technology assessment and doing some transition planning. I'm basically a systems person. So you please look at it in this context. And can we put up the slides, please? Yeah, so this work that I'm going to present is part of a much larger project that we are doing as part of, which is funded by the Center of Excellence in Oil, Gas and Energy. And most of the work is done by Anika, who is my student. So this work is to look at the potential for e-fuels in the Indian context, and as was mentioned a short while ago, my interest is more on doing detailed life cycle assessment and techno-economic assessment using whatever information is available in the Indian context. So this is, I'm sure you have seen this diagram before. This is a figure that is part of the BP report of an integrated net zero refinery, petroleum refinery, and there are several components in this, and we are particularly focusing on these three components of green hydrogen production, carbon capture, and converting that carbon or CO2 into something useful. In this case, we are looking at e-fuels, and I'll talk very briefly towards the end about those ideas. But basically, our focus is on these three components. The question that we are trying to address is a refinery with such an integration, it has all these components. So if you have to sort of simplify the diagram, eventually you want to produce something out of the carbon dioxide that you are capturing. But before you get there, you need to capture the carbon dioxide, which is on the bottom here, and you also need to produce green hydrogen. Each of those activities are systems in themselves. And finally, you need some catalytic process to convert those into fuels. So this is the broader goal. The question is this sustainable? That's the question that we are trying to answer. Now, when you talk about sustainability, there are many criteria. First and foremost is you should at least be capturing more than what you are emitting, because as I said, the green hydrogen generation, carbon capture itself will emit carbon emissions. Converting hydrogen and CO2 to some kind of fuel will have its own carbon emissions. Many of these are high temperature, high pressure catalytic processes. So the first criteria is, at least you are capturing more than what you are emitting. The second criteria could be you are emitting less than what is the alternative. So if you are going to replace aviation turbine fuel with SAF, is it at least lower than the existing alternative? And of course, economic feasibility is very important. If it's not economically feasible, it is not sustainable. So given this background, our objective of this project is to do these calculations in the Indian context, and I'll primarily talk about the first component, which is the green hydrogen production. Yeah, so this is what I'll primarily talk about. And I'll skip all the technical details in the interest of time, but basically we looked at what is the typical commercial scale demand for hydrogen for a typical refinery. So this is kind of looking into the future. None of these exist at this point, but let's assume that you need to produce 2,000 tons per year of green hydrogen to meet certain requirements of the refinery. And then we looked at all the activities that are needed as part of this green hydrogen plant. So starting with raw water, then purification of raw water, RO system, the electrolyzer itself, which is the heart of the whole system, and some purification and compression. So that gives you hydrogen. An important thing which I will again come back to later is the oxygen aspect. So you are getting pure oxygen as a byproduct, and it becomes very important based on our analysis. So this is our scope. At this point, we are ignoring storage, transport, and use of hydrogen. That's not part of our calculations. So in the LCA terminology, this is known as cradle to gate perspective. So what is the approach that we used? As I said, we don't do our own technology development, so we relied on literature for a lot of data. Being chemical engineers, we used our process engineering know-how, some process design concepts to take certain design decisions. And for the life cycle calculations, we use EcoInvent database, which is a commercially available database. And based on all these inputs, we do the techno-economic and life cycle assessment. And in addition to the total numbers that I will show, the distribution also is quite important. So where are your cost and emission hotspots? What are the potential ways you can reduce those? So this is just a snapshot of some of the numbers that we have used. All these numbers have come from literature, and I often say that a lot of my work essentially comes out with a framework. If you have a different number, we can do the calculations again with your number. So if you feel some of these numbers are not really correct, please let us know, we can redo the calculations. Anyway, so I'll start discussing the results. So we looked at different possibilities. Ideally, green hydrogen, we say that all of it is 100% green renewable electricity. But it might take time for us to get there. So we looked at different possibilities. In the base case, you assume that our basic assumption was that we need to run the plant 24/7, which means you either need grid electricity, which we assume is available 24/7, or even if you use renewable electricity, you need battery storage. When your renewable electricity, in this case, solar is not available. So the first base case scenario is assuming green electricity. I know it doesn't strictly fall under the green hydrogen's definition, but it's a good benchmark. And scenario S1 and S2 are increasing fraction of solar energy as maybe 5-10 years down the line. So these are the numbers. As I said, I've skipped all the technical details of the calculations. So this is, and I'm going to talk mostly about global warming potential. So these are the numbers that we are getting. So for the AWE electrolyzer-based hydrogen production, it's about 7.5 kgs of CO2 equivalent, and for PEM, it is about 7. So they are not very different. And electricity is the major contributor. Again, this is kind of well known, so it's not a surprise. But that table is what I want to focus on, something that I briefly mentioned about oxygen. So oxygen is a byproduct that we get, and the numbers that I'm showing you, 7.5 and 7, are when you divide the overall impact between hydrogen and oxygen. So there is something called as impact allocation in life cycle assessment calculation, and the green hydrogen certification guidelines also talk about allocation. And oxygen now has been included in that guideline. If you don't use oxygen as a value-added product, then you cannot do impact allocation, in which case your impacts are extremely high, upwards of 50 kgs of CO2 equivalent. if you do allocation, you get some of these lower numbers. So it essentially tells you that you need to consider oxygen as a valuable byproduct and divide some of these impacts. So that kind of justifies hydrogen to some extent. And then, of course, as expected, if you increase the fraction of renewable electricity, your impacts go down. And with 80% solar and perhaps potentially with 100% solar, you'll be able to achieve the target of 2 kgs of CO2 equivalent per kg of hydrogen. But I repeat that this is all assuming that you are splitting the impact between oxygen and hydrogen. If you don't split, your numbers are going to be much higher. In terms of the cost, again, the numbers where we have got are in the range of what people are talking about, 570, this is for AWE system, rupees per kg. And if you need 14% IRR, your selling price has to be upwards of 600 rupees per kg. And again, oxygen from a LCA standpoint is important because then you can split the impact between oxygen and hydrogen. From an economic standpoint also it is important because you can potentially assume some revenue coming from oxygen, so that helps the overall economic feasibility of the system. So this number for the price for oxygen, we have assumed 40 rupees per kg. Again, this varies quite a bit based on the domain of application. But if you are able to do that, then your cost will come down to 300 and so on. So this again demonstrates the value of oxygen as a byproduct. Now, given this work that we have done on hydrogen, I'll come back to the overall objective of our project is to look at different pathways of e-fuels. As part of this project, we have considered 5 e-fuels which are shown on the right-hand side of this slide. And I'll only show the results, but for each of these pathways, we have done detailed flow sheet simulations, detailed equipment selection, design calculations, and the LCA and economic calculations. But I'll directly show you the final table which shows the cost of production. So this is the cost of production, levelized cost as I've shown, and this is the GWP. So the general observation here is that in all these cases, the costs are more than the commercial cost. In some cases, significantly higher. So for example, methanol is about 30-35 rupees a kg. Our costs are in the range of 100 to 120. So there is a lot of catching up that needs to be done. Fortunately, in most cases, the GWP benefits are clear. So at least that is a good thing. In most cases, the GWP or global warming potential of these pathways are lower than what is the current pathway. So these numbers, as I said again, the major outcome of my work, I would say, is the ability to do these calculations fairly quickly now. All the calculations are set up, so if someone comes with a different catalyst with more efficient conversion, different yield, different selectivity, we can redo the calculations and revise the cost numbers. Now, once we have done these calculations, it also allows us to find where are the thresholds. So I'll just explain one figure on the left here. So this is for methanol. What this shows is on the x-axis, the GWP of CO2 capture. So you see negative numbers, it has to be negative, otherwise it doesn't make sense. You need to capture more than what you emit. So this is CO2 emission and this is GWP of hydrogen. And this black line that you see is the current emission of the current pathway. So you would like to be in this zone. So it essentially tells us what combinations of GWP of hydrogen and GWP of CO2 capture is feasible.
Professor Shastri,
yeah, I'm almost done. And similarly for cost. So we have done this for all these 5 e-fuels that I have talked about. So if I have to conclude sort of the overall message out of my talk, as I have already mentioned a couple of times, oxygen valorization is quite important. So we are now looking at ways in which oxygen can internally be used within the refinery, how it can be integrated. E-fuels cost-wise are higher, but there are benefits in terms of GWP. And we can identify some of these performance thresholds. With that, I want to acknowledge COE OG for the support. And also this project has involvement from HPCL, BPCL and GAIL. So they have given us some very good technical insights through during our project meetings. So thank you very much. My contact information is here. I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shastri, for highlighting the intersection of emissions, cost, and technology through your study. While emissions for the policymakers may be the destination, for industry it is the cost and the technology. Those levers are very important, and they are only going to decide the speed of the journey. And that's why it becomes very important to assess the realistic cost as well as emission benefits from the new fuels. I take this opportunity to move ahead to the next speaker, to Mr. Nitin Somkumar from Bharat Petroleum. And he is going to talk on the transforming a refinery of gases into a valuable hydrogen source through the novel technology. So over to you, Nitin, and please finish your talk in 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank ETM and the organizing committee for selecting this paper. I'll just since yesterday we are talking about sustainability, and also Professor has elaborated about sustainability of the project. Let us see that from the refinery point of view, how can we become sustainable with the existing infrastructures. So my topic of presentation today is transforming refinery of gas, we call as a ROG, into the valuable hydrogen source. This has been demonstrated in one of the refinery. So I'll just go through the case study of how we have done this. The topic is divided into 5 sub categories. One is the hydrogen scenario, hydrogen recovery potential which are available for the refiners, the development which is talks about the comparison and the principle of technology what we are selecting in, the demonstration, the objective and the learnings what we have done in our refineries. And the last one is the benefit out of it. Yes, we have seen that scenario. Yes, the consumption of the hydrogen is reached to 100 million metric tons, and refinery is still contributing a huge amount, which is almost more than 40-45%. In coming to the forecasting to the 2050, the whatever we are consuming, it must be 5 times higher, as per the report which says. But more importantly, what we are having is the ROG, which is a refinery of gas. The study says that it has a variable percentage from 10 to 15%. And you can see that in the Indian refinery scenario, if you consider 15% of ROG, what we are consuming currently, which is almost more than 4 lakhs, the metric tons. One thing which is important is that whatever the hydrogen we are getting in tons of hydrogen, we are emitting and the 10 times of the CO2. So it is our prime duty to utilize hydrogen effectively in the refinery processes. Second, why the ROG is not been an attractive source? Because of the 3 major reasons. One is the low partial pressure of this gas. Second even is association of the high level of impurities. And whatever technology which currently available in the market, it end up with the high capex and opex. That's why what we thought generally is to burn it to the existing fuel gas header rather than looking in the option of recovery. These gases has a variable range of hydrogen, which is vary from 30% to 80%. And more importantly, this gas is always available at fluctuating pressures, vary from low pressure to high pressures. The importance which I already discussed, it provide a financial and the environmental benefit when we look on these options. Yes, on the comparison side, if I see that the right hand side is the current condition of the ROGs in the refinery, and whatever the technology which are available, we are targeting on the PSA, cryo and membranes. If you see that hydrogen requirement is requirement for these technologies, wherein PSA is mainly 70%, and operating pressure is certainly very high because the adsorption process operate at very high pressures. Cryo, yes, of course, it takes a low concentration of the hydrogen too, but we have to condense all the impurity, which ultimately not makes as a economical viable options. Whereas third option, which is the membrane-based separations, it takes care of all the hydrogen content which are typically available in the ROGs. It operates at low pressure and the temperatures, so compared to the OPEX and COPEX is much better than the existing the technologies. So our technology is basically based on the membrane-based technology, which is a polymeric-based membranes. To understand this, we categorize in the four types. One is we are using a dense membrane, means whatever the membranes available, they are categorized in terms of porous and the dense. So in dense, we are using a glassy membrane. Second, below that, there is the gases which defines when we use the membranes, they define based on the fast moving gases and slow moving gases. That's why the limitation of the membrane is that we won't get high purity of the hydrogen, but yes, we of course get more than 90-95% of purity where we can put it to our existing hydrocrackers. So if you see the kinetic diameter of the hydrogen is 2.8 and the methane, which is a C1 molecules, it's slightly higher. So based on this difference, the membranes are getting operated. The principle behind this, as it is dense membrane, so the model basically is a solution diffusion model. The diffusivity and the solubility of the material what we selected is a prime important for the separations. Main operating parameter in this, the partial pressure difference across the membranes. The two important parameter while selecting the membrane is that we should have a high selective membranes compared to the hydrogen and the methane molecules. At the same time, the permeability of hydrogens, which is also very important to reduce the capex on the membrane side. We are using the hollow fiber membranes just because it has a high surface area per unit volume. The technology development, it categorized in the three phases. One, we select the polymers. After that, we develop our own membrane mathematical model by considering the entire range of the ROGs. And then last one is the demonstrations to get the confidence to move ahead with for the commercialization of this project. So, okay, we'll go back. These are the setups what we have developed at our R&D centers. And this is the heart of the process that called as a hollow fiber spinning machines. This is the setup available in our R&D center. So based on different polymer solution, we try to get it more high selective membranes, which can be used for our refinery applications. These are the development what we have done for the moving for the selection of the polymer to the developing the bigger high scale, the high pressure operation. These are the typical compositions what we have used in our case studies. Membrane has one inlet and two outlet. One is called as a permeate and second one is a reject. So complete mass balance being taken care at our R&D center. Once the membrane is synthesized, the prime importance is that we have to check for the pure gas permeations. Here you can see that increasing the pressures, the permeability of the hydrogen is quite maintain the constant. At the same time, what is the effect of the temperatures? Because it's based on solution diffusion model, both kinetics and the thermodynamics playing a very important role. So these are the screening strategies to screen out the membranes. Of course, the partial pressure is the important one. So we tested the different partial pressure, how the membranes are going to affect. At the last, the membrane condition or refinery conditions, how these membranes are operating at high pressures, and the permeate is also very high at 21 bar. So in subsequent slide, I will explain the brief on this conditions. So this is the basically the demonstration trial, the problem statement what we have done for our Kochi refinery. The gas which is available at 70 to 80%, which has a pressure of 35 bar. Currently what we are doing is we are just depressurizing this gas and putting to the fuel gas header. So what is our proposition is we are targeting this gas to put it to our Bharat H2 SAP membrane modules and to recover more than 60 to 70% of the hydrogen. Whatever recover hydrogen, we wanted to get it at high pressures at a 21 bar so that it can easily rotate to the existing infrastructure which are available in the refinery. The suction of the mug compressor which is operating at 20 bar. The rest which is reject side of the membrane, it has been utilized as a field gas item. If you see that the operating cost for this separation, because this is already available at high pressures and we are withdrawing at the required pressure for the refinery to seamless integrate this scheme, it end up with a low operating cost and it provide a financial benefit too. This is the pilot plant which we have installed at our Kochi refinery, which has a capacity of 50 to 100 kg. These are the two membrane models which are installed. Above that, there is a two outlet, was a permeate and a reject, which operate based on the control valves. If you see the runs, what we have demonstrated at refinery, all the runs are consistently maintaining the more than high purity of the hydrogen, whereas the hydrogen concentration initially vary from 75 to 80%. The beneath of that graph, the hydrocarbon, how it is going to reduce once it is getting incremental benefit in terms of hydrogen purity. So some of the learnings that what we have observed, the ROG is considered a least attention to from the refinery point of view. So it will always associated with a lot of liquids. You can see that the model, membrane model, bottom of that is the liquids coming out. All the filters assembly are flooded with the liquids. And because of that, we have seen a lot of damage in the membranes. From the glue point of view, glue and the SS model, there is a leak. So based on this, we strengthened our robust pre-treatment system and we demonstrated successfully for more than 3 months. The benefit, what we are trying to do is currently now, we are utilizing the entire ROG, which is available for the VGO SDS plant in Kochi refinery. We could able to get more than 12,000 metric tons of hydrogen. It provide environmental benefit, as I already said, 10 times per ton of hydrogen. It gives the financial benefit, and more important is that the payback period, you can see that less than 5 months we can get the payback period, and the selection of such kind of stream which provide a benefit to reduce the OPEX. The technology what we have seen, it's a in-house system which is a well defined. What we have developed is a membrane models which is well in line with the simulation results. We have tested for entire range of the ROG, which is there from 20% to 80%. And also we compare with the existing players which are there. And our membrane is giving us the same acceptance results compared to the other player which is available in the abroad. At this point, in India, there is no Indian companies working on it. So only the abroad peoples are available to provide this kind of solution to us. Yes, at last, yes, it's unique properties. We are working on a dual layer of the membrane, which can provide a least pressure drop. And the selectivity is also the much higher from the commercial place, what we tested. The commercial advantages, the capex, of course, as our indigenous technology, we can reduce the 50% capex, and the OPEX is significantly, you have seen that in previous slide. By selecting such kind of streams, we can get minimum OPEX also. The performance, what we tested for continuous, we are confident enough to go ahead for the commercialization of these technologies at a full scale in the refinery level. We successfully demonstrate and achieve continuous operations. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Nitin, for bringing a different angle for obtaining hydrogen. But in the case of hydrogen, when the end application is not combustion, it is the impurity probably which matters more than the purity of hydrogen, and I'm sure you must have seen those numbers in your study, particularly when you are going to experience the dynamic variation in terms of the composition which the membrane is going to be exposed to. I quickly move on to the next speaker, Mr. Lee Jonathan from Axens, and he is going to present on the integrated solutions for the drying and purification of hydrogen and CO2. So over to you, Mr. Jonathan, and the same request of keeping the time limit in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So first, I'm very glad to be here. I had a long journey from Paris, and I'm always glad to be so well welcomed in India. So this is my first time in the city and second time in India. So today I will talk about the integrated solution for the drying and purification of hydrogen. So I will focus mainly on hydrogen and based on the Axens solution. So I'll try to be quick. So let's start with the basis. So what is an hydrogen PDU? PDU means purification and drying unit. So as you can see, if we are focusing on green hydrogen, which is produced by electrolyzers, the hydrogen is not pure enough. There are still some remaining traces of oxygen and water that needs to be removed. So there are two steps. First, we have the deoxidizers, which will remove the oxygen thanks to a catalyst. And then we have the drying section, which is a temperature swing adsorption technology. And at the outlet, we'll have our dry and clean hydrogen. I will skip this, this slide because we have a very great first presentation which talked about the same thing. And so, in fact, even if we are talking about green hydrogen, the molecule itself has no color. So in fact, Axens has already several references of hydrogen purification boxes, even if at that time it was gray hydrogen. So it's hydrogen purification, in fact, is not something new, only its color changes. For instance, we had some example with gray hydrogen purification with the running plants. We had some sulfur guards to remove the H2S. We have some catalytic methanation, and also we have the usage of molecular sieve to dry gray hydrogen. So in fact, we can extrapolate those technology for the green hydrogen. So if we come back to the green hydrogen, at the outlet of the electrolyzer, today we are seeing two main mature technologies, which are alkaline and PEM. Maybe in a few years we will see solid oxide, but today we are focusing on those two main types, and you see that the quantity of oxygen remaining depends on the technology, and it will impact the exothermicity in the deoxo reactor. The more oxygen content you will have in your feed gas, the more exothermicity you will face in your reactor. At the outlet, we cool down the gas, and we go to the drying section to have a dry gas at the typical specification, which is a fuel cell mobility spec, which is 5 ppm water and 5 ppm oxygen. So if we go to the deoxo section, in fact, Axens is using his own manufactured catalyst, which is a palladium-based catalyst. So the reaction is quite easy to target. It's hydrogen plus oxygen gives water. That's why the deoxo is before the drying section, because you form water. So Axens has a lot of experience manufacturing this kind of catalysts in the field of selective hydrogenation. And so that's why we have already more than several hundreds of references of palladium-based catalysts, including replacement and repeat orders. And you might know that palladium price can fluctuate a lot, but when you buy the catalyst, the palladium can be recycled. And so you can see it as an investment because you can reuse your palladium into new fresh batch of catalysts. If we are now going to the drying section, the product we are using, which are produced by yourself as well, is a molecular sieve. So I won't go into the details, but we can have a different kind of molecular sieves, 3A, 4A, 5A, for instance, and all will give you a very low outlet water dew point. This is great for the target specification, for instance, of 5 ppm of water or less. Then for the drying section, which are very flexible, or it can be applied to both kind of electrolyzers. We have two main regeneration schemes because our molecular sieve can be regenerated at high temperatures, and we have two main ways to do that. So first, there is the wet gas regeneration diagram. So you see that here we are at the outlet of the deoxo reactor. So the oxygen has been transformed into water, and so it remains only H2 plus water. So we cool down the gas, we condense, we flush the condensed water. At low temperature, in fact, the water saturation is lower, and so the water quantity in the feed gas is lower, and so the whole unit will be smaller because you will have less water to be absorbed, so you will need less quantity of adsorbents. You will use, so it's a TSA. For this scheme, we are using 2 vessels in parallel. One is in adsorption mode, and one in regeneration. So for the adsorption, the feed goes through it, and the water is adsorbed in the molecular sieve. When one vessel is filled with water, we need to regenerate it, and that's why we are using, first, for this scheme, a wet gas stream, so before the adsorption. Typically, it's around 20% of the feed gas. Of course, you heat this wet gas, and you use this hot wet gas to regenerate and to desorb the water in the regeneration vessel. You cool down this regeneration gas, you condense the water, and you mix up again with before the adsorption, and so that you can go with the next phase. And at the end of the cycle, you switch all the bottles, and so that's why the operation is continuous. The second scheme, the main difference with the second scheme is that now we are using the dry gas to regenerate the adsorbents. So you are taking the gas after the adsorption vessel. You compress the gas thanks to a small blower or small compressor just to compensate the pressure drops of the unit. You heat it, and now you are using this hot dry gas to regenerate your vessel. At the outlet, you mix it again before the adsorption vessel, and now you have your dry gas regeneration scheme. If we want to compare both schemes, we can say that the dry gas can achieve tighter specification of water specification, because when the gas is dry, you have less water at the bottom of the vessel. But even saying that, we can see that the wet gas specification is quite good. We can go down to 1 ppm. The pressure drops through the unit is less with the dry gas, thanks to the compressor. But there is the presence of compressor, so this is a cost adding to the unit. But this compressor also gives more flexibility against feed flow variations, and it has a better turn down as well. But you will have a slightly over-design because you are recycling back this regenerated flow to the inlet, so the vessel will be slightly bigger than the wet gas scheme. These are some typical module sizes we studied. So we can go from, for instance, 100 megawatt and 1 gigawatt capacity of electrolyzers, but purification after those electrolyzers. So here are some range of magnitude of the plot area that is needed to do such purification units. And you might want to ask why having so big a purification unit, and why not multiply small PDUs after the electrolyzers. It's because we have a very good turn down. And this very good turn down allows us to only have one big PDU after a lot of multiple stacks of electrolyzers. And having one unit instead of several is a saving of costs. These are some examples of Axens did for gray hydrogen. So we have, for instance, the catalytic methanation module and the drying unit. So we can provide all the modules, and so it allows us to minimize the site at works, and it facilitates also the safety, and it will save money and time. As a conclusion, Axens can be your single focal point for everything, because we know the products, so we know the design of the reactor and the vessels, and as a technology provider, Axens also knows the process, and we have also several references of H2 purification boxes, and also we can provide the modules, and all those together, you can only talk to one single point, which is Axens, and so. All this presentation can also be extrapolated to CO2 purification, but then I will be glad to talk with you afterwards if you want. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. I quickly move to the last speaker of the session, touching a very important aspect of hydrogen transportation. So Dr. Ratan Kumar Singh is going to talk on Type 4 composite cylinder manufacturing. And over to you, Dr. Singh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries sitting on the dais, my co-panelists, and my seniors. Today I'm going to talk about Type 4 hydrogen cylinders. We have heard the previous 5 speakers about how to produce green hydrogen, how to accelerate, what are the plans. But the important thing is how we can store the hydrogen, especially the green hydrogen. Because the green hydrogen you produce is very expensive, and the world over people are imagining to produce more and more green hydrogen. But the work the people are doing, scientists are working on that to make this cost-effective green hydrogen production. Fortunately, we are sitting here in India. We are having great advantage, and hopefully we will be like one of the successful producer of green hydrogen in the world, because we have got abundant seashores and barren lands where we can generate the real renewable green energy, the solar and wind energy. So future is very good, and hope like within coming years we will be replacing the existing petrol pumps with hydrogen pumps to fuel the cars, buses and trucks. Thanks to our beloved Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi, who is like very enthusiastic and supporting these green hydrogen missions, and also the Department of MNRE, and also Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri ji is supporting the missions. So we at Composite Excellence Center of Asia, we are the knowledge and technology center to support growth and development of composite industry. Since the Type 4 cylinders is like made of composites, so we are involved in this composite cylinder technology management knowledge distributions. So we are having collaboration and tie-up with company called Aragana Tech from USA. So bringing the advanced technology and making it localized is the view or the mission of Composite Excellence Center of Asia, and that's why we are working together with Aragana Technology, who are pioneers in this field in Type 4 compressed vessel manufacturing. So they are having 4 decades of experience. They have set up 13 plants across the globe in 9 countries, and they have got the credit of producing more than 10 millions of cylinders without a single field failure. That is the credit goes to Aragana Technology. What we do at Composite Excellence Center of Asia, so wherever there is a need of any lightweight material, so composite is required there. Like windmill, if you want to make windmills, so without composite you cannot imagine windmills. If you want to make solar panels floating on the sea or any area, there you will require support, the structural support of composite lightweight material. Apart from that, green and renewable energy support, we are supporting to aerospace, defense, and like EV industries. How we are supporting these industries? Through various training programs, workshop, we organize trade fairs, also supporting the international exhibitions and conferences. Like JEC, which is happening in Paris, and also CAMEX, which happens in USA. Also, we are the technology partners to the wind energy, which is happening from 29th of this month to 31st at Chennai. We are supporting to the composite industry by training their basic manpower, like the blue collar to white collar, and we publish the generals like Sika Communique, which strengthen and disseminates the technology amongst the composite fraternity. We are one-stop solution for the composite. So we are supporting renewable energy, green energy, as well as storage, transportation of Type 4 cylinders. This Aragna technology is from USA. It is having its offices at Colorado and Los Angeles. Also, they are having an office at Bangkok. They are having more than 40 years of experience, and they are the known people for the Type 2, Type 3, and Type 4 cylinders, and that is their specialty. This Aragna technology is having tie-up with H2 Store Group. So they are the masters with their two engineering cores like MGC Engineering and Danikal Engineering. They are supporting like transportation of hydrogen, green hydrogen through trucks. So they make big cylinders and help support in transporting the green hydrogen from one place to another. So since H2S Store is associated with Aragna and Sika Composite Excellence Center of Asia is associated with Aragna technology, in India we can use their expertise of H2S Store groups. Now, we will be talking about these Type 4 cylinders. So when we talk Type 4 cylinders, so there is a inside tank which is like covered with carbon fibers to make it more strong, so that you can store from 350 bar to 700 bars hydrogen within it. Hydrogen being a lightweight material. Hydrogen is not easy to store. So it is explosive as well as it is creating permeability. To store, it is very difficult. So you need a liner within your tank to resist the permeability. And at the same time, you have to ensure safety. Since manufacturing of this Type 4 cylinder is very expensive, so it is very important that it should be reliable and also it should be durable, so you can utilize it fruitfully. So there are various international standards established for Type 4 cylinders. The major focus is to ensure safety when you are transporting green hydrogen or using dispensing. So it is very important how we will be taking safety. Ensuring safety, it's very simple word, but it is very important. It becomes a great engineering responsibility to the manufacturer, to the designer, the company, and also the agencies who validates them, who passes those. So when we talk of Type 4 cylinders, we consider the fiber strength, how we can select the best quality of fiber to give the best strength, the liners which can give us very good permeability, also the type of resin which can give the better binding, and also the designing, how better we can achieve the filament binding and the tension, so that we can achieve the best in Type 4 cylinder manufacturing. So apart from achieving the strength of fibers, we have to consider that our cylinders manufactured should be strong enough to give a long life and should not have the field failure to cause catastrophic losses to human as well as losses to the properties. So when we talk of type 4 cylinders, so we have to consider various statistical methods that we will be discussing in the coming slides, and how we can use those statistical data to do FMEA, failure mode and effect analysis, and how we will do the periodic inspection so that the type 4 cylinders which we are going to use or using, it is safe for use. Because type 4 cylinder is made with fiber, resin, and which is detrimental when you are handling them. So you can create some mechanical damage. Also, the UV rays can damage the life of the cylinder. So it's very important how we do the periodic inspection and keep it safe for the use. So here we will discuss about the 3 sigma and 4 sigma. 6 sigma you all of must be aware. So here while designing these type 4 cylinders, this Aragna technology believes in this 3 sigma and 4 sigma. 3 sigma, where to use 3 sigma and where to use 4 sigma. So 4 sigma is very specific when it is used in aerospace or undersea. When the failure of cylinder may cause catastrophic results and give big losses. So there we should go for 4 sigma. Otherwise, 3 sigma is safe for, and it is most preferred by the engineers who are designing these type 4 cylinders. So the option is between 3 sigma and 4 sigma. When you go for 6 sigma, the cost of manufacturing goes up. So important is how we can safely design our cylinders, and it should be cost effective. So in
Dr. Singh,
design,
if you can please complete your talk. Yeah.
Sure. So fiber strength, we give first priority how to select the best quality of resin. Then getting the statistical data from the fiber strength, we design the cylinder, and then we test them. And based on that, we make prototype. Again, we test them, and if it is passing, then those data are being used while we are manufacturing the cylinders. So statistical design, we have discussed that it is having four-step method. One is determining the fiber strength, then getting input from that fiber strength and making a design for a type 4 cylinder, then perform bursting test, and then continue with those data in monitoring the production while we are making the type 4 composite cylinders. So failure mode and effect analysis is very important. So once you consider what are the failure modes, how your system is going to fail, and accordingly, if you analyze the effect, so you become proactive, and you will be manufacturing. You can see in the picture, you have got type 1 steel pressure vessels. So when you are making this, steel is not going to be damaged or deteriorated by the UV, whereas the product which is made with resin, it is like prone to damage with mechanical as well as the life. So this FMEA analysis helps us in predicting the life and taking corrective actions while manufacturing, so we make an effective cylinders which can give cost effective as well as longer life, better performance. So this is a typical example of fault tree analysis which is being used in FMEA. So considering the constraint of time, we will be running through. So this FMEA helps us a lot. So whatever the standard says, like national, international standards, so if you do the FME analysis, if you incorporate those inputs in your designing, you will be making your product like which will not fail in its actual uses, and that's what Aragna does, and they have got the credit of no field failure. Even they produce more than 10 millions of Type 4 cylinders. The fire protection system, when we talk of the transportation of the hydrogen, so they have got inbuilt fire protection system which helps support when there is any fire or any leakage. Hydrogen is a gas which is not visible to naked eyes. So there are sensors being put in the fire protection systems. If there is a leakage or if there is a small fire, so they divert the direction of the gas and you safeguard the bursting of the cylinders, also damage to the properties. So it is the responsibility of the Type 4 cylinders.
Dr. Singh, if you can please finish.
So to train the responders, how to train and how much safety is to be maintained, how much distance is to be maintained. So initial isolation is 91 meter and evacuation is 800 meter downward, and evacuation for leak is 1.6 kilometer downwind. So periodic inspection and retesting is important so that you can use the cylinders, and it is the responsibility of the manufacturer to do the periodic inspection and testing. So I should be concluding at this, while designing, not only selecting the right raw material, but using a statistical method, FMEA and periodic inspection make you a safe manufacturer of Type 4 cylinders. So we organized the workshops, and we have conducted 4 workshops previously. So anyone interested, they can join the courses of 2 days where we educate the entrepreneurs, the technicians to learn each and every nitty-gritty of Type 4 cylinder manufacturing technologically and setting up the plants. So thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for covering the Type 4 composite cylinders. And I quickly, because of the paucity of time, I quickly open the floor for 2 quick questions from the audience. Please identify the speaker and you can ask the questions.
I am Shiv. Hello. Hello, I am Shiv Kumar from Reliance. My question is directed to Dr. Lee Jonathan of Axens. And the question is, out of the electrolyzer, you produce hydrogen and oxygen. How do you transport the oxygen over long distances? Can it be done in a pipeline? And how long can the pipeline be? Or is it not possible at all? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question. There is some echo. Today, normally, the oxygen from electrolyzers normally is vented, so it's not a byproduct. It's just wasted. It's vented, so no transportation. But typically, if you, for instance, for air separation units, if you have oxygen, it can be so either it's liquids and you have insulated pipelines, or if it's gaseous, pipelines oxygen can be transported through pipelines. But in this green hydrogen application, today's oxygen is not valorized. There are some tenders, there are some requests to valorize this oxygen, but we need to dehydrogenate the oxygen to be used.
Any other question? One last question, please.
Hello, good morning to all. I am Arvind from Excense. I have one question from Mr. Nitin from BPCL. Yeah, it was about the membrane used to purify your off-gas, hydrogen off-gases. I just want to, it's not question, if you have experience that, do you get any salt deposition or some polymeric material at the inlet of your membrane during this purification?
I think you are asking about the fouling of the membrane, right?
Yeah, fouling means fouling material. What kind of fouling material you get?
Fouling material will get from the off-gas. That's what our membrane fouling.
Yeah, when your off-gas is coming at the inlet to your membrane, okay, so at the inlet, even in the piping or in the band or even at the inlet of the membrane or even in the membrane, do you get any fouling, like salt fouling or anything?
Not really. Actually, this gas is only the problem with this gas is always associated with the carryover liquids. That carryover liquid, yes, may hamper the performance of the membrane. Even the good term is plasticize the membrane during the course of time. So to avoid this, we have to have a robust system which can take care of these carryover liquids. Once that is clear, I believe a membrane is working fine because it's meant for gas separation, not for liquid separation. So I have not seen any kind of the carryover, what you are talking about, the emulsion formation or something like that.
Okay, so you have no experience in Kochi VGO SDS unit to having such kind of salt deposition in this inlet line, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
With this, we'd like to close the session. I would like to thank my co-chair Sachin and all the speakers for their speeches. And back to the organizers, please.
Thank you very much. What lies ahead? Taking on these learnings forward and building on the work that has already been done. The insights shared remind us that collaboration, innovation, and investment will together define the hydrogen economy of tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, panelists and the audience, for contributing to this vital discussion. Before we wind up, we will like to present tokens of appreciation for each of our panelists for joining us here. So first and foremost, may I please request the chairpersons to present the mementos to our panelists. सबसे पहले डॉक्टर आलोक शर्मा जी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमारे प्रेजेंटर्स, हमारे पैनलिस्ट को आप mementos प्लीज प्रेजेंट करें, beginning with Dr. Ajinkya Kamath. Thank you, Dr. Ajinkya, for sharing your presentation with all of us today and enlightening us with your thoughts. Mementos लाइए. So thank you, Dr. Ajinkya Kamath. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. बहुत आभार, Mr. Sameer Saxena. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with all of us through your presentation. We have Mr. Sameer Saxena here. जोरदार तालियां समीर जी के लिए भी, हमारे सभी पैनलिस्ट के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Professor Yogendra Shastri ji from IIT Bombay, thank you for joining us here and sharing your presentation with all of us. Professor Shastri is here. जोरदार तालियां Professor Yogendra Shastri ji के लिए. Thank you, Dr. Alok. और अब रिक्वेस्ट है मिस्टर सचिन चुग जी से कि हमारे बाकी के प्रेजेंटर्स को आप मोमेंटोस प्लीज प्रेजेंट करें. Starting with Mr. Nitin Somkar. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with all of us. Thank you, Mr. Nitin. जोरदार तालियां नितिन जी के लिए. Thank you, Jonathan Lee, for addressing us and sharing your presentation and the work that has gone in that domain. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. And Dr. Ratan Kumar Singh, thank you very much for joining us here and sharing your presentation with all of us. बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद हमारे सभी एक्सपर्ट्स का जो आज हमारे बीच आए और इस सेशन में अपने थॉट्स हम सभी के साथ उन्होंने शेयर किए. Thank you, Dr. Ratan, and thank you, Mr. Sachin Chugh. May I please now invite Director Refineries from IOCL, Mr. Arvind Kumar, to please join us on stage, और Dr. Alok Sharma जी को एक token of appreciation आप please present करें. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is for our chairpersons for conducting the session. Shri Arvind Kumar, Director Refineries, Indian Oil, to please present a token of appreciation for Dr. Alok Sharma. A round of applause for Dr. Alok Sharma, Director R&D at IOCL. Thank you very much, Dr. Alok, and thank you, Arvind ji. May I please now invite Dr. R.K. Malhotra, ex-chairman Indian Oil, to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation for Mr. Sachin Chugh. बहुत-बहुत आभार, Sachin ji. We have Dr. R.K. Malhotra, ex-chairman Indian Oil, joining us for presenting a token of appreciation for Mr. Sachin Chugh. So before we finally wrap up, may I please invite all the panelists for a group picture, please. एक ग्रुप फोटो के लिए मैं सभी को इनवाइट करती हूँ, प्लीज आप आएं. And post this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be inviting all of you to kindly please join us for a quick tea and coffee break for 15 minutes. 15 मिनट का एक break है हमारे पास as we conclude this enlightening session. We will pause to refresh our minds and spirits. Please join us for a very quick tea and coffee break and informal conversations that will flow in from here. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting you for a 15-minute टी ब्रेक. मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ प्लीज़ समय के अनुसार आप 10 से 15 मिनट के अंदर वापस लौट आइए, क्योंकि हमारे बाकी सेशंस भी हैं जो हमें यहाँ पर कंडक्ट करने हैं. तो अगले सेशन की शुरुआत होगी अगले 15 मिनट में. निवेदन आप सभी से टू काइंडली बी रियली क्विक एंड बी बैक इन 15 minutes प्लीज. Thank you very much. After that wonderful session that we enjoyed, looking forward to more interactive sessions coming up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I can feel by your face, you never know where it turns
one, two. We will be beginning shortly. May I please invite everyone, all our participants, to kindly please take your seats. We are about to begin shortly. And I hope that we are feeling refreshed and we are all set to begin with the next technical session that we have specially planned on the topic of advances in biorefining and clean fuels. So ladies and gentlemen, सभी से request है कि please बैठ जाएं सभी लोग. जितने लोग पीछे की तरफ खड़े हुए हैं, उनसे भी request है कि आगे please अपनी chairs पर आकर बैठें ताकि इस session को हम शुरू कर सकें. We're already running a little late, 15 minutes late. So requesting everyone if we could please begin in time and make up for the time that we have lost during the first session. सभी से request है कि please सब लोग आकर बैठें. हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं हमारे second session को. आज के दिन का ये second session on the topic of advances in biorefining and clean fuels. Everybody, please take your seats. May I please request our panelists to identify themselves? Do we have Mr. Ramanya Gorle here? Thank you. Dr. Parmeshwar Patil? Thank you. Mr. Hemant Mishra? All right. And Dr. Sachin Kumar? Okay, so we have all the panelists here. Thank you. आइए अब शुरुआत करेंगे इस टेक्निकल सेशन की. सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज़ बैठ जाएं और जो लोग पीछे की तरफ खड़े हैं उनसे भी निवेदन है कि प्लीज़ आप सब लोग बैठें. Requesting each of our participants present here inside this hall to kindly take their seats because we are about to begin now. Requesting everyone to please take your seats. और अगर आप चाय या कॉफ़ी पी रहे हैं तो आप अपने कप्स लेकर आ सकते हैं, बैठ सकते हैं. And you can also listen to the discussions while you're sipping your tea. So may I please request everyone to take your seats. जो लोग पीछे की तरफ बैठे हैं, आगे भी बहुत खाली कुर्सियां हैं, आप प्लीज़ थोड़ा आगे आएँ. Back benchers, प्लीज़ थोड़ा आगे आ जाएं सभी लोग. It is easier for our speakers to then connect with the audience and it's always good to see the audience sitting right in the front. जो लोग पीछे बहुत पीछे बैठे हैं प्लीज़ आगे आ जाएं. ये स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट है हमारी ओर से. Because we know that when you sit in the back, it is easier to chit chat and then get distracted. So why not make most of these technical discussions and learn from them जो इनका purpose है. So these are really enlightening sessions. Why not we, take all this knowledge which will be imparted to us through this session, requesting everyone to kindly please be attentive. और कोई भी आपके questions हैं, we request you, ये बहुत ही humble request है कि अगर आपके कोई questions है session के end में, आप please अपना हाथ उठाएं. We'll come to you with the microphone. Kindly please rise from your chair. आप please खड़े हो जाएं ताकि easy हो हमारे panelists के लिए आपको identify करना. And then you put forward your question and पहले नाम लें कि किनको आप वो question पूछना चाहते हैं and then put forward your question. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we hope that we are present here back after the refreshing tea break that all of us enjoyed, and now we are all charged up for the proceedings of the next session on the topic of advances in biorefining and clean fuels. So as we begin the proceedings for this session, may I take the opportunity of inviting the session chairpersons to kindly please take their places on the dais, beginning with inviting Mr. P.S. Ravi, Director, Federation of Indian Petroleum. जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं इनके लिए. Kindly join your hands as we invite on stage Shri P.S. Ravi. He has handled a variety of roles comprising of materials management, maintenance, engineering, operations management and marketing management, played a key role as industry coordinator in successful implementation of ethanol blending program in the country from 2019 to 23. We welcome you, Shri P.S. Ravi. We also welcome on stage our chairperson, Mr. V.K. Maheshwari, AD R&D HPCL. Zordar taliyan inke liye. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Maheshwari ke liye bhi zordar taliyan. He's a chemical engineer by qualification and a refiner by profession, as he says. He's experienced in core technical work like refinery operation and commissioning, technical service in associated business domain like international trade, crude procurement, planning and supply chain optimization. He's headed integrated margin management, that is crude to customer value creation and optimization of HPCL across business units. Once again, let's hear it loud for Shri V.K. Maheshwari. Very quickly inviting our panelists to kindly please take their places on dais. We invite Shri Ramanya Gorley from Engineers India Limited to join us on stage. Zordar taliyan Mr. Gorley ke liye. बहुत स्वागत. We invite Dr. Parmeshwar Patil from BPCL to join us on stage. Zordar taliyan Dr. Patil ke liye. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands. We invite Mr. Hemant Mishra from HPCL to join us on stage. Zordar taliyan Hemant ji ke liye. And also inviting Dr. Sachin Kumar from Harcourt Butler Technical University, Kanpur. Zordar taliyan Dr. Sachin Kumar ji ke liye. So we welcome our illustrious panel on stage along with the presence of the chairpersons. And we're beginning with this technical session. May I please request the chairpersons to begin the deliberations of this session from here. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good morning. I hope I'm audible. Yes? Okay, thank you. So good morning and welcome to this session of Advances in Biorefining and Clean Fuels. Thanks to CST for having me here. All through the sessions of yesterday's 28th ETM, the key theme which was oft repeated was the future is renewable fuel, the future is bioenergy, and the future is low carbon fuels. For India to work on climate action, it's very important for us that we focus our energies on decarbonization of road transportation fuel, because that's a very large chunk which gets consumed in our country. In this aspect, like the way Honorable Minister had stated yesterday, India has achieved a phenomenal success by reaching 20% ethanol blending in gasoline 5 years in advance. Who are the beneficiaries? We all know. To start with, the farmers, who are the backbone of this country, because a large section of the population is engaged in agriculture. So they have benefited from this program. The second, it has led to investments, as well as the entire plants have been set up with equipments and materials purchased locally. So that means it is entirely Atmanirbhar Bharat. Third, the benefit is in terms of reduction in imports and thereby saving foreign exchange. And lastly, of course, we all understand the environment benefits. It's important to understand what is the success factors which resulted in this program of 20% ethanol blending becoming such a great success. The first one is this entire program was science-based in approach. Second, there were technological readiness and advances made in making ethanol in more efficient manner. And the size and scale of the plants also went up dramatically. Today, I am happy to share that we have more than 400 ethanol producers in the country, and we produce close to nearly double than what we currently consume for 20%. So that is the kind of capacities which has got established, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years of time. The next critical success factor, which is very important, because yesterday also it was being talked about, valorization of byproducts and its easy disposal. While the main product is ethanol, a sizable quantity of byproducts also gets generated. We call it as DDGS. If it is not valorized and disposed of properly, the viability of the plant can be impacted, and here also a lot of work happened. There is also work happening in terms of producing some more value-added products from these ethanol manufacturing plants. While we have been greatly successful as far as ethanol blending in petrol, we have had very limited success when it comes to diesel. There are various factors, I'm not getting into it. But however, till we find some solution for this diesel, LNG can be a very important transition fuel for decarbonizing the road transport, particularly the trucking segment. So we have a session today on that. Now coming to wastes. India generates a lot of waste. We all are aware of that. Particularly plastics. We in the oil industry do understand that with the rapid urbanization, so a lot of waste is getting generated in the cities. First is segregation is a massive problem. Even after segregation, the handling of plastic waste is a headache. Today, most of these plastic wastes are finding its way to plants like cement industry, etc., where it is only just being incinerated. And definitely that's not a great way of doing things. So today we will have a session on how do we use plastics, how do we convert plastics to fuel. So we have a session on that today. As I stated earlier, India is a big agricultural country. We have a lot of agri-mass Okay, I won't call it as waste. We have got a lot of agri-mass. If this is converted to energy or energy-related feedstocks, processed feedstocks, I'm not telling as it is, then India, there is a big opportunity for India that the energy flow which is currently happening into India can be reversed and India can become a center for the world to export bioenergy and bioenergy related feedstocks. So we will have a session on 2G related plants today. With these opening remarks, I now hand over to Mr. Maheshwari to take this session forward. Thank you, Maheshwari.
Thank you, Rav Saab. Welcome you all. Very nice to see almost quite a good presence of the participants, because probably the technical session which is being presented is of a great interest to all of you. We will take it forward as a session. My limited point on this is I am very happy to see the various subjects which has been put up. Details have been explained by Raviji. The important thing which is coming out, every one of us who are presenting today has made an attempt to do a little more than what is being done, to do a little more trial how to make these things which are futuristic techno-commercially viable. These are baby steps which are taking place, but I am sure they are going to be the foundation of the success for tomorrow. With this, we will start the sessions. We will have around 15 minutes for the presentation for each one of you. And then at the end, we will take a question answers for something like 15-20 minutes. I understand first one is promoting LNG, but I don't think the presenter is right now there. If he is able to come, we will accommodate him at the last, and we will go ahead with the program. LNG, as Raviji has told, it is going to be very important intermediary step by the time we will be able to find a better solution for diesel, for a long haul routes and long haul vehicles, including marine. We will take first the presentation on 2G bio plant troubleshooting with a novel distillation tray design by Ramanya Gorle. He is there with us, and his credentials you can see. It is written in the back, and he is from EIL and working towards design and hydraulics. So looking forward for a very valuable insight on 2G ethanol. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am very honored to be here to present the topic of troubleshooting of distillation columns, particularly when we are talking about the bio 2G ethanol distillation, which has a agglomeration issues. So today, due to unavailability of Dr. Ritesh, who is our co-author and co-inventor, so I am taking the responsibility to present the topic. So Dr. Ritesh done research in bio fields, while I work has the expertise of distillation column designs over 15 years. So with this, I would like to start the presentation of mine. I am Ramanaya from Engineers India Limited, which doesn't need the organization which doesn't need a special introduction in the field of oil and gas sector, particularly in the Indian refinery designs. So EIL has a footprint of 90%, more than 90% in the refineries, Indian refineries. So it is our responsibility to reduce the carbon footprint in the Indian sectors. So with this, we Engineers India Limited pledged for net zero for 2035. under the guidance of MOPNG. So with this, we have one of these are the outcomes of the. So when we are saying about the troubleshooting, I would like to remind that Mr. Henry Jadkister, the author of many distillation books, particularly in the troubleshooting activities. So he is globally known as Tower Doctor. So he states that in the advanced era, we are forgetting the known technology. So that is nothing but troubleshooting, diagnosing, and improving the plant operations. So with this quote, we always strive to get the idea what is happening in the existing plants. And so coming to the 2G ethanol distillations, we get the biomass from different sources. It's a like cotton, sugar, bagasse, and many other different feed stocks which used for fermentation and production of the 2G ethanol. So this diverse nature of the feeds makes our distillation column under the trouble. So particularly when we are talking about the microlignin which is getting agglomerated in the nuclear sites, like we have the sieves in the distillation trays, distillation column, tray column. So where these microlignin get agglomerated and forms a big lumps, and that chokes the distillation column and reduce the efficiency of the tar and your production as well. So with the permission of this gathering and the panelists, I would like to take the opportunity to mention that when we are talking about the troubleshooting, we have, this is also in the 2G ethanol biodistillation, 2G bioethanol distillation, we were granted patents, multiple patents, as well as when we are talking about the troubleshooting, we have patent on the CDVDU distillation. So I would like to take a brief this thing. So when we are processing multiple diverse crudes, so where we don't know the actual cut of the coil outlet temperature from the feed heater, so to maintain my required overflush. Why we need a overflush? To maintain the wetting rates at the below the bottom of the rectification zone, to maintain a better quality of diesel, removing the coloring components as well as the metal components. Similarly, when we are talking about the stripping section, due to gushing of the steam, we have the problems of tray panel dislodgement as well as the wall trays get removed, dislodged from the panels. So whenever we are operating the plants, so once the stripping section gets removed of these panels, so the stripping efficiency lost. We have to shut down this to bring them into place. So these are the some of the areas which we wanted to address, as well as the dew point of the top vapor has to be always taken care to avoid the supersaturation of the overhead vapors from the CDU. So while coming to the VDU, so similarly we have an issue with the COT. What is the actual COT? We don't know when we are going for a opportunity crudes. So that makes my maintaining the overflush, which is required to maintain the better wetting rates at the bottom of the bed. So as well as the stripping section also. So I'll close in a short minute. That we have done a novel configuration which will address a separation of the decoupling of the rectification and stripping sections. So the overhead vapor will be condensed and used as a wash oil to maintain my better washing rates, and also adds another fractionation tray across this flash zone, which is a generally flash of vapor and liquid that becomes now another stage for my better washing of the diesel and HVGO. So this configuration also avoids the steam in these rectification sections. So my overhead dew point will improve, as well as similarly in the vacuum section, I'll have a better lowest vapor. So similarly from the VDU strippers, the overhead vapor which is condensed, once it is condensed, we have most of the steam that can be recycled through ejectors to save the steam efficiency. So well, coming to the 2G the ethanol distillation, 2G ethanol distillation. So the target is ethanol blending programs. So it is our responsibility to look into the utilization of geographical areas inside to Indian crude refineries. So when we have a wide variety of biomass like rice husk, sugarcane, bagasse, these are available at different areas in a larger scales. So accordingly, we can target for the corresponding crude refinery to blend it. So, the feed agnostic nature of this biomass makes the 2G ethanol distillation column very complicated. Like for example, if you take the cotton ball shells, which makes the internals very sticky and makes the trace get clogged very easily when we are having these cotton ball shells. Similarly, like if we have the bamboo, we have a fibrous and filamentous materials which are also very prone to choke the, which will be available in micro levels, but still when they are coming into contact with the tray panels, there will be a nucleation sites like orifices, upward orifices, where it will get obstructed and get clogged and forming agglomerates. When the agglomerates are forming, if along with this feed we have traces of C5, C6 sugars, which will further worsen the agglomeration process due to their crystallization nature of making lumps. So what we had done in the 2G ethanol distillation configuration, we considered a spray nozzles which will be in a periodical manner will be cleaning your tray panels with the help of methanol and acetic acid. Methanol and acetic acid combination is a good delumping nature. So we will use this combination of this mixture to send it to the tray panels in periodical manner. So where these nucleation sites will be cleaned in a periodical manner and get cleared off and come back to the bottom of this section. And this will be going to the settling tank, from where it can go to the centrifuge, where it will remove the lumps which are defractionized into smaller pieces. This way we can collect this, remove the and maintain the clean condition of the distillation internals. So when we are talking about the feed agnostic nature, so I have a lignin varying from low to, we have classified that into low to very high. So likewise, we need to understand what is the lignin content of that biomass, so that accordingly we can customize the internals for you, and we will give the provision for that. So when we are talking about the low lignin contents, so instead of orifices becoming a nucleation site, I converted this a separate like wear kind of things, become a nucleation site for my agglomeration. So then I can use the spray nozzles to clean the tray panel. Similarly, I have a different wear notches kind of thing, depending on the nature of the other substances which are coming along with the ethanol, like dead yeast, dead enzymes, urea, in traces, of course. So based on that, we can design these internals to improve the efficiency of the distillation column. Similarly, when I'm talking about the moderate lignin feedstock as a ferment in the process of fermentation, so that will bring me like wheat straw, millets, This will make my lignin content around 15 to 20% in the feed stock, which is going to the fermentation process. Of course, it will carry the some micro lignin to the my downstream ethanol distillation point. So I have used a raised risers in the bubble cap column to make it a site for the nucleation, and then clean that. And with the help of hinge arrangements, so I can pull this all the sludges to a dedicated location where, based on their weight, it is a spring-loaded mechanism. Based on the weight, it will collect. Once it reaches to the designed weight number, that will push the solids to the sludge sump. We have a sensor mechanism also here. So once the panel twists in back downwards, so that sensor will sense, and that cleans the panels. We have another again that methanol and acetic acid mixture, which will be sprayed and cleaning this panel, which is collecting the biomass. Similarly, when we are going for the very high lignin contents, like sugarcane bagasse, jute extracts, so we have a arrangement in the feed inlet device, which will capture me. This is having a rotating blades with the corrugations on the blades to collect the biomass on the corrugation plates. And when it is rotating, due to the force, this momentum of the feed itself, that will rotate on its own. When it comes into the wash zone section, that is like separated with a partition. And this will be again washed with my delumping composition of chemical, acetic acid, and as well as the your methanol. So like as I mentioned, we have another kind of feedstock, which is gummy residues. So that also will lead to clog my tray panels. So we have used a comb kind of wire mesh that will take all the gummy materials into this zone. Once it gains the weight, it will twist, and the sensor will give signal to operate this spraying system to clean my panel. Likewise, we can also see for needle and filamentous biomass residues. So we have developed a unique internals having a mesh kind of designs, as well as the inverted V notches to collect the filamentous as well as the needle-like biomass. So when I'm talking about the silica-laden biomasses like rice husk, when you are processing in your fermentation process, you will have some entrainment of the silica into your rectification zone. That will cause so many problems in the rectification section. To avoid that, we have used a diamond-shaped disc kind of thing, which will make a curtain of liquid onto this inclined vapor horn. So that makes a curtain along this entrance of the vapors coming from this feed inlet device. So that will clean my entrained silica. So,
Ramanya, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm finished. This is my last slide. So, yeah, this way we can take care of our distillation operations be in continuous operation with a minimal downtime for the biorefineries. Yeah, this is all. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present myself.
Thanks. I think it was a very important topic which has been touched by them. It's the day-to-day operations, what is going to trouble all our 2G ethanol. Anyway, as of now, all the people know 2G ethanol technology is yet struggling. But this is one major thing which is going to solve our 2G ethanol problems. It is very interesting to understand that the team has really worked out to troubleshoot all sort of lignin biomass impact, all types of that, and what is going to be the after effect. They have covered from low lignin to medium lignin to moderate lignin to high lignin material, and the various types, and especially the silica laden. which are very, very important for our 2G ethanol plants, which are going to come forward. This is some wonderful insights which we have got from them, and probably more and more questions this will be putting up for the people, the mind, what type of solutions more can be taken. Thanks for this. Our second presentation is on waste to wealth, sustainable green silica production from 2G biorefinery boiler ash. By Parmeshwar Patil. I will request Parmeshwar Patil to come and take his presentation. In the meantime, he is from R&D, and their passion towards value creation from the technologies which are struggling to get a techno-commercial viability. It's very important. It is only the R&D scientists who are going to bring it out. Thank you. Once again, Parmeshwar, over to you.
So, thank you all. So, thanks to CST for providing this platform. So, I'm representing BPCL R&D. So, I'll be discussing about, as the session chairs already mentioned, that the valorization is very important to make commercially viable this 2G ethanol biorefinery. So, mostly I'll be discussing on the valorization of the waste which is generated in this biorefinery. That is the boiler ash, which is generated in 2G biorefinery, and valorization of that boiler ash to a value-added product, that is the green silica. So, I'll be discussing about what are the challenges we are facing for this waste valorization and how we are addressing this challenge. So, if you could see, this is the actual image of BPCL biorefinery. It is the first of kind 1G plus 2G biorefinery, where we are producing almost 200 KL of KLPD of ethanol, 100 from 1G and 100 from 2G. So, in 1G biorefinery, we have already commissioned and the ethanol is started producing, while the 2G will be commissioned soon. So, particularly in 2G biorefinery, we are using rice straw. So, this biorefinery is in Odisha, Bargarh district. So, in Odisha, the rice straw is available in both the season, Kharif as well as the Rabi. So, there are some advantages that the biomass is available round the year, and presently there is surplus biomass is available in that area. So, if you see the overall the process of this 2G ethanol biorefinery, where the feedstock, basically the rice straw, is mainly composed of cellulosic and lignin components, that is cellulose and hemicellulose, which is converted into the ethanol, while the lignin is the waste material. So, firstly, this biomass is pre-treated, where the different components of the biomass are broken down, and the sugars which are in the cellulosic and hemicellulosic form, they are converted into monomeric form. And further, using the fermentation process, ethanol is produced. So, but what happens, the lignin, which is the phenolic polymer, which is generated during the process, is currently taken up into the boiler for the energy generation. So, during this energy generation process, the ash is generated, and currently this ash is the waste for this biorefinery. So, if you see the quantity of ash generated in biorefinery, particularly in our biorefinery, BPCL biorefinery, almost on daily basis we are generating 150 tons of ash. And the disposal of ash is very important for continuous operation of biorefinery. So, currently this ash is generally goes into the landfill, and it is creating a lot of environmental challenges. And another important challenges, that is the economic challenges, to dispose this ash. So, we have to pay on kg basis around 6 to 7 rupees. So, let's say on per day basis, we have to pay around 1 to 1.5 lakh rupees just to dispose this ash. So, so we thought of that to work on this ash and make some value-added products. So, we characterize this ash using XRF techniques. So, in BPCL biorefinery, we are taking lignin cake as well as some amount of additional biomass, that is rice straw and concentrated syrup from the 1G biorefinery into the boiler for the generation of energy. So, if you see the composition of this ash is having almost 60 to 67% of silica. Apart from silica, there are other impurities are there, like Na2O, SO3, K2O, there are other impurities are there. So, but the silica is quite the important component of this ash, so we thought to extract that silica and make some value-added product. So if you see the conventional way to produce silica, the silica is generally produced from sand. And recently there are few technologies available where the silica is produced from rice husk ash. So if you see, there is the comparison of rice husk ash and our biorefinery ash. What happens in rice husk ash, the silica content is very high, almost 85 to 96%, and the impurities are very less. But in case of our biorefinery, impurities levels are very high. So the conventional technologies which are available with the rice husk ash cannot be directly implemented in our biorefinery ash. So that's why we have developed our own technology to extract silica out of it. So there are multiple steps are involved in this process, how to extract silica and produce to a grade which can be marketable at various industries. So first, as previously I have mentioned, there are multiple impurities are there. So we have developed a pre-treatment process to remove, first to remove the impurities out of that ash. So various acid-based techniques are available. We have optimized various parameters like temperature, the residence time. So at what time we can treat that ash with the various acids at various concentration. So after this process, we have optimized the process where we can remove almost all the impurities, particularly Na2O, SO3 and K2O, to get the purified ash which is having the higher silica content. In the second step, the basic chemistry is very simple, but the problem is that how you generate the grade of that sodium silicate. The second step is the generation of sodium silicate. So generally what happens in conventional process, they generate neutral grade of sodium silicate. But in our biorefineries, as there is a impurity levels are very high, generally alkaline grade of sodium silicate is generated. Why that alkaline grade is formed? Because the higher concentration of NaOH is used for the extraction process. But in our process, we optimized the process in such a way that we are getting the neutral grade of sodium silicate, and which is ideal for the generating green silica. So if you can see, this is the sodium silicate generated from the biorefinery ash. The third important step is the precipitation of silica. So what happens, silica is precipitated using acidifying agent, maybe CO2 or some H2SO4 as HCl. So but during the precipitation, and the silica is valued based on its property. If you are producing a silica gel, it has a value of almost around 2 to 5 rupees. But if you are making a silica which is having desirable surface area, desirable pore properties, then it has a value of 60 to 70 rupees. So there are various parameters are required to be monitored during this precipitation process. The important parameter is that when you are precipitating the silica, there is a formation of gel, so which results in the formation of silica gel, and which has very less market value. So for that purpose, you have to monitor several parameters as well as the your design of that precipitator. So we have developed our own precipitator where we are using ribbon type of agitators. So if you could see these 4 images, this A, B, C, D. So the last image is the D, where the silica gel formation happens. So we have to control the pH and the temperature of the process in such a way that we cannot reach that D level. We have to stop the reaction at in between B and C, where the actual silica formation takes place. So we have developed this process and scaled up the level at around 500 kg. So if you see, this is the actual trials we have taken, and we have produced this completely free-flowing silica. There is no gel formation. So this video you can see. So from this reactor, this precipitator, completely free-flowing silica is obtained. So there is no gel formation, and the pore size and desired surface area also we have achieved. So after precipitation, there is another step is involved, that is the drying. So conventionally silica is dried using spray dryer techniques, but the cost of spray drying is little bit very high. So in our process, what we have designed a spin flash dryer. We are not using that spray dryer because spray dryer requires high amount of energy as well as additional water is required for spray drying. So we have done through spin flash drying. So this is the pilot plant. We are operating this pilot plant last more than 1 year, where we are generating silica. We have supplied samples to the various industry ranging from tire, rubber, toothpaste. They have approved our samples, and whenever required, we are producing sample and submitting to the desired industries. So if you see the market of silica, silica market is generally growing, particularly the green silica market. So it has a CAGR of around 6.28%, and it is growing as the tire industry required this green silica. So if you see, tire industry has certain advantages of using this green silica instead of carbon black, because this silica help us to reduce the rolling resistance of tire. So we have done one study with CSIR Institute. Based on that study, we observed that there is an improvement of 6% of mileage of the vehicle if we use this green silica instead of carbon black. So the tire industry are interested to procure this silica from us, and we are supplied to all the major players our samples. So these are the parameters required to qualify silica for tire grade. So particularly there are majorly surface area and bulk density is very important. So if you see on the this column, for tire grade silica, it required surface area around 160 to 185. So we have achieved this parameter, but what happens when you are doing the silica precipitation and there is a gel formation, then you cannot achieve this desired surface area. So we have done these trials, multiple trials, we have produced this silica and supplied to the industries. So coming to the revenue generation, what kind of value propositions we are offering through this technology. So in our biorefinery, we are generating around 150 tons of this boiler ash, which is currently a waste, and disposal is a challenge. So if I make a green silica, which can be sellable product to the tire industry, which has value around 50 to 60 rupees. So I can generate around 122 crore revenue on per year basis. So let's say to make this 2G ethanol viable, along with the ethanol, if I consider the price of 1G ethanol, it is around 60 to 70 rupees. I have an additional product which has a market value of 50 rupees. So it will help us to make our 2G ethanol biorefinery economically viable. So with this technology, we are implementing this technology at our Bargarh biorefinery. So soon after commissioning of 2G ethanol biorefinery, we are putting up this plant to make waste valorized into the value-added products. Thank you. I would like to thank our biofuel team at R&D for all the supports, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Parmesha. It was wonderful to hear that byproduct of a byproduct is getting used for making something niche product. So the industry grade silica getting generated, which can be directly used at a feedstock for tire industry and other industry, which, as Parmeshwar was telling, and it is going to go a lot of value as something like 50 rupees per kg. It is having a marketing price. I fear the processing cost should not be more, and when the real plant will be put up, it is going to get a lot of value for 2G ethanol at a large scale production. Very interesting to see that some niche products which are coming out to make the things entire biorefinery concept and 2G especially to make it viable. Rice straw remain in abundance, and it is going to be the next feedstock. As of now, not working out, but tomorrow definitely work out with the type of improvements which my two friends have suggested. One is on troubleshooting the day-to-day operation, and another is value creation from the waste of waste. So that is something very good which is going to come out. Now for the next session, I would like to invite Hemant from HPCL, who will be telling us about how the plastic waste is getting valorized for this thing. In the meantime, by the time Hemant, he is a manager R&D there, he is FCCU expert, but how to use it, plastic pyrolysis oil in FCCU, he will be telling. Before that, before Hemant takes over, I will just tell, as Mr. Ravi has told, that slowly these things like 2G ethanol, plastic pyrolysis oil, the supply chain of collection of these raw materials are required to be built. Over a period of time, it can be built. Earlier also I have said, I have a very high confidence in Indian entrepreneurship capability who can operate it with a very thin margin and make these collections viable. Let it be plastic pyrolysis, plastic collection, let it be UCO collection, let it be rice straw collection. We have seen such systems getting established for sugar cane, some at least 50, 60, 70 years back. All those people who are having their agriculture background a little bit, they must have seen the entire ecosystem has been developed and stabilized. Nobody actually goes for rice straw, for a sugar cane logistic which is required to be there. Same way, if a little margin is there, Indian entrepreneurship will come forward and make this also work. Coming back to technicality, handing over to Hemant once again to tell about what is going to be plastic pyrolysis oil.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon all. Today I'll be talking about transforming plastic waste into fuel by demonstration of plastic pyrolysis oil co-processing in FCC unit. I'll be presenting on behalf of my team from R&D and Mumbai Refinery. My presentation outline consists of petrochemical growth and circularity, PPO characterization and experimentation, the approach that we followed for PPO co-processing in FCC unit, trial results at Mumbai Refinery, followed by way forward and summary. Now, coming to the petrochemical industry, this is driving the economic growth due to the most important significance of plastic is there in the modern economics. The global market of plastic is expected to be 5.7 trillion and it is expected to fourfold by the year of 2060. Majority of the requirements of oil and gas as well as oil and gas sector is going into the petrochemical requirements for production of this plastics. Now with this increase in the plastic, there is another problem involved of waste plastic generation. India alone generates around 9.3 billion metric ton per annum of waste plastics, where this plastic ends up in the landfills and dump sites, environmental leakages in the form of microplastics, oceanic pollutions via marine as well as fishing pollutions, and only 8% of this plastic is getting recycled. The rest is being either burned, buried, or left to degrade slowly. One of the solution of this waste plastic valorization is via pyrolysis process, where in the absence of oxygen, plastic is pyrolyzed to produce valuable products, such as one of the product is plastic pyrolysis oil. This plastic pyrolysis oil is seeing increase in growth year on year, with majority of the plastic pyrolysis oil coming from LDP, SDP, and polyolefin based plastics. India is also seeing the similar kind of increase in the demand of plastic pyrolysis oil. This plastic pyrolysis oil is a circular product which comes out of chemical recycling of the plastic pyrolysis. And this plastic can be valorized via two methods. One is mechanical, and another is chemical recycling, where mechanical recycling is just does not involve any chemical stage, and it requires mostly clean and sorted plastic, whereas plastic pyrolysis oil circularity includes mixed contaminated plastic, and it can be hard to recycle plastic can also be accommodated in this process. And this plastic circularity is limited by the contaminants, whereas plastic pyrolysis oil circularity can replace the conventional feedstock, and it can be lead to even better circularity in the process. Now, this plastic pyrolysis oil has some characteristics that are similar to the vacuum gas oil, VGO, and these are represented in these slides. So basically, the boiling point distribution of this plastic pyrolysis oil ends at similar range as that of VGO, and majority of the component of this plastic pyrolysis oil are aliphatic in nature, So it is mostly straight chain. And among these straight chain also, it is mostly consists of alkenes. So it is olefins as well as another component is diolefin, and then followed by mostly it is paraffinic in nature. But some of the issues that are that sets apart it from the VGO are the presence of the diene content, as well as the nitrogen that is present in the this nitrogen as well as chlorine that is present in this plastic pyrolysis oil. Coming to the experimentation part, so this plastic pyrolysis oil co-processing was carried out in our fixed fluidized bed setup as well as in the pilot plant, and the products were tested in gas chromatography and via SIMDIS analysis. The plastic pyrolysis oil was co-processed in the different stages of 0.5 and 5.8% in the our pilot plant. And the result shows increase in LPG as well as conversion with reduction in the resid yield or bottoms yield. Now, whatever experiments we do in lab scale or in pilot plant scale, it does not address to the challenges that are there due to the impurities in the plastic pyrolysis oil. So coming to the challenges that are involved in the PPO co-processing are, the first thing is the presence of diene content. So this diene content leads to the gum formation if it is held for some time in the vessel or during the transportation process. Then another issue is the chloride. So it may lead to ammonium chloride deposition in the main fractionator overhead, and that lead to the corrosion. Then nitrogen, so this nitrogen that is present in the plastic pyrolysis oil, it indirectly deactivates the catalyst as it is basic in nature and our catalyst is acidic in nature. It neutralizes the site. Then stability, there is a phase formation or separation between the layers in the plastic pyrolysis oil if it is kept for some longer duration of time. The density of this plastic pyrolysis oil is different from the vacuum gas oil. So it is kind of lighter in comparison to the vacuum gas oil. So it cannot be directly fed into the VGO tank, VGO feed vessel, and then it can be co-processed in the unit. And the other contaminants such as silica, soda, and phosphorus, they lead to catalyst reactivation. So these challenges were addressed, such as the main fractionator temperature, overhead temperature was maintained above the ammonium chloride sublimation temperature. That was calculated based on the chloride that is present in the plastic pyrolysis oil. A separate skid setup was there in the refinery, so that since the density difference is there, it cannot be mixed in our VGO feed tank. So a separate skid was there that was placed very near to the unit, so that the transfer of the plastic pyrolysis oil from the skid to the unit is minimized and the residence time as well as transfer time is minimized. That will mitigate the problem of diene formations. So the approach that we followed in the plastic pyrolysis oil was via a dedicated skid. We can see a dedicated skid with a storage tank for PPO containment, a hose for connecting the PPO from the tankers, and pump to regulate the flow. And in order to check the injection rate, a flow meter was installed. And with this, the PPO was directly injected to the lift stream, along with the lift stream at the bottom of the riser in the FCC unit, and it was co-processed. So this shows the overall scheme. So plastic pyrolysis oil was taken via tankers to the Mumbai refinery, and then proper MOC based on the safety considerations were carried out, and the PPO injection was carried out at the riser bottom. So these snapshots shows the MOC that was carried out for the PPO skid for the connection to the unit. Then the tankers as well as the inauguration of this skid injection, plastic pyrolysis injection into the unit. So the trial was conducted at Mumbai refinery, and all the corrosion parameters were monitored closely, and the trial was successful, and it was the trial was successful basically, and then the yields were also slightly superior than the base case, that is without the plastic pyrolysis oil co-processing. Now, during this overall co-processing time, a third-party audit was also conducted, and after the due diligence and submission of formal documents, an international sustainability carbon and credit certificate was issued to Mumbai Refinery, ICC plus certificate, via this during this co-processing of plastic pyrolysis oil in the Mumbai Refinery. And the economic viability part includes the co-processing of plastic pyrolysis increases the refinery margin based on the, if in the case of fuels, so it is slightly lesser in comparison to the if propylene is also recovered from the FCC unit via PRU. And the overall CO2 emission also reduces due to the step that is involved via the plastic incineration that goes directly burning of the plastic pyrolysis oil, rather than that plastic pyrolysis oil is coming into the refinery and then it is getting utilized in the form of fuels. Coming to the way forward, the co-processing scheme can be extended to other FCC units also, followed by the process as well as catalyst optimization in order to realize long-term unit reliability and reformulation to enhance the desired yields of products such as light olefins, propylene, and tolerance to the PPO specific contaminants. Then we can also collaborate with the partner with waste management companies, pyrolysis technology providers, and regulations to build a robust circularity among the plastic value chain. With this, I would like to summarize, like successful trial of plastic pyrolysis oil was carried out in the Mumbai refinery and no major operational issues were observed. And I would like to thank HPCL as well as CST for giving me this opportunity to speak at this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Hemant. I think it is a wonderful beginning as far as the pyrolysis oil processing in FCCU is concerned. The debate will continue whether to put pyrolysis oil to DCU, dilute coker, or should be put in FCC. But I think the beginning is well done. 5% I am sure you people will be working forward to make it 5 to 10%, how to increase it more. The challenges which going to come on the way will be also addressed. It is very, very important to see whether we can also get more and more types of plastic components to convert it to pyrolysis oil so that it becomes a natural viability for operation. Right now also some plastic pyrolysis oil work which is getting processed in various refineries to some extent, but primarily I think it is being carried out for DCU. Making it FCCU is going to bring a lot of value because the corresponding yield which we can get from FCC is going to be much higher than the DCU. So it is going to open the new way for economic viability of waste plastic and doing in the best way. Thank you and all the best, Hemant. Now we have a friend joining and expert joining from academia. The special subject which is being touched about biorefining, lignocellulose for bioenergy and bioproducts. Going once again, he is also going to touch on the similar lines, how to make bioenergy more techno-commercially viable, how to add a value to that. We will hear out Dr. Sachin Kumar, who is coming from HBTI, Kanpur, and he is associated professor there, and look forward for what academia is going to work on the subject.
Thank you, chairs, for inviting me, and thank you CHT and BPCL, organizers of this event, to give me this opportunity to present the work or my thoughts in this event. So here I am going to speak on biorefining. So as the session targets on biorefinery, accordingly my presentation is targeted on biorefining of lignocellulosic biomass. So as chairs spoken regarding biorefinery, so a single product is may not be viable option. So if we go for the multiple options out of the lignocellulosic biomass in a similar way which we do with the refinery. So in that way, we can make it sustainably viable. So if you see different conversion processes for utilizing biomass, so I have categorized in two ways. One is like biochemical processes, where we can use microbial or enzymatic way forward to convert it into products. So if you see like in a biochemical process, just a minute. Yeah, in biochemical process, because the biomass, the structure of the biomass is not easy to utilize by the microbes or enzymes. So first we go through the pre-treatment, and then we can go through the enzymatic hydrolysis and then fermentation. So out of that fermentation, we can have different products, which can be the option for the bioenergy or biofuels. There may be like bioethanol, biobutanol, and if we follow like anaerobic digestion process or dark fermentation one, then we can have methane and hydrogen, one of the options. Then if we see another process like thermochemical conversion, where we can target gasification to convert directly into gases, and that gases can be the raw material for different chemicals too, or otherwise we can run it into the engines to produce electricity, or we can combust them directly too. Then pyrolysis, we can have a bio-crude similar to the crude which we refine in the conventional refineries. So similar way we can refine this bio-crude to convert different products. Then hydrothermal liquefaction, where like biomass which is generally in wet form. So we can, this is the one of the option, like we talk about algal biomass. So actually this, when we harvest algal biomass, there is a lot of water in it. So instead of drying it or extracting the lipids out of it, directly we can go for the liquefaction. So where we can have the biocrude again. Then if we see the biorefinery concept, so there are three steps, primary steps involved. In the first step, you can see we convert lignocellulosic biomass into gaseous form. So there may be ways like we can follow anaerobic digestion, or we can go through the gasification. So we can have syngas. So in the gaseous form, we will have methane or maybe like syngas, which we can use them directly for the heating or power generation. Then through catalytic conversion, we can convert them into some useful chemicals. Then another way is the pre-treatment and fractionation. So there are three major components in any biomass, which we can call like cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. So once we fractionate them, accordingly we can, through enzymatic means followed by fermentation, we can convert it into maybe biofuels or some biomaterials or biochemicals too. Then lignin valorization. So again, lignin is not similar to cellulose or hemicellulose. It's again a complex structure. So a lot of work is going on it. There may be like catalytic one or some enzymatic one to convert it into products. So in the next slide, I will explain it. Then third way is like directly thermochemical one, where we can do liquefaction, followed by, biorefinery or biocrude. In this slide, we can see the lignin structure. So there are three types of group. One is coniferyl alcohol, synapyl, coumaryl alcohol. So this composition of these three components vary from different species to different, type of biomass. And according to biomass, we can select which product we are going to produce or we are going to target. So the products which we can harness out of it, like vanillin, glycol, syringaldehyde, syringol, so they have distinct applications. and highly demanded in the market. So maybe like confectionery, pharmaceuticals, they have very distinct applications. Then if you see why we are targeting lignocellulosic biomass, so like we know biomass grows on the earth with the sunlight and capture the CO2. So this is the natural process of carbon capturing and storage. So once we utilize it, then the same amount of CO2 will be released if we do the complete combustion. So in that way, it works like a complete cycle. Then we have different kind of biomasses or sources of biomass, mainly agricultural one, forestry, industrial one, that we can target. And then if you see this picture, it shows the different agriculture produces or the waste generated globally. So if you see the major one is the maize. So we will have the corn stover, paddy straw, soya bean, sugarcane, wheat. So if you see Indian context, like we are the largest or second largest producer of paddy. So we have most of the paddy straw available. Dr. Parmeshwar also talked about its use, like this is the major source of silica. So if you see any agricultural waste, so it's paddy straw or rice husk coming from again paddy. So they are the source of silica. Then, yeah, this picture again showing the production of paddy straw and paddy production. So we are at the second position globally. Then come to the conversion process. So here I have targeted like 2G ethanol one. So what are the technical challenges we have with this? Because still we are not able to get it on the floor. Yeah, some of the refineries or biorefineries have come up, but still they are struggling with some technical challenges. So here I have targeted like pre-treatment is must, because we have to utilize all the sugars available in this biomass efficiently. So for that, we have to follow the pre-treatment. And if you see the cost involved for pre-treatment, almost 30 to 35% of cost come from the pre-treatment only. Then there are two kinds of sugars, if you see cellulose and hemicellulose. So any microbes, or there are few microbes which can utilize both the sugars, but again there is a technical challenge of yield and productivity. So another challenge is because we have to do enzymatic saccharification and fermentation. Now both are microbial process, but again we have to do in two pots or two bioreactors. So that is again challenge. So we can target to have simultaneous saccharification and fermentation, which I will show in next slides. Then low solid loading and ethanol. So first presentation was on distillation. So that is one of the challenge, and EIL is working on it. I am happy to see that. Because the challenge is when we see after the fermentation, the titer is very low. I mean, ethanol concentration in the broth is very low, and if you go for the distillation, that will give, not give you the economical option to distill it, right? So we need to find it out how much minimum concentration is required. So that is one of the challenge, like solid loading and then ethanol titer. So let's go one by one. I guess we have limited time, so I will skip some of the slides. So pre-treatment, there are different options. Now the key challenge of utilizing multiple sugars present in the biomass. So xylose or pentose sugar is one of the challenge. So here I have targeted pathway wise, but yeah, this is too much technical, so I will skip it. Then we have find out different combinations where we can combine different steps involved in that biomass. So here, if you see like, there is a hexose fermentation and pentose fermentation. We combine, we call it co-fermentation. But when we combine it with the enzymatic hydrolysis, we can call it simultaneous saccharification and fermentation, or saccharification and co-fermentation. And if we have an organism which can utilize enzyme and can ferment too at the same time, that we call it consolidated bioprocessing. So first we are targeting to have simultaneous saccharification and co-fermentation, then we will go for the consolidated bioprocessing. Yeah, so this is different, like here we have targeted to produce hydrogen and methane. Like if we have a material, not only lignocellulose, but any material which is coming from like kitchen waste or household or MSW, where easily convertible, utilizable biomass or material is there, where they go through some, hydrolysis followed by acetogenesis or acidogenesis, then we get hydrogen and CO2 in the gaseous form, but in the liquid form we get volatile fatty acids. So they are again utilized by the methanogens to produce methane and CO2. So at the end, we will have two gases, one is hydrogen and another is methane. So that we termed like biohythane. So if you compare it with the like HCNG, so we can also have HCBG out of this, or like biohythane, which can increase the calorific value of CBG and which will be comparable to the CNG again. Then, okay, yeah, I will skip this. So, so my introduction was given like a, faculty at the HBTU. But recently I joined HBTU. Before that, I have worked at Sardar Suran Singh National Institute of Bioenergy. So this is an autonomous R&D institution under the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So I will show the work done at the SSS NIBE. Here we developed the 2G ethanol process, where we developed a microorganism which can utilize both the sugars, glucose and xylose, or pentose and hexose sugars, and at the same time it can work at high temperature so that we can combine it with the enzymatic saccharification. So I will quickly go through. If you see this slide, it can utilize both glucose and xylose, but again the utilization was slow with the xylose. Then we further developed it. I will show in the next slide. So this is another project where we developed that organism for increasing xylose utilization. So we followed some strategy by some environmental adaptation followed by some protoplast fusion. Then if you see this, we adapted that culture with the number of cycles, like 50 cycles or 60 cycles. So after that we could increase the xylose utilization. Then further, we did the protoplast fusion with the organism which is native xylose utilization. And then at the end, we could have an organism which was fused one. And if we compare here, like we could increase the yield based on, this is on the pre-treated paddy straw by alkali. Then initially, suppose there was a ethanol yield of like 144 gram per kg, which could be increased by like 237. So at the end, almost we could have an organism which can produce 300 to 350 liters of ethanol out of 1 ton of biomass. So that is on paddy straw. But on bagasse, we also did like 270, 275 liters of ethanol per ton of dry bagasse. So next project we did on biorefining of sugarcane bagasse, where we produced multiple products. So we optimized the pre-treatment where we use acid and alkali. And I will quickly go through it. So at the end, like if you see, we could reach up to like 217 gram of ethanol per kg. So it is equivalent to like 275 liters of ethanol. Then when we, so if you see this comparison, like separate hydrolysis and fermentation, so this SHF takes like 96 hours. But our process took only 16 to 24 hours to complete the process. So by this means we could increase the productivity, we could reduce use of one fermenter, like the same process we can do in a single fermenter, and we could utilize both glucose and xylose. So we have done the co-fermentation. Other than that, when we use the alkali pre-treatment, then most of the lignin could be solubilized. So if you see the lignin present in biomass, there are two types. One is acid solubilizing, another is the alkali solubilizing. But the alkali solubilizing lignin is more quantity, like 80-85%. So if we follow the alkali pretreatment, most of the lignin we could solubilize. And then we extracted it again by some precipitation method. And if you see, we could precipitate almost like 60-65% of the lignin present in the biomass. Then we further valorize it through some enzymatic followed by catalytic processes, and we could have different products like vanillin, syringic acid and syringaldehyde, and the yield is given likewise. Then whatever stillage was there out of the distillation, we use it for the biogas and biohydrogen production. Then when we followed acid pretreatment, I will wind it up. We also produce xylitol out of the xylose. So if you see this complete biorefinery picture, like 1 ton of sugarcane bagasse, we could have like 275 liters of ethanol. Then biogas, vanillin, syringic acid and syringaldehyde. Then we have also worked on biogas. So I will just skip it and then I will come to the conclusion. Yeah, this is one pilot plant we have set up in Kapurthala, and the large size of it we have collaboration with the industry and set up in Solapur. So this is for the biogas one. So here I will conclude, like if we target multiple products based on the market demand and characterization of the biomass. I mean, whatever characteristics of biomass there, and on that basis we can select the products and we can go for the biorefinery way. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sajjan. It was a lot of insight on the development which has been carried out as far as the making 2G ethanol, 2G CBG making viable. I think the best part which I could able to make out, the valorization of lignin to various chemicals, vanillin and other chemicals, as Dr. Sajjan has pointed out, and lot of work as far as the optimization of operating condition, making it 16 hours to 24 hours of fermentation time, hydrolysis time. These are going to be step by step, piece by piece, is going to add lot of value to make the entire system economically viable. Some good work has been done from the scientific community side, academia side, and the industry is coming by the virtue of experience which industry has gained in last few years. I think that when the both are going to join hand, it is going to come out something useful, something fruitful. With this, we will open the question answer session. I will encourage all of you to be benefited by the various faculty and various technicality of the people who are sitting right now on the panelist. Looking forward for the question answers.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Just wanted to understand, in one of the processes you suggested, there was a pre-treatment.
If you can just, it is difficult to listen out to you. If you can just stand up, tell your name and from where are you. It is easy for the panelists to connect with you directly.
I am Saurabh Kapoor. I am from HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. Just wanted to understand a comparative between the processes which we are developing similar to the pulp and paper industry. Because there also they process the wood and the agri residues and all for extraction of cellulose and all. Nowadays we see a lot of bamboo fiber coming into the market. Possibly that is what is imported. So our processes, what we are talking about, are slightly different from the one we are seeing in the market, and how it is different from the pulp and paper industry. Especially when you say alkali treated paddy straw. And
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, so if you compare the pre-treatment process with the pulp and paper, so in pulp and paper mostly alkali process is being used. Some echo is coming. Can I come there? So in pulp and paper, people use alkali, mainly NaOH and some mixture of hypochlorite or something. And they don't bother to recover it or, to recycle it. So it is, once this process is done, then you will get the black liquor. Okay, and that black liquor is being used as a fuel for the furnace. Okay, but when we talk about the sustainability and we talk about the biorefinery, we are also targeting to choose the process which is again sustainably viable, or we can recycle it or recover it, so that we can, environmentally it can be the green process. So that's what in my presentation I targeted utilizing ammonia. Ammonia is the alkali for the chemical, pre-treatment, where ammonia can be recycled and can be reused. Thank you.
Thank you. It must be addressing the requirement. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. I am R.K. Jha. I am former Executive Director, Refinery Head of IOCL Barauni Refinery. Now I am working as Senior Vice President, Green Initiatives with Himadri Specialty Chemicals Limited. My question on the plastic use for the FCC feed. I know that this was done long back in Digboi Refinery, but I noticed that your bromine number was very high, 58. So does it have any impact on your diesel make from FCC?
Sir, you mentioned RON 88?
Bromine was 58.
I think the organizing team can have a look, because we are getting a lot of echo. Getting a question properly, we are not getting.
Your bromine number was 58.
Bromine number?
Bromine number.
Okay, so bromine number in our case, like the plastic pyrolysis oil we selected was lesser, it was around 58. But it can be mitigated since it's a indirect measurement of dyes. So dyes can be mitigated via, if they are there, then antipolymerants or partial hydro treatment can be done if we are going for at a scale of plastic oil processing. So these things can be mitigated via pre-treatment processes.
Okay, thank you.
Lot of biorefiners sitting here. If anybody, the right people are there to connect you and address your questions. Lot of development has taken place. Thank you. Thank you for everyone joining. I will hand over to Mr. Ravi for concluding the subject.
Thank you, my fellow panelists, for giving quite a good insight into each part of the technology and the use of it. I would now just conclude by telling thanks to the delegates and the participants who are here for a patient hearing. Over to the organizers.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for their valuable perspectives and knowledge that they shared with all of us, and to our audience members as well for your keen engagement and curiosity. Well, advances in clean fuels are not only reducing emissions, as we all know, but also building a resilient and diversified energy economy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's carry forward this momentum and translate these ideas into action. Before we conclude, may I please request the chairpersons to kindly please present tokens of appreciation and gratitude to each of our presenters, our panelists, speakers for the session. And सबसे पहले request करते हैं श्री PS रवि जी से कि वो present करें हमारे ये जो panelists हैं उन्हें tokens, beginning with Mr. Ramania Gorle. Please join hands, ladies and gentlemen, from Engineers India Limited, Mr. Ramania Gorle, for sharing his interesting presentation with all of us. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. We thank Dr. Parmeshwar Patil from BPCL for sharing his enlightening presentation with all of us. Dr. Parmeshwar ke liye bhi zordar taliyan. Let us thank each of our speakers for their valuable sharings with all of us in this session. Thank you, Dr. Patil, and thank you, Mr. P.S. Ravi. May I now request Mr. V.K. Maheshwari to present tokens of appreciation to Mr. Hemant Mishra from HPCL. Thank you for sharing your presentation with all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Hemant Mishra. Zordar taliyan Hemant ji ke liye. And Dr. Sachin Kumar. So, token of appreciation and gratitude from our side for each of our presenters for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of advances in biorefining and clean fuels. Thank you. And after this, I will be inviting Executive Director, Ethanol Blending and Biodiesel from BPCL, Shri Anurag Saraugi, to kindly please present tokens of appreciation to our chairpersons for the session. Beginning with Mr. P.S. Ravi, Director, Federation of Indian Petroleum. A round of applause for Mr. P.S. Ravi, ladies and gentlemen. And we also thank Mr. V.K. Maheshwari for joining us in this session and adding value with his suggestions, thoughts, views, ideas. Thank you very much to our chairpersons. A round of applause for all the speakers and presenters of this session, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a group photo before we finally conclude. This calls for a picture-perfect moment with all our presenters joining us for a group picture. Indeed, a moment to remember for all of us. So we are very well in time. We've been able to match with time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to pause now to recharge not just our minds but our bodies as well. A sumptuous spread awaits all of us, and now time for lunch. We have a 1 hour break for lunch. We will resume and reconvene at 2 p.m. for further sessions. We request you to kindly please come back in 1 hour. We request you कि 2 बजे सब लोग वापस आ जाएं और 2 बजे हम अपना थर्ड सेशन जो है आज का वो शुरू करेंगे. और अगर आप में से subsequent sessions के panelists यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, if we have any panelists, speakers for subsequent sessions, kindly identify yourselves and contact our team, please. We are waiting for our subsequent session panelists to please let us know if they have already arrived. We request you to kindly identify yourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, with this we break for lunch. We will reconvene in 1 hour. See you at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Check, check. Check, check one, check.
is forward, this is backward, and pointer is this. This button is the pointer.
बट ये ऑपरेट कैसे होगा? ये हमें करना होगा.
हाँ. I've not given you the.
हाँ, वो तो मैं समझ गया, देख.
Front, back.
बड़ी ऊपर.
1. So before we begin, may I please request the panelists for the next session to kindly please identify themselves. Do we have Mr. M.K. Biswas? I guess he's right here. Mr. Satyam Pradarshi, the chairperson. Okay, we're waiting for him. Do we have Mr. Corbett Center? Mr. Shailendra? Mr. K.B. Srinivas? Mr. K.B. Srinivas, are you here? Okay, we're waiting for Mr. Srinivas. Mr. Sadiq Arife, Ripal Joshi, and P.K. Taneja. Okay. P. Adiga. P. Adiga. So, are you there, sir? Do we have Mr. K.B. Srinivas present here? Okay. Do we also have from 8 Rivers Capital, Mr. P. Adiga? Are you here, sir? Requesting everyone to please take your seats. And we have a few participants who are just walking in. May I please quickly invite everyone to take their seats so that we can begin with this session. This is technical session number 9, and this is on the topic of ESG integrated refining. We are about to begin. May I please request everyone to be seated. And also, we are getting a request, if we could please put our phones on the silent mode, all of us, to maintain the decorum of the session that we are about to begin. May I please request everyone to put their phones on the silent mode. So hope that everyone enjoyed the sumptuous spread that was being served during lunch, and all of us are now refreshed and recharged for the subsequent sessions that are now going to begin. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back everyone. May I please request everyone to take their seats. We have a few participants just walking in, and this is the time to begin with this technical session number 9 on ESG integrated refining. So I'm just waiting for a heads up from the team. Good to go. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back everyone. सभी का फिर से बहुत स्वागत है. आइए शुरुआत करते हैं इस सेशन की और सबसे पहले chairpersons को invite करेंगे. I take the opportunity of inviting the chairpersons of the session to please join us on the stage first. Inviting Mr. M.K. Biswas, E.D. Gale to please join in. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. A round of applause as we welcome Mr. M.K. Biswas. Executive Director Gale to please join us on the stage. He graduated as chemical engineer from IIT Kharagpur in the year 1989 and joined Gale in the same year and was involved in project commissioning, operation and technical services department as head of the department of LPG plant of Gale. He was involved in various projects of petrochemical plant of Gale, Pata in UP and BCPL Dibrugarh in Assam and wind energy projects in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. He's also been trained at several institutions of repute like the ISP Hyderabad, IIM Kolkata, etc. And currently, as we know him, he's the executive director in Gale with 36 years of experience and as a board member of GMPL, a subsidiary of Gale and chief risk officer of Gale. We welcome you, sir, on stage, and you're the chairperson for this session. Just checking on Dr. Satyam Priyadarshi. Are you here, sir? So we'll move on. So inviting the panelists now to please take their places on stage, beginning with Mr. Corbett Center from BASF India Limited to join in a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Corbett on the stage. A very warm welcome to you. So technical papers will be presented by our speakers now. Mr. Corbett is here, inviting Mr. Shailendra Guryani from Topso India Private Limited to please join in. Shailendra ji ke liye zordar taaliyan. बहुत स्वागत है. We invite Mr. KB Srinivas from IOCL R&D to please join in. जोरदार तालियां. श्रीनिवास जी के लिए और तालियों में थोड़ा जोश होना चाहिए. We have just returned from lunch and I think we do have some energy. Inviting Mr. Sadek Arifi from Orkan Energy Germany on stage. A round of applause for Mr. Sadek. Requesting Mr. Reepal Joshi from Maitwa Aqua Solutions Private Limited to join us on stage. A round of applause for Mr. Reepal Joshi. And requesting Mr. P. Adega from 8 Rivers Capital to join us on stage. Zordar taaliyan in sabhi ke liye, ladies and gentlemen. Please join hands for the wonderful, illustrious panel that has joined us on stage now. So, we begin with the proceedings of the session from here, and we have an eminent personality, Mr. M.K. Biswas, ED Gale, who will be serving as the chairperson for this session. May I request you, sir, to please begin with the session proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the introduction for all the presenters as well as the speakers here. And I hope this is the time to get ourselves involved in some deliberation, some discussion for some kind of decision. Of course, after that deliberation and discussion. Being the chairperson of this particular session, which is basically to see that how the ESG is integrated in the refineries of India as well as global perspective. And being the chairperson, again, I would like to first welcome all of you in this session number 9 in Hyderabad. And mostly I find that you are from outside India also, so I must welcome as a chairperson of this session to India. And if you are the first timer, I will say that yes, this is one place that you can also enjoy and see that how the discussion can become a very fruitful discussion for the decision-making process. So with the presence of all the dignitaries on the dais, and all the speakers here on the dais, I must say that ESG has become very, very prominent and very, very important, not only now, it was there, it will be there in future in a big way. And the refinery, how it can integrate the ESG perspective as well as the ESG parameters, that is the kind of challenge, that is a kind of opportunity at the same time. It is a risk. At the same time, it has become opportunity for others also. So therefore, without taking much time, as because my partner has not come or yet to come, I must say that you are all most welcome to this session. And as all the speakers, they are from big industries, naming the BSF, the Topso, the IOCL, the Orkan, the MITE TWA as well as the 8 River Capitals are all well established and well known organization, company. So we must say that their presentations are likely to be a very, very insightful as well as meaningful one. So therefore, without taking much of time, I must say that this is the time to get ourselves involved for the fruitful and meaningful discussion with our presenters. Now I would like to request, without taking much time, the BASF, Mr. Corbett Center, to have his presentation, if you are comfortable and if you are okay with that, to start with. Over to you, Mr. Corbett.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me move this up a little bit. Hopefully you can hear me okay. As our esteemed moderator mentioned, I'm Corbett from BASF. I'm based in Germany, but I am the marketing manager covering what we refer to as the Eastern Hemisphere, which includes India. And more specifically, I'm part of our refinery catalyst team, which means we're dealing with catalysts and additive products which are used by FCCs across the world. So, change off my bio, hopefully. Oh, sorry. And yeah, as we change, I mean, other info on my bio. Prior to this, I was based in the US, still in the refinery catalyst group, but in more of a technical service technology manager role. So no matter where in the world I go, I can't seem to get away from the world of FCC, which I think is actually a pretty good thing. It's a very interesting process. All right, great, thank you. Yeah, so today I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much to the CHT for allowing me to be here and to talk about what I think is a very exciting topic. which is Transforming Crude into Value, FCC Innovation for Petrochemical-Driven Refining. Now, how this will go, so the first part I don't think will be new for any of you if you've been paying attention in the sessions this week. So what we're going to first cover is how the future demand looks like for fuels and for chemicals products, and why there might be some incentive for refiners, and again, in our case, specifically FCCs, to think about how they can shift their traditional product slate into more of the chemical directions. Now, it's great to want to do that, but you need to be able to do that. So that's, I think, when some of the more interesting part of the presentation will come in, where we will talk about how you can do that. And of course, being a catalyst company, we will talk about the catalyst aspects that could help support that transition, but we'll also touch on the different hardware options that you could potentially think about, different FCC process conditions that you can optimize, and even some feed considerations that you need to have. And really, I think what I want you to take away from this is that all of these things, these 4 high-level categories that I named, they need to work together to help FCC operators achieve this goal. And then finally, we'll actually end with a couple case studies in which we think we effectively combined catalyst technology with some of these other factors I named to really maximize chemicals yield from an FCC. So we'll get into it. Okay, so starting with maybe traditionally, historically, what an FCC was thought to do. Someone correctly pointed out yesterday that the FCC was first built in the 40s as a means of supplying a lot of aviation fuel to help the war effort. But fast forward 10 years later, the war is over, economies are booming across the world, our countries are rebuilding, there's a lot of people driving. People realize that the FCC is a really nice process for actually maximizing good quality gasoline, but also to some extent diesel as well, to help fuel transportation across the world. And so at least initially, we know it's not the case today. Today, a lot of those lighter products that you see, the LPGs, the off-gas, they really were just considered a bit of a fuel source within the refinery. There's several headwinds, though, as I think we've all heard, facing fuel demands globally. Not necessarily in India yet, but specifically if you start to think of places like China, Europe, even the US to some extent, though maybe not as rapidly, the best days of fuel demand might be behind them, or maybe they are not too far away. And that's due to things like higher engine efficiencies in ICE vehicles, the growth of electric vehicles that we've seen in China and Europe especially, and then an increased focus on things like biofuels and meeting emission standards, which, again, transportation fuels aren't going anywhere as a whole, right? It's going to be a very gradual growth and then decline globally, but there are some headwinds to where you wouldn't consider them to be the major growth area in the world moving forward. So, again, it's the time, and I've seen it across all these presentations, the time is here to start to think about alternative products that can be made from an FCC. And I won't belabor these quantitatively, the numbers aren't important, but qualitatively, they're going to agree with a lot of other charts that you've seen today and yesterday. The outlook for petrochemicals is much more positive in terms of growth compared to transportation fuels. What I've found here are a couple just open access, publicly available demand charts that you can see. One looking at global demand in the world, the other, we're in India, focused on India. And in both cases, you're going to see pretty significant growth, even in just the next 5 to 10 years, I think is the scale shown on these. So again, it's not a super complex logic problem to think through, okay, well, transportation fuel demand isn't growing so quickly, chemicals demand is. What can we do with our FCC to help to maximize the chemicals demand and be in a better position for the market in the future? Okay, so I mean, what I'm showing is not particularly revolutionary, as I think many of you know and most FCCs across the world have done. They're not just putting their LPGs as a fuel source for the refinery anymore. There's separations that can occur to get butylenes, propylenes, even ethylenes. And depending on where they want to sell these products, there's different degrees of purities that they can give to all these products. So when we think about, before getting into some of the more complex integrations that an FCC can have with a refinery today, these are really the products that we're trying to focus on maximizing out of an FCC, the lighter C4 to C2 olefins. And what I'll go through in the next couple of slides is, again, the different parameters that you need to think about. Yes, with catalysts, that's what we do, but also with some of your other operating, hardware, and feed considerations. But we will start with catalyst, because again, that's probably what I have the most that I can talk about. So, you know, there's a lot of ways you can think about a catalyst system. The way we've chosen to show it here is in terms of the, maybe what you would call the traditional catalyte zeolite phase, so zeolite Y. And then also you can go further down the chart there and see some sort of additional zeolite phase. In this case, we're showing ZSM5. So if you're not familiar with FCC catalyst, zeolite Y is very good at taking your HCO range material in the middle there, maybe some of your heavier LCO range material, and cracking that, basically taking these larger hydrocarbons, breaking them into smaller range hydrocarbons, which will give you your gasoline, your LPG, maybe even your C2s, C1s, right? There's things you can do with your actual base catalyst design. So again, there's zeolite Y to actually really shift things towards these lighter products, which we want to do if we're going to maximize chemicals yields from an FCC and from a refinery, right? If you have learned about FCC or catalysis, I mean, one of the first things you learn is that decreasing rare earth is better for these light products in terms of selectivity, right? However, there's a trade-off. So you do that too much, you start to lose activity. So what you want to do is think of ways that you can actually decrease the rare earth on your catalyst while potentially doing things like maximizing the surface area, right, to maintain catalyst activity. If you're dealing with feeds that have a lot of metals, you can think about using metals passivation technologies, really all with the goal of giving you a lot of activity, but still being able to maintain that higher olefin yield from your product slate. But there's only so far you can go with just adjusting your base catalyst. And that's why with refiners who really want to get serious about maximizing their light olefins products, you start to think about other types of zeolite phases you can use. And one of the most well-known ones is ZSM5. And what this does is it is very good at cracking your gasoline there in the middle further to light olefins products into your C2s, C3s, C4s that, again, in this scheme, we're really trying to maximize, right? However, again, the answer is not just turn the lever and go to 100% ZSM5. That's because you're really going to need a lot of gasoline, olefinic gasoline available to crack to these further light olefin products. So again, it becomes a design and balancing aspect that hopefully any refiners out there would work with us or one of the other catalyst suppliers on to really try and optimize the overall catalyst system to make sure that you're, yes, getting a nice light olefin selectivity, but that you're not diluting your catalyst, your base catalyst, your ZSM5, or excuse me, your zeolite Y catalyst activity so much to where you just start to run out of gasoline that secondary zeolite phase can crack. Okay, that's probably all on the catalyst for now. What this next slide is meant to show, and I won't cover every point in detail just in the interest of time, but yes, we can do a lot with the catalyst, but you really need to try and consider all of the tools at your disposal and how they're going to work together towards this goal. Again, I sound like a broken record, but it's always worth drawing it back to the objective of making these light olefins products from an FCC, right? One thing with feed, I mean, to do this, you want high conversion and you want a very crackable feed, a feed with high hydrogen to carbon ratio. I mean, that's great if you can do it, but as those of us who've been around FCC know, the FCC is often taking whatever feed they're told to get, and it's usually not so nice. But that's okay. There's other levers you can pull, pull. So there's certain process conditions in the FCC, right? So yes, there's things like maximizing your ROT, trying to maximize your catalyst oil to push conversion, but also a very important factor is your hydrocarbon partial pressure in your riser. And that's because, again, within an FCC riser, there's always going to be a few different competing reactions. The one we want to happen is catalytic cracking, One of the ones we don't want to happen is hydrogen transfer, because that tends to lower the amount of olefinicity and lower the amount of these light olefin products that we're showing here in the circle. And what we see and can be explained by some chemistry principles is that keeping a lower hydrocarbon partial pressure tends to allow the cracking reaction to proceed at a faster rate than the hydrogen transfer reaction. Again, the final kind of, I guess, pillar maybe we've divided it into is process technology. Again, we don't design FCC processes. We've seen a lot of them, so we can hopefully speak to them and help make sure that you have the right catalyst to work within that. But I mean, there's interesting things you can do, like secondary risers, which reroute naphtha through and crack further to light olefins. Something like a cat cooler is interesting, particularly if you have a very nasty feed. That helps you to keep your regen cool, your catalyst cool, and you can actually get a higher cat to oil. But again, it's as I said on the previous slide, there's no just one lever that you turn completely and expect to have just tremendous yields of light olefins. You need to make sure that these factors are all working together, because with every step you take, there's going to be a trade-off somewhere else. Okay, and then this scheme is just, I think, meant to show that as an FCC, as a refinery, if you really want to get ambitious and not just get all your petrochemical precursors from light olefins from the FCC, you can think about some other interesting steps you can take. So you could think about taking your naphtha, putting it through a reformer, and that can be a good way to get things like BTX and other aromatics, right? So it can basically start to dehydrogenate and rearrange, and you can get some aromatics via that method. LCO, that's what typically would go into your diesel pool eventually. Well, one thing you could think about doing is hydrocracking it, and that's basically going to prepare it to be a good feed to go through a reforming type of process. Slurry is interesting. I mean, there's a couple things that you could think about. It could go through partial combustion as a means of making carbon black. Carbon black is something which could be used in things like pigments or other fillers, or it could go into like some sort of coking process and make what's referred to as anode grade coke, which can be a pretty important raw material for certain alumina production processes. So again, I mean, this is all very ambitious, but in theory, if you could pull this off, this is some way that you could get your chemicals from FCC to in the 85 to 90% range. Okay, so now the last few slides here, we'll get into the actual case studies that we wanted to cover. So this first case is a FCC in what we refer to as the Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. And so they really had a couple objectives. I mean, number one was maximizing propylene, right? However, the petchem facility, which they were integrated with and selling to, had a high value, a high want of butylenes as well. So really getting both of these yields would be viewed as a positive thing. I mean, again, I referred to it earlier, the challenge was the feed. They don't have a very nice feed. It's 100% straight run atmospheric residue, a lot of con-carbon, high metals. So clearly it's not going to be so easy to get these yields that they want, right? So what happened, without getting into the full details of the trial, from a catalyst perspective, the best solution for them was in our MFT product technology platform. So this is a platform that does some of these things I talked about, right? It has good metals passivation to deal with the difficult feed. It effectively allows you to balance this low rare earth with high surface area to maintain activity. But I think the most interesting part, which is what allowed it to be well suited for this application versus some of our other options, was the fact that it uses multiple zeolitic frameworks. Specifically, there's a zeolitic framework that it uses that is not just good as making propylenes, but actually has really nice selectivity to butylenes as well. And what they were able to see was at riser yields below 550 C, but using a secondary riser that was present in this design, they actually got very nice increases in propylenes, butylenes, and gasoline octane, and were able to get propylene yields above 13% and C4s above 11%.
Corbett, you have got 2-3 minutes more.
3 minutes? That's perfect. So this will be the last case study, and then I'll wrap up. So just very briefly, this was a slightly different case. Different in that it was more of a conventional FCC design, didn't have the secondary riser. Little easier, much easier feed to process. And their goal really here was just pure propylene, right? Well, their main goal was propylene, let's say, but butylene's not as important. So in that case, we decided to go with our maximum propylene solution catalyst. Again, the feed wasn't as hard to deal with, so we didn't have to worry so much with metals passivation, and it was able to be designed to really focus more on propylene versus butylenes. So this slide here, I won't get into the details. I think it's just meant to show that, we have, no matter your feed type, your product yield goal, a catalyst that should work well for you. I've tried to highlight the ones that are more in line with the lighter olefin yields that I was discussing earlier in the presentation. So wrapping up, I didn't need to convince you, I think, if you've attended this conference, that there is a lot of reason to think that shifting FCC yields from, not ignoring fuels completely, but more towards lighter chemicals in the future exists in a lot of the market research that's out there. Hopefully I've shown you that, yes, catalyst plays an important role, but by combining catalyst with several of these other FCC parameters, you can actually do some pretty interesting things in terms of shifting your FCC yields into more of these lighter olefinic products. And I think what's great about an FCC unit is there is this flexibility. So in theory, yes, you could start to shift more towards this chemicals direction, but there are going to be times when maybe the market isn't so great for chemicals. You can also back that off and make more fuels as well. So I'll leave it with that and leave some time for other presenters. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, Corbett. I think you have covered many things of BASF latest FCC, RFCC catalyst, how it can be taken care of for the better efficiency, better product, better different kind of products to take care of with your latest technology. And you also touched upon how to maximize the production by selectivity of the catalyst that you have nicely covered. Again, it's a very insightful and very thought-provoking, presentation that you have covered. We are all, enriched by your presentation that you have given. Thanks a lot, Corbett. Very, very nicely covered. Thank you. Now we will go to Mr. Shailendra, who is from Topsoe, who is also a very renowned personality, and the company is also very, very well known. And Mr. Shailendra, I will just leave this floor for you to start your presentation. The presentation will be for 15 minutes. And if there is any question and answer, we will take up maybe after some time. Over to Mr. Shailendra.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here and talk about the topic which has a very significant importance for most of the refiners. I am going to talk today idle to impact, how we can repurpose the existing idle hydrogen assets, how we can convert into a valuable assets which can make more profit, keeping sustainability in mind. So in past, refiners has installed a small capacity hydrogen plants based on their requirements. But the hydrogen demand is increasing day by day. The reason for hydrogen demand increasing, environmental restrictions are going hard, and refiners are increasing the capacity day by day, and they are also looking for the future expansion plans. So the hydrogen demand is surging. So refiners, they have installed a medium or large size hydrogen plant. In this process, what happens? In this process, the smaller hydrogen plants has become idle, but they have all the valuable equipments like desulfurization, reformer, and purification section. They become idle. Now the question is how to reutilize these hydrogen plants to make a valuable assets. And as a Topsoe, we propose to go for a repurpose, make a valuable chemicals from this, and as I mentioned, keeping sustainability in mind. So we can utilize CO2 or recycle CO2, and it is integrated with carbon capture unit as well. So we suggest to convert into a HYCO plants. So why HYCO? Because syngas is a versatile raw material for various chemicals. Example, first one is oxoalcohols. Oxoalcohols is used in a surfactants, adhesive. It's an intermediate product for surfactants, coatings, and PVC also. And acetic acid. Acetic acid is used as a food preservative, and acetic acid is also used for industrial cleaning. And we can also produce from these methanol and DME. Methanol can be used as a fuel, and DME can be blended with diesel and LPG. And all these chemicals we are still importing and has a growth rate of 8 to 10% for next 2 decades. And key benefits for producing these chemicals, but it depends upon clients, what they wanted to do. Because your profit margins will be better, we are converting idle assets into a repurposed HYCO plant. And these idle assets, either they are unutilized or they are not running. So if you are going for a revamp, the efficiency will increase because we are targeting to run at 100%. Apart from that, we can use the modern techniques, modern process controls, upgraded catalyst. And the main point is sustainability. You can utilize the CO2 which you are venting into the atmosphere, you can utilize this to produce a CO. This is a typical SMR hydrogen plant which is idle now. It has a desulfurization section, and it has a reformer, and it has a shift section, and it's a purification as a PSA. So I'm going to tell how we can convert into the HYCO. So we can go with 2 options. Option 1 is we can add the CO2 upstream of reformer. This is applicable when you need a high hydrogen to CO ratio, but in this case, higher S/C ratios are required. The another option is we can add CO2 the downstream of reformer with topsoil technology of reshift. I will cover in later slide, and this is applicable when you need a low H2/CO ratio, and here low S/C is required. This is a typical hydrogen plant. So what we are doing here, so we are importing a CO2 from the battery limit, and also we have added a CO2 removal section, and you can recycle all this CO2 the upstream of reformer. And in purification section, there are multiple options. It depends what product you want. If you want a CO, pure CO, then you have to put a cold box, and you can put a membrane also if you don't need a pure CO, and you already have a PSA. If you need a syngas, you can modify the PSA a little bit. And this graph I am showing you in y-axis, you can see it's S/C, steam to carbon ratio, which is very, and in x-axis, as you go to the right side, it means you are adding more CO2 and you want to produce low H2/CO ratio. But there is in reformer, as you all know, as a refiner, there is a chances of carbon formation. This black line shows where the carbon formation, here the carbon is formed. And so you have to keep your operation above this line. So that's why I'm saying this, if you are adding CO2 upstream, this is applicable when low H2/CO. You need a low H2/CO. But we have other option also when you need a low H2/CO. In this case, we are adding a CO2 in downstream of the reformer section. Here we are preheating CO2 as well. And we have added one more reactor. It's an adiabatic reactor. And the temperature range is approximately 800 degrees centigrade here. And here you can produce a low H2/CO ratio. And in purification, you have to add CO2 removal section as earlier. And purification section, as I mentioned earlier, Means it depends upon what product you need in downstream. If you means syngas, pure CO, or pure hydrogen. So this is our adiabatic reactor. It's a refractory line. You can see there is a distributor at the exit. And its catalyst is same as the reformer. It's running at low S/C ratio. And in this case, you can produce hydrogen to CO ratio from 5 to 2.5. This is the graph I have shown you earlier. But if you are adding this new reactor, then your carbon formation limit, this line goes down. It means now you can operate here also. You can produce low H2/CO ratio. This is your operating point for SMR. And if you are adding this reactor, you can reduce the S/C ratio and you can operate here very well without any carbon formation. So this is these are the two options, and now I am going to tell about the case story which we already commissioned the Indian Oil. We have already converted this hydrogen plant into a HYCO at Indian Oil Gujarat. They are producing a butanol and the downstream. The capacity of this hydrogen plant was 15,000 Nm3. And they want to produce syngas and hydrogen separately, no CO. And here CO2 is captured in the amine-based CO2 captured from BASF itself. We did a study a few years back, but then this project moves to execution, and now the plant is running successfully. And what we did here, we have added a CO2 removal section here, and we have recycled back CO2 the upstream of reformer, because here we need a high H2/CO ratio. So and there was some modification done in a PSA, and hydrogen product and syngas product, it's a separately we are producing. This plant is 20 years old, was commissioned in 2006, but it was become idle after 2020 BS6 implementation. This is the first of this kind of reference in India. And earlier the capacity was 15,000 Nm3 hydrogen production, and post revamp it is producing syngas of 8,500 Nm3, and it's producing hydrogen as well. And it was commissioned in 24. And the main advantage of this is the major capex was saved, because reformer was utilized, upstream sulfur removal section was utilized, and PSA, there was only few modification was done. And there is no separate land is required for this, no additional manpower required. The same manpower can be reused in this HYCO plant. And the best part is CO2 emission was reduced 65%, because CO2 is now recycled to upstream of reformer, and we have already commissioned, means PDTR has successfully done, and it was a great example of collaboration between Topsoe and Indian Oil, and we have a team from Indian Oil. Also, if you have any question with respect to this plant, you can ask. Ms. Mau Mandal is there. So at the end, in a summary, what I wanted to say, if you are going for a repurpose from hydrogen to HYCO unit, so you are going for a sustainable solution, you are reducing the CO2 emission in your refinery, which is important for to meet the net zero goals. And it's a flexible, means you can decide which H2 to CO ratio you want before going for a revamp. Based on that, revamp can be done. And it's already proven, Indian Oil is already running. And in the last, I would like to say, refiners can unlock the new potential in the downstream, and they can use their supply chain for these new products. Thank you. And if you have any question on this, you can contact me.
Shailendra, now I must thank you for the real example of one collaboration of Topsoe as well as IOCL for a true, ground reality that yes, hydrogen and CO2 can be reutilized in many places. You have shown and you have told that you have shared also that there are many options to see that how hydrogen and CO2, which fascinates me here and which fascinates many of the people here in this room. Hydrogen is either overvalued or it is undervalued. Similarly, the CO2 is either overvalued or if it is at the same time it is undervalued also some places. You have shown us some of the real example of setting up some facilities with the help of IOCL and other companies also, that yes, hydrogen and CO2 can be valorized and it can be utilized for value-added products like methanol, like other products also. And at the same time, you have given as a kind of real example. Thank you very much for covering a kind of case study for us, all of us. And everyone in this room must be getting some bit of real development happening within India, not only in the globe, but also within India, that we can utilize hydrogen, CO2, and capturing of the CO2 in different ways and forms for a real value-added product. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Shailendra. Huge round of applause to Mr. Shailendra. Thank you. Again, just to continue with that pace, I will now invite Mr. K.V. Srinivasan. He is also going to take a very insightful, as a very interesting topic of CO2. As I told you, hydrogen and CO2 fascinates me. And it must be fascinating many of the people sitting here in this room. So Mr. Srinivasan will be covering the biocatalyzed CO2 capture, which you can call it a CCU or CCUS, whatever way. So I will leave to Mr. Srinivasan to cover the way he wants. Over to you, Mr. Srinivasan.
Thank you, Chairperson, for my introduction. My fellow speakers and delegates, good afternoon to all. Today I'm going to present a topic on biocatalytic CO2 capture technology, along with my team. So the takeaway points are just as opening remarks, just a brief on climate change and mitigation. What are the challenges in the conventional technologies which are available for CO2 capture? And IOCL developed biocatalytic CO2 capture technology, brief overview, and the pilot plant results and what are the advantages of this over the conventional technologies, and how we scaled up this pilot from the pilot plant results and we demonstrated this technology in a commercial scale, and cost benefits of the technology during the demonstration, and comparison of savings, how this technology fares differently with the conventional technology if you are going for a grassroots unit. So global warming is happening everywhere because of the climate change. The reason for the climate change, we all know this is because of the greenhouse gas emissions, and CO2 is one of the major constituent of the greenhouse gas. And the major sources of the emission are chemical industries, refineries, and power plants, etc. And the following are the mitigation measures. We need to mitigate it. The mitigation measure is to reduction of the CO2 generation inside the process itself by following or by increasing the process efficiency through heat integration schemes, etc. or by utilizing the renewable energies. Another way is to capture the CO2 and from the flue gases from the boilers or the furnaces and convert them into value-added chemicals. Otherwise, the other route is to use it in an enhanced oil recovery when the oil depleted wells or completely store the CO2 in the underground rocks. These are the mitigation measures. So in the coming days, the CCU technologies will play a major role in the greenhouse gas emissions. So capturing CO2 from mixed gas is not a new thing, and it's commercially available in the using solvent-based technology. Like this is the conventional process using a counter-current absorber, where where the flue gas comes in contact with the solvent, that is the lean amine. Normally the solvent used is a lean amine or the amine solvents. So on the beds, the amine and the gas will contact it on the bed, and the CO2 gets absorbed into this amine, and this amine is called the rich amine. After getting heat exchanged with a couple of heat exchangers, this goes to a regenerator where it is regenerated and some amount of CO2 is retained in the solvent. That solvent is called lean amine. By this process, the process continues like this. However, certain improvements are even needed to improve this process because of these challenges, because reaction rates are very slow, and the CO2 loading is also low in the amines, and high regeneration energy is required in this process. In addition to that, the solvent has inherent characteristics of degradation because of if there are impurities in the flue gases. So in this process, if you see, the main important design parameters are the liquid to gas ratio and the lean amine loading. So for a given capture rate, if the the liquid to gas ratio is less than, say, certain optimum value, the height of the observer required to capture that CO2 will increases. At the same time, if you go beyond the certain optimum liquid to gas ratio, the height of the observer decreases, but at the same time, the utilities increases. That means the operation, the OPEX is getting increased. So the careful selection of liquid to gas ratio and lean loading plays a critical role in this process. So there is a trade-off between CapEx and OPEX in this process. No matter whatever simulation acrobatics you do in the simulation during the design phase, but still there is a scope of improvement, and that is because of limitation in the solvent. We cannot go beyond certain point. So Indian Oil worked out in this direction and come up with a new route called through bio route, where it is inspired by the CO2 metabolic process happening in the living cell. Suppose if you imagine a living cell, that we inhale oxygen, and oxygen reacts with the glucose in the blood and forms a carbonate and bicarbonate complexes. Because of the enzyme present in the glucose in the blood, the bicarbonates and carbonates get quickly converted to CO2, and then we exhale the CO2. So this is because of the natural biocatalyst present in the blood, that is carbonic anhydrous. So the carbonic, along with, we have synthesized this carbonic anhydrous, we have good biotechnologies in our R&D center, where they engineered the protein engineering and selected different mutants and synthesized this enzyme. And this enzyme is immobilized on alumina particles, which were used as a packing material in the observer and regenerators. And again, this carbonic anhydrous, along with this carbonic anhydrous, we have formulated a proprietary solvent also, which is biocompatible with this enzyme. And what are the challenges which we see in the conventional technology? These are addressed by this process. That is, increases the reaction rate and increases the mass transfer as well as the CO2 loading. And at the same time, it lowers the solvent regeneration energy. So this is the typical mechanism which we see in a conventional observer. That the CO2 gets diffused from the bulk gas, diffuses into the gas film and then into the liquid film, and then transfers to the bulk liquid after the absorption. So whatever reactions are happening, that is happening in the thin liquid film. That means the contact time and contact area plays a critical role in this process. So these are the typical reactions which happens in a conventional observer. If you see the conventional solvent, methyl diethanolamine. So these are the typical reactions happen, and if you see this CO2 plus OH minus, this is the major reaction happening in the observer, and it is kinetically limited. Along with this reaction, this is also a very slow reaction. And the reverse reaction, this splitting of bicarbonate into CO2 and OH minus is happening in the regenerator. But in order to increase this process, there is a dearth of OH minus ions in the observer. Thereby, the reaction doesn't move forward as high. So there is a limitation in the absorption in this process. Suppose if you see the catalytic process, these are the 5 typical steps happen in the process. That means the carbonic anhydrous, which is having a protein complex, we are having Zn OH minus ions. The CO2 gets replaced with this OH minus ion and forms the complex. And again, this gets rearranged itself into this form. And H2O comes and displaces this HCO3 minus and forms this carbonic anhydrous ZnH2. And then the amine or the solvent which comes in takes the proton from here, and then again this site gets developed. By this way, the site gets involved in the process, and then again it gets replenished. Thereby, we are providing an extra OH minus in the process. Thereby, we are increasing the absorption of the process. So if you see the reaction activation energies compared to this process, in the conventional process, this is the activation energy required to move forward, whereas in the catalytic process, the activation energy almost less than 20 to 30%. Thereby, the reaction is getting faster. At the same time, loading is also improved. So this is the pilot plant studies which we have done in our R&D center, and it is having all the facilities. We can simulate whatever flue gas composition we can simulate here, because lower the flue gas concentration, the technologies, there are some technologies like cryogenic separation and membrane separation, but these are very good when the CO2 concentration is above certain value. But below, in typical values like 8 to 10% or 12%, which happens in the furnaces or boiler stacks, so the solvent technology still is the beneficial and commercially practiced technology. And we can study the effect of all the impurities in this pilot plant, and we have studied various operating pressures and temperatures and optimized the process, and it is fully automatic with all the data acquisition facilities. So I will show some of the conventional pilot plant results. which we obtained in the pilot plant. So first I am showing the conventional solvent with 35.8%, which is the typical solvent concentration which industry practices. And we have run the process at liquid to gas ratio 4.13 liter per normal meter cube in both the cases. And in one case there is no enzyme, and in one case there are two variants of enzyme we have used. That is, in one case that increases the absorption reaction, in another case it increases the decomposition of bicarbonate reaction. That is in the regeneration. So there are two variants of carbonic anhydrases. That is that there is a difference in active sites in this. So we have synthesized it in that way. And the operating conditions we kept the same at a typical operating at kind of low flue gas pressures and at 40 degrees. So with this, we observed around 67% CO2 absorption without biocatalyst, and with biocatalyst we have observed almost 94%. And at the same time, if you notice this regeneration temperature, without biocatalyst, the regeneration is happening at around 115 to 120 degrees, whereas with the biocatalyst, it is happening at around only 90 to 95 degrees because of the increase in rate of reaction. So the rate of absorption increased by almost 40% in the presence of biocatalyst. Suppose if you see the next slide, suppose I want to issue the same 94% in a conventional solvent. So what is the value which I need to touch upon? I need to touch upon the liquid to gas ratio. That means I need to operate the process at almost 12.4 liter per normal meter cube to achieve this 94%. That means this much of liquid to be reboiled in the regenerator, again to regenerate the solvent. That means there itself we can see that high regeneration energy is required in the conventional process for getting this much of capture rate. Whereas here at 4.13 itself we almost got almost 94% absorption capacity. And again, the regeneration temperature in this case also same. It is happening at around 90 to 95 degrees, and whereas here it is happening at 115 to 120 degrees. So the requirement of high liquid to gas ratios will be there in the conventional technology in the absence of biocatalyst. If you see the proprietary solvent, suppose I am showing the result with CO2 20 volume percent in the flue gas with the proprietary solvent without biocatalyst and with biocatalyst, and see the liquid by ratio I put it around 2.72. So with these ratios, if you see the rate of absorption is still 68%. This means there is a limitation in the solvent itself. No matter whatever blends we make, there is a limitation in the absorption in this using solvent or solvent blends. The only external factor which can influence or which can increase the rate of reaction is through external intervention. That is through one of the route is through biocatalyst. With this, we can see here on almost 96%. So our rate of absorption again increased by 40% in presence of biocatalyst at lower liquid to gas ratios. Again, the regeneration energy temperature also the same. So these are the competitive advantages of this technology. We have high absorption efficiency, almost around 96%, and the regeneration occurs at around 96 to 95 degrees Celsius. With this corresponds to a reduction in steam consumption of 20 to 25%. So in the emerging scenario of coming climatic change of greenhouse gas absorptions, the eCO2 technology, that is the biocatalytic CO2 capture technology, can play a major role in capture of CO2 from emitting flue gas industries. So we have after successful pilot plants, we have conducted this demonstration in the commercial scale. We have approached one of the fertilizer industry and convinced them that these are the benefits which you can obtain. Then they readily agreed after visiting our pilot plant and seeing the results. They got convinced and gave a go-ahead nod for implementing this process. So in the existing process, they are using 3 beds, which is a 5-meter structured packing in absorber, and in regenerator, they are using 2 beds of 5-meter structured packing again. So because as I said that we need to immobilize the enzyme on a alumina packing, but here the structured packing is typically of a metal type material, so we cannot immobilize this on this type of material. So we have selected this type of random packings. Again, random packings, which packing we need to use a big question, because there are many types of random packings available. There are Paul rings, Rashid rings, and Interlux saddles, many are there. So I need to, again, because I am going to operate in an operating unit, I have, my window is limited. So I need to select the suitable packing type and size, and I should be within the allowable pressure drop. Otherwise, if improper selection of this packing size leads to the higher pressure drop. So, and I need to check the compatibility of enzyme emulation. After this studying, we finalized these Interlux saddles of size 2-inch size selected for the demo, and we have modified this section. That means, because since it is a structured packing and is a random packing, we need to change this internal grids also, support grids of this distributor also. We have modified this in the absorber and in the regenerator, and 1 bed we have replaced the structured packing with the random packings with the coating on the enzyme. And the other 2 beds we have bypassed it. So now we are operating with only 1 bed and in both the observer and regenerator. And if you see the...
Got 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Please complete
Yeah,
it.
yeah. The actual delta P we obtained as 25 mm water column per meter compared to the existing 20 mm water column per meter. So we have demonstrated this and we conducted the performance test run in the month of May. And these are the results which we have achieved. We have achieved almost 150 ton per day of CO2 capture rate, along with CO2 recovery 90% with a purity of 98%. And the specific steam consumption which we achieved is around 1.8 metric ton of steam per metric ton of CO2 capture, almost 21% reduction in specific steam consumption with compared to the base case. So these are the cost benefit analysis during the demonstration. We have kept the base capture rate as 150 TPD, and in the base case, the unit is operating almost 2.35 to 2.5 metric ton of steam per ton of CO2, whereas implementing these 2 beds, we are able to operate the unit around 1.75 to 1.85 metric ton of steam per metric ton of CO2, and the steam, which is corresponding steam savings of 2.7 crore per year. If you look at the operating rate, the solvent makeup rate in the base case was around 120 kg per day, whereas with the proprietary solvent, we are able to makeup rate is only 80 kg per day. Along with that, the rate is also a little bit lower than the proprietary solvent using by the industry. So this is the typical flow sheet of the EC-ROSORB technology. The sources, we can take the flue gas source from this. Depending on the impurities, there might be a requirement of a feed preheat treatment. And then this is a conventional process where an observer, which we loaded with one variant of enzyme, and after getting heat exchanged, and then we load another variant of enzyme in the regenerator, and then the process continues in a similar way as I discussed earlier. So this is the impact of design. This is the impact of biocatalyst on the design. Suppose we have prepared a basic design engineering package for 50 ton per day, and this is the most important parameters for the comparison, that the liquid gas ratio without biocatalyst is around 3.2, and with the biocatalyst it is 2.6. Thereby it itself indicates that less volume of liquid is required in this process to regenerate the solvent. That's almost 18% down of L/G ratio. And if you see the observer height, there are 15 meter observer height is required without biocatalyst and only 10 meters required with this technology, almost 33% down of height. Whereas in the regenerator height, we require 10 meter height in the regenerator, whereas with the biocatalyst only 5 meters is required. That means 50% decrease. That means these two corresponds to that the 33% and 50% reduction in the capex. And this decrease in heat duty in regenerator 25% is corresponding to the reduction in the OPEX. So this, the basic engineering has been submitted to fertilizer unit, and approval process is under progress, whereby we are going to implement this in a grassroots unit in one of the fertilizer industry. Thank you, IOCL management and CHT for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Srinivas, be there for a minute. Again, just to share with all of you, Mr. Srinivas has also shown us a true example of a pilot project of the CO2 capture. And what I can say that CO2 capture as well as CO2 sequestration as well as CO2 utilization, there are 3 parts of the story with CO2. One is that CO2 can be utilized for a better value-added products. CO2 can be captured, which you have shown to us, and CO2 can be sequestered also, in the sense of that after the production of CO2, you can take it down below the earth and you can capture that through a sequestration process. So what Mr. Srinivasan has told us that L/G ratio, how it can be improved upon by having that CO2 absorption through a catalytic conversion through a biocatalyst. So that is the kind of benefit that you have shown, not only with respect to the energy efficiency part, but also with the production part. And number 2, you have also showed a true example of 150 tons per day of CO2 capturing procedure and processes, and one, of course, your pilot plant. That is giving a kind of true story for India, also all the companies to see that CO2 capture is now a reality. It is not a theory. It is not a kind of, only technical part. but it is a ground reality. We have got the pilot plants, we have got the CO2 utilization through, methanol, ethanol, and other thing. At the same time, you have showed us that CO2 can be captured also through biocatalyst. Yes, a big round of applause for the true example of CO2 capturing. Mr. Srinivasan, well done.
I also request all of you to visit the Indian Oil stall to have a look at this 3D model of this ECO technology, which is available in the Indian Oil stall. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Srinivasan. Now, again, another very good, topic we are going to cover, to be covered by Mr. Sedag. And he is from Orkan Energy, Germany, all the way from Germany. He has come here to give us a good presentation. Over to you, Mr. Sedag.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you still have energy 1 hour after lunch. It's opportunity to talk with you about our technology together with Mr. Milan from Bioenergy, our partner in India. We heard a lot today, and I was impressed by level of the technical presentation on hydrogen, green hydrogen, e-fuels, CO2 reduction, CO2 capturing. My presentation is actually looking to the sustainability from different angle. If we believe and trust to IEA that the best sustainable fuel could be using the exist fuel in the high efficient, we will look to the solutions that we can use our exist fuels more efficient, converting the waste heat to the energy or converting the exist heats to the energy. We don't touch hydrogen, but we will open different angle for the CO2 and avoiding CO2 production. How it's possible? In many processes that you have, especially in oil and gas segment, in every industrial application, we consume energy, fuels, fossil fuels in many cases, hydrogen in the future, and part of this fuel consumption is converted to the energy that we want, and big portion of that is wasted as a heat. And this heat simply goes to the atmosphere in many cases, or we use additional energy to just convert this heat and cool it down and then move it to the atmosphere. So this wasted heat can be used in different technologies. One of the technologies that we present is ORC, Organic Ranking Cycle. And Organic Ranking Cycle is not something new. It was developed 200 years ago by a gentleman, Mr. William Rankin in Scotland. He developed a cycle which was similar to the steam cycle that you have. You know it very well. If everybody is coming with some thermodynamic knowledge, they know that steam cycle is quite well known and it was very useful in the past and still it is. But Organic ranking cycle is using different fluid instead of water. They use organic fluid. Don't misunderstand it with the organic food. It's different. It could be every kind of liquid or gas. And this technology can give additional benefit compared to the other technologies that they are in the market. You may remember naphtha engine in the past. Naphtha engine or naphtha was one of the first organic fluid was used in the past. And this naphtha, instead of water, was capable to get boiled and vaporized faster in the lower temperature. Simply makes benefit that these naphtha engines as well as the, just remember the Mr. William Rankin same time that Mr. Silesius that's developing the thermodynamic, the father of the thermodynamic, Mr. Rankine was getting also benefit of this development to use it and build up its own organic Rankine cycle. This is a simple flow of the organic Rankine cycle, or in the short word, ORC. These naphtha engines or naphtha turbines was used in the small pleasure ships in 120 years ago. This pleasure boat was owned by Mr. Nobel. We know him very well. And those ships, they were using the ORC technology, naphtha engine for propulsion. What was the benefit? These small turbines, they were very high efficient. They can be used with the lower heat, warm up fast, makes performance, and they were free from the operation and maintenance. So the captain can enjoy the sailing and look into his work without being worried about the power generation. And it's exactly the same technology and the concept that our product in Orkan Energy is looking to. If you look today to the world, those technology was used in small pressure boats. Now it's expanded in different angles. As of end of 22, it was 4.5 gigawatt power installation around the world in the scale of 2,700 locations globally. And the last increase in the last 5 years was 46%. It shows how this technology is attractive in the world. And if you look to the map, the green are the biomass plants are using this technology. The reds are geothermal, and the blue ones are for industry. I mean, geothermal and biomass, they are traditionally the leader of using this technology. But then it comes on board on the engine and turbine power plants globally, in the different industries like cement industry, glass industry, steel industry, and oil and gas. All these industries, they produce huge amount of the CO2. They are under pressure to reduce it. And of course, they can get benefit from the extra power from this technology. How is Orkan technology? We supply more or less the same concept of the development from Mr. Rankine. Of course, it is the second generation. The modular solution comes in the size of maybe 40-foot container, included scaled-down power plant, included evaporator, absorbing of the heat, pressurize and vaporize the liquid. The liquid could be refrigerator gas, a simple one, goes to the turbine, produce electricity, goes to the condenser, cool down, and then pressurizing the pump liquid. The cycle is continuously working. The outcome is simply clean electricity. That could be scaled up to multi-megawatt installation and could be go down when you have, for example, 2 megawatt thermal heat available. Very fast, quick installation, modular, could be installed in 1 day, connection of the hot water line and power cable, and produce electricity, flexible, with the long lifetime and low operation and maintenance. I mean, same concept that the old ORC in the pleasure boat had. How it comes to the oil and gas segment? In the oil and gas segment, we have wasted heat everywhere. I mean, you have in the upstream and midstream gas turbines and the engines, they consume fuel, they give you energy. This energy goes to be electrical or mechanical to run the drives. And then they have exhaust gas, high temperature, up to 600, or jacket cooling water. Then there are flaring. That flaring also can make lots of heats, and this heat can be converted simply to the hot water, transferred to the ORC machine with different technologies, and then generate electricity. It could be also the motor ships and the tankers. I mean, one of the markets for these ORC modules are the ships. And then automatically they can increase the fuel efficiency and power production in the ships without consuming extra fuel. Just convert the waste heat to the extra electricity. In the downstream, we have several cases in Indian market, big country with the oil refineries and the hydrocarbon industries. You have condensations process in the every stream or the cooling down of the process. Simply, you have diesel or kerosene. In the process, it should be cooled down before storage. And what's happening now, for example, you have temperature of 300 centigrade degree or above, and then you want to reach the temperature of the below 50, ambient temperature, for storage, for every purpose. And during this process, this is the exact case in one refinery we did study and calculation. You see the amount of the thermal heat, it's available. ORC technology can come here until the temperature goes to 100. Between 150 to 200 megawatt thermal energy. It's value-based. What we do at the moment, we install the air coolers, we burn energy to cool it down. What ORC can do, absorb the heat, cool down the process, so bypass, offset the coolers, in the same time produce electricity. Several case studies we did. One example, I think it's very sensible for many of you. Diesel production, diesel is leaving the tower in the temperature of 140, 150, should cool down to the atmosphere temperature. We just come in, bypass one of these exist coolers, temperature from 140 reduced to 115, 110, technically it's possible 200 even. This delta T is used in our machine to just produce electricity. And also, we turn off this cooler. With this medium-sized refinery, we produce 2.5 megawatt electrical net power. This is net power. This machine has its internal power consumption, but we talk about the net power. And over the year, production is approximately 20 gigawatt hour. On top of this benefit of the extra electricity free from every emission, completely green electricity, we have approximately 15,000 tons CO2 saving because we produce this amount of the power without making extra CO2. So avoiding the CO2 could be also one solution beside the carbon capturing or before carbon capturing or any other alternative solution we see in the market. And with this installation, the client can get benefit 3 million euro approximately per year. Just imagine this oil refinery will work and operate at least 50 years. The lifetime of this machine before the first overhaul is minimum 15 years. So 15 years this machine will work like a refrigerator you have at home, consume electricity, make cooling. The other way around, it just consume heat, produce electricity. Could be also in the steam line, could be in the different temperature, doesn't matter. We just get in with the heat exchanger. If temperature is 1000 centigrade degree, it is still working and it's better for us. Higher temperature is better. And if it goes down to 100 centigrade degree, we are still in with this technology and feasible with reasonable return of the investment, which is also important for many project developments. And again, target is always to produce clean electricity plus to the reduction of the carbon and CO2. It's not complicated technology. I try to describe it in some simple words, but media is working better. If you are interested, just Google or YouTube Orkan. You will see a video how inside this machine process is working and the energy, the waste heat, or even exist heat from the geothermal or old oil fields, when they have hot water available from underground, can be converted to the clean electricity or exhaust engine of the platform that you have in the oil and gas segment. At the end, the arrangement in the installation could be something like that. The plant, petrochemical, oil refinery, industry, could be something like that. The heat flow will be guided to one heat exchanger beside the plant, depend of the amount of the heat and the flow. And from this heat exchanger, the hot water in the closed cycle go to our machine, give the heat to the machine and return back with a lower temperature to help to cool down the process from one side. And with the delta T here, 20 centigrade degree, 30 centigrade degree, with the thermodynamic process, we produce electricity. And this electricity goes to the main line for the internal power consumption. If necessary and available, can go to the grid and grid supply. And doesn't matter how much is the waste heat, this solution is modular, can be scaled up to multi-units. We have installations with 160 units in one location, so technology is not limited to the amount of the heat. As much is available, we can simply extract it and convert it to the clean electricity together with the CO2 reduction. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Siddharth. Please be there for a minute if you can. And yes, really, here again, we have seen that how waste to heat or waste to energy or waste to power is possible through a plug-and-play system that you have narrated and you have showed us. Yes, through this Orkan technology of ORC, it is possible to have a plug-and-play system to not to waste the heat, but to produce some power or some energy, which is useful. Again, you have also touched upon the life cycle basis of the benefit. You know, life cycle basis, suppose if you do minute changes and even a small increment of benefit in the life cycle basis, it will be a huge, enormous. So that is how a country like India should also see that what are the different options. Instead of having a, combined heat and power cycle, instead of having, tri-generation, instead of having a kind of ORC system through Orkan, what are the different options possible in India and India-like cases? We can have a plug and play to have a small, solution as well as benefit. In the life cycle basis, you can get a big benefit. Again, huge round of applause for Mr. Siddharth for a true example. All the way from Germany, you have come to share your experience with all of us. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Siddharth. Yeah, now coming to next to the session is that once we have covered the hydrocarbon with the crude, and then we have covered the hydrogen, and then we covered the CO2, and of course the heat and the waste heat. Now we will see that how our water management can also be done, because our full topic and the theme was on ESG. It covers the environment, it covers the social, and it covers the governance. Now we would like to see that how water can be also be managed well by my TWA Aqua Solution Private Limited, Mr. Joshi and Mr. Taneja. I think I know. So Mr. Joshi, please, the floor is yours now to give a different direction of water management and water, how to take care of water also. So through your presentation, a big round of applause for Mr. Joshi for the water management system. Over to you, Mr. Joshi.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries of the dais. Thank you, sir, and very good noon to all of you on the dais. A lot of process engineering from the petro side. We plan to talk today on how we can be our part on not only recovering the most precious, I would say, resource that is water on the earth, but also the technology would help in optimizing and increasing your sustainability on your process, I would say, equipments, as well as your the capital assets that are been invested on considering for long-term sustainability. So, I think, okay, let me just, we're going to just keep out some topic on introduction, but we'll just try to stay focused on more on the treatment part. We're going to talk on some application areas, and of course some results that we have achieved. We're going to talk, say, the process of TWA. If you look at the vessel design, it's made quite simple. So here, let me just give a bit of brief how this idea came into mind. We've been working in the water industry for quite long now, so we've been seeing that a common biological treatment process has been applied to treat various matrices in a single effluent, water stream. And a lot of times we understand that people really struggle around treating the whole matrices with single biological treatment system. So a lot of, I would say, highly boiling volatiles or partial polar compounds, inorganics, all of them disturb the biological process. And this is a big challenge currently with, I would say, not only, the petroleum, but with the other sectors as well. Our approach we have seen here on the TWA is a little different. We don't look at biological degradation, but we have innovated something called physical isolation of water molecule from all the polluting analytes. So we are not just targeting the carbon chains, but our technology completely isolates all major of the polluting analytes in the periodic table. Of course, except salts, because those are really highly polar and with very high electronegativity bonds. So the technology has limitations of really not being able to treat salts. But major of the pollutants, I would say the periodic table that comes, are treated with one single treatment. That's where we target. So it's that we target the organics, we target the higher boiling analytes in organics, we target the ammonia, which is like dipole, we target the inorganics like hexavalent chromium or any other heavy metal, toxic metals, which is associated in the crude, actually, that really comes in. And every time, as we know that when the crude changes, the matrix changes, so then it's a challenge. So here, the beautiful thing about the technology is, it's just based on recirculation of the water to be treated through our TWA catalyst vessel, which contains the catalyst ball. So the interaction, let me just skip out some, as I said on the, so the interaction of the water to be treated, why we call it TWA, it's called treatment water activator. So what do we do here? We activate the water by really breaking the intermolecular bond of the water molecule also. And that really also breaks the, I would say, covalent bond. We don't target the ionics, but covalent bond and colloidal bond between the pollutants and the water molecule. And then there is the technology donates out electrons to make those isolated compounds neutral. So this neutral compound which are isolated don't bond back with water or bond with each other. So they can be easily taken out. So in short summary, we convert the dissolved into suspended. So in one go, all the major pollutants are targeted and all of them are converted from dissolved to suspended, and they can be filtered out later. We don't create any extra sludge, any extra byproducts. Whatever are associated influent ingress is only isolated. So the generated sludge, what we have, is also much, much lesser than the conventional biological treatment system. I would just try to skip out because, okay, that's an installed plant. If you see, on the collection tank, equalization tank itself, we try to add a lot of chemical coagulation to isolate inorganics. We try to do a lot of flocculation part. What we propose here is just a recirculation of the equalization tank water or primary collection tank water, whatever we say, through our TWA catalyst vessel, and you will see all the dissolved covalently bonded pollutants are getting isolated from the water molecule. I will have some snaps on photographs to show how it really gets converted and how it looks like as a settled small sludge volume. But that's how the treatment works effectively. Very, I would say, on all major of the pollutants which are in. Okay. It targets all carbon chain, COD, BOD. We target ammonia, nitrate, nitrogen, oil and grease, heavy metals, everything inside in one shot go. And when we say our objective is to go green, So the catalyst also is NSF certified. The material used for the catalyst is NSF certified. It does not create any byproducts actually in the process. It's safe, as safe for drinking water. Secondly, the flocculant we use post TWA recirculation for clarification is also C-derived polymer. It's safe, it's NSF certified. So the generated sludge are all mineral form, which can be directly disposed straight away. It will be very, very less in quantity, but will be directly disposed straight away under TCLB protocol. Okay. The challenges, key challenges we talk about is non-biodegradable stuff, like, you suffer with heavy boiling analytes, you have oil and grease, you have phenols, some inorganics, and at times, like, you have chromium, hexchrome, or cyanide or something in the complete processes that disturbs, especially ammonia. As we all know, ammonia, it tries to go for nitrification and consumes major of the DO. That completely disturbs out the biological process at the aeration site. Here, this system straight away also targets removal of ammonia, and we have successfully done it between 60% to 90% removal of even the ammonia concentration from the primary, I would say, collected effluent stream. We will talk on, I want to really make it short, so I'm just trying to skip it fast. We will talk on 3 different applications where we will be really interested to partnering with you and help you optimize and recover water and optimize your plant process part. One is basically we can implement this as a primary treatment when you collect your influent load from any of the, I would say, waste stream. We can just isolate initially major of the pollutants by just recirculating it in the primary stream, and also reducing other influencing biological treatment, disturbing influencing, I would say, analytes like ammonia and all can also be reduced drastically before you really put it to the biological treatment for final treatment. One more important thing that we would like to emphasize and stress on, that when we do this treatment of primary, we have some process inside which is under patent. We have a DO increase in the water which is clarified post primary clarification. And this DO will help in also reducing your, I would say, blower efficiency or diffuser efficiency cost, because to achieve a DO, you are pumping out the blowers. In the automation system, you always have a DO connected to the blower on off. So here, once you have a DO achieved, you will consistently have a DO. Your usage of the blowers, you will see, is reduced by 50 to 70%. So you will really have an energy saving out and cost saving benefits, which you are utilizing at the primary treatment as a pump recirculation, will be achieved on the secondary treatment itself. Second target area we would like to emphasize is cooling tower. So I'm just trying to skip out some slides here. It's okay. So let me come back. Yeah, just some small conclusion. It's really an approach where we can target treating out all major pollutants in the primary effluent and just leaving out. Yes, we do have limitations also, because the question will be, what is the limitation? Why can't it treat directly from primary to tertiary? So the limitation is, of course, for the polar analytes, which are really strongly bonded, we do try to isolate it, but they go and bond back. So for, I would say, more polar carbon chains, we always propose a secondary biological treatment, because these are much more degradable, easily degradable by the biological treatment system. Okay, that's something which would like to emphasize. You can see here we have this coke water, and this is just recirculating. We got all of the analytes isolated here, and you see the clarified water. It may be having only some very highly polar soluble carbon chains, but that can be again sent to biological degradation, and you can really have high quality water back. So it's a simple process of, I would say water treatment that remove toxicity, improvise the DO actually, so that you have a better biological treatment. Make the carbon chains more simpler, so that the biological MLSS biological treatment that you really apply really sustainably stands by.
Yeah, Mr. Joshi, 2 minutes?
Yeah,
Two more
sir. I will
minutes?
try to conclude, sir.
Okay.
That silica neutralization, another application that we would like to also emphasize, because it's just one slide, sir. I will try to conclude out. So silica neutralization is another thing that we have observed that a lot of refineries also take water from sea to use it in the cooling towers. And you get a lot of hardness, ionic hardness, free ionic hardness and silica. So when interacted with our TWA at the same, you can see the crystalline structure is completely converted to amorphous. And is the same approach you can apply to protect your RO membranes also. Because when you pump out at high pressure, you will see either the tear off, maybe I try to show you straight away onto the fouling. Yep, sorry. So I will conclude, sir, it's already done. This is what you really typically get it. Either the calcium fouling or the silica tear off or the biological oil and grease fouling. This all can be eliminated, as when I said that will help out improve your performance of your assets. The RO membrane life can also be enhanced and the permeate can also be improved by optimizing the system. Just wanted to conclude here. This would be much better. I would just like to, can you put on the second part, and maybe just in a minute, I'll just conclude it, sir. What are the parameters we have validated and I mean analyzed for reduction chart, would just like to put forward in front of you. The second one, and then you can play the video, we'll conclude it. Yeah, so you can see, sir, this is all different, we have validated. Can you scroll it down, sir, for me? Yeah. So these are all validated and percentage reduction is all on the right. 4 years we have been doing this practice on different matrices so that we could really come to the conclusion, the achievement of reduction chart for the polluting analytes. This also includes organics, inorganics, everything together. Even in radioactive elements also is something that really can alpha, beta, gamma.
Is a multi-stage process that treats and rejuvenates water without the use of toxic chemicals. It leverages a unique catalytic process to achieve the results. Soil water to be treated is lifted into an equalization tank with the help of a pump, following which an appropriate dose of NSF's TWA, Treatment Water Activator Aqua Technology, is a multi-stage process that treats and rejuvenates water without the use of toxic chemicals. It leverages a unique catalytic process to achieve the results. Soiled water to be treated is lifted into an equalization tank with the help of a pump, following which an appropriate dose of NSF-certified advanced oxidation process chemicals is added by a dosing pump through a static mixer. Simultaneously, water from the equalization tank is continuously recirculated through the TWA vessel with defined pumping volume and defined velocity with the help of a pump. The TWA technology targets the bi- and colloidal bonds between water and other organic and inorganic impurities present in the soil water. The catalyst, comprising specially formulated proprietary catalytic materials in the form of balls, are designed to emit a high concentration of negatively charged electrons when the water velocity activates them. The negatively charged electrons released by TWA catalyst neutralize these isolated polluting analytes, which are in an unstable state, and are released with these electrons to convert them into neutralized mineral compounds. In case of organics, these are CHNP bonded to OHH of water, and in case of inorganic analytes, ionic metals like CaMg, Mn and SO4 attach to other available ionic inorganic analytes. The treated water from TWA, consisting of separated neutralized large polluting suspended solids, are further clarified by flocculation and coagulation and refined by sophisticated filtration.
Thank you so much once again, all the dignitaries of the dais. Sir, many thanks for the valuable opportunity to put forward the
Wait for a
presentation.
minute, just 1 minute. A quick thing that I just wanted to share with all of you. Water management and the risk from the ESG has become even more prominent than earlier. The ESG risk, including the water management, including the environment part, the governance part, as well as the social activity, that actually culminates to that side. Once you throw the bad water to the society, the only impacted people are the society. So once you treat it properly, whether it is taking in or giving it out, it is equally responsible. Therefore, again, a very good coverage of the water management as well as water treatment after the plant has been, utilized the good water or bad water, whatever way they have. But after utilizing the water, how better you can give it to the society, back to the plant, back to the society, that makes a lot of sense today. Thank you very much for covering the water management and wastewater treatment plant. Thank you again, Mr. Joshi.
Small announcement, sir. We have a stall with a small skid demonstrating how the catalyst technology works. So you all are welcome at the stall. We are at the conference with you people. Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Now, I would request Mr. Adhika, who will be covering the utilization of coal and biomass. But Adhika, just for your information, it is only 10 minutes left for you. You please try to manage it. Like water management, you will have to manage the time now. It's up to you how to manage 10 minutes.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Adhika, 10 minutes. And he's from 8 River Capital, who will be talking about the utilization of coal and biomass and how the technology can take care of the energy security. So, Mr. Adhika, the floor is yours. 10 minutes for you.
This one. Perfect. Thank you very much. I would like to start off by saying, showing my gratitude towards CHT to giving, in order to give me this opportunity. Great work going on in terms of innovation. One question that I keep asking at the booth is, yes, we are innovating on the CBG front, we are innovating on the biomass gasification front, but then where are we getting our base load? When we talk about that, well, our base load is coal. That's the unfortunate reality. And 8 Rivers is in here trying to decarbonize coal as a base load operation in a sustainable and in a way which is secure for the country as well. So, and just to give you a quick background, I hold a senior researcher position with 8 Rivers. I hold an academic position with Oregon State University. So I'm a researcher by heart, but I hail from the state of Gujarat. So in terms of thinking of businesses, I think like a Gujarati. So once we have the slide going, I'll quickly get into what, who 8 Rivers is and what we do and what's the novel technology that we think would be of impact for the refining operation as well as for power generation operation within India. Well, I guess I can get started. I'll just start off with 8 Rivers. So we are a fairly small company. We've been around for 16 years. One of the biggest achievements that we have had is we hold over 500 patents. It's the 3rd largest in the world for startups in the clean energy space. Have assortment of technologies all the way from clean power to clean hydrogen to direct air capture to post-combustion capture technologies. Talking about the coal generation, I've been hearing since yesterday that yes, India's transitioning away from fossil fuels more and more focus has been on renewables. The fact of the matter is the data suggests that India is going to grow its coal-based power operations by 46% by the year 2035, out of which 33% of the power generation is being used by the refining operations. So if you look at the energy mix, coal still dominates and coal is going to keep dominating. The challenge with renewables, which is going to, well, I mean, I would say India is blessed on that front, but then the biggest challenge is the energy storage, and battery research has been going on starting year 1800. So if we are expecting that a major breakthrough is going to happen, it may very well happen. I'm not saying it won't, but then for the past 225 years, we are still struggling to get the cost down for the energy storage aspect of renewables. So, perfect.
Just to interrupt here. Adhika, your memory power will first time be tested here after a long time of your exams in your 10th and 12th. Whatever you had written in your PPT, you will have to,
certainly.
remember, and yeah, just let us test you by the time he takes it over.
Absolutely. I guess there it is. So that's the assortment of technologies that we have in the decarbonization space. Switching, I mean, I've already talked through this slide in terms of increasing capacity. We are expecting the growth to be about 366 gigawatt of coal power, out of which 33% is going to be in refining. So we need to figure out how we're going to decarbonize. We do not need a band-aid solution is going to be my statement. There's going to be some controversial statements that I'm going to make, but then I'm more than happy to engage with you on that at the end of the presentation. And this comes from the Ministry of Coal, which essentially says that the clean energy revolution is going to begin with coal gasification, and that's going to be the step towards producing clean hydrogen. The gasification will hold the key to hard-to-abate industries, and the base load will still rely on fossil fuels. That's the controversial statement that I'm going to make. And in my opinion, post-combustion capture for these systems down the line would end up being high cost, high plot space, and the fact that it's going to have parasitic loads, so you would decrease your power production going forward. What comes to the rescue is what we call as AFCC, or the biome cycle, which is essentially a CO2-driven turbine. The gasification produces syngas. The syngas, part of that can be routed to the combustor and the turbine that we have, and as part of it, you would be generating electricity, of course. Well, yeah, there it is. The cycle in here is a supercritical CO2 cycle. So it's a very novel cycle. It's called a Brayton cycle. And as part of it, you would essentially be recirculating CO2 for the most part, exchanging heat. And any additional CO2 that is produced is either sequestered or it's of pipeline quality. So it could go to sequestration, EOR operations, or utilization, ready to be used. The feedstock can be coal or it can be biomass. One thing, yeah, this just like demonstrates the scale at which we are circulating the CO2. In this case, you have a tiny stream of syngas being routed through the combustor, combusted in an oxygen-rich environment, and then you end up with a very hot CO2 in a supercritical phase, which you circulate it through a turbine and then exchange heat and then recover or recirculate the CO2 back into the cycle. So as part of this cycle, you would be producing, well, I mean, over and above pure CO2 stream, you would be producing power, and you would have some rarer gases being produced, rare gases being produced as well. We are actively working with Siemens Energy in the turbine development effort. So we are on our way to deliver this turbine by the year 2028. From a refining setting, how would this look like? So as you can see, gasification is going to hold the key even for refining operations. And as part of it, we take in some of the syngas. The other syngas can go towards hydrogen production. It can go towards SAF, other e-fuel production. The syngas that we take in, we produce power, we produce pure CO2. We can further shift that CO2 towards e-fuels. The power can be utilized either as to power up the existing facility or the add-on processes, as well as you could export that renewable power in this case. Just a high-level numbers, we're looking at our first turbine is going to be somewhere about 220 to 240 megawatt electrical on the grid, which is sort of like a sweet spot for us from a data center perspective. But then that design could eventually be modified to fit customer needs. Just some high-level numbers, we are consuming about 1 million short tons of coal and producing about 1.8 million tons of CO2. Which can be essentially leveraged. So it's a chicken and egg scenario. I know there's going to be questions, well, India, where's the sequestration facility? But then without the sequestration facility, you would not have the front end, so someone has to start somewhere. Just a quick summary slide as to the whole value proposition in terms of this single block being able to offer you clean fuel, clean power, pure CO2, noble and rare gases. And this is a refinery sort of setting, conference, so I've focused on that, but then there are other industries that this could very well be applied to. Just to conclude, AFC technology is focused on affordable, scalable, and reliable base load power, which is very important, utilizing solid fuels. Again, from a collaboration perspective, we are actively looking for collaborations in terms of pushing this project through. I've used technology, hopefully it works. So if you have questions, if you want to counter me on any of the points, just scan that and drop me a message. Or else you can also find me. I'll be around in here today as well as tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adiga. You have nicely managed your time, First of all, thank you for that time management. Secondly, that in spite of having some technical glitch a little bit, so we wasted some 2-3 minutes time that you have managed well. But not that part, we should say that solid material can be converted to CO2, and that CO2 can be utilized for power generation. I heard about it about 10 years back. But what you are saying today, it is again, reigniting me to see that and to show that to the world and to our various stakeholders that how to utilize the CO2 after having produced from coal as well as biomass. That is the technology that you have covered. And another thing you have covered is that EOR technology. Once the CO2 is made, and then it can be utilized for enhanced oil recovery that you have also talked about. Power, of course, you told, and CO2 can be utilized as a pure CO2 for the beverage industries or any industry that can consume CO2 as a kind of consumption point. Well and nicely captured the points which are truly required for a country, for a company who can really utilize and valorize the biomass as well as coal as on today's perspective. Thank you very much, Adiga. Thank you very much. Yes. So thank you all for listening and waiting for last presenter to give a presentation. I would not say much words because we have already crossed the time. So therefore, I'm just concluding here by giving thanks to all the presenter as well as the various companies and the organization they have come from to narrate and to describe. Yes, it is possible. We are from different parts of the world. But I have come for a reason to India to see and show that yes, it is possible here also. Similarly, from your side also, you have given a very different perspective, which is truly required for a country like ours. Here we are. Plus, it is of course required for the rest of the world also if it is so useful and impactful. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for listening all of us here very patiently. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there seems to be no questions. That means the presentations have been self-explanatory and the speakers have already expressed themselves well. So just in case you have any questions, you could connect offline because we will be having a little refreshing tea break after this session, ladies and gentlemen. आइए उससे पहले हम कुछ tokens हैं appreciation के जो present करना चाहेंगे हमारे सभी panelists के लिए. So well, ladies and gentlemen, ESG integration in refining is the bridge between today's industrial strength and tomorrow's sustainable growth. So as we conclude this session, may I please request the chairperson for the session to kindly please present tokens of appreciation for each of our speakers. May I request Mr. M.K. Biswas to present a token to Mr. Corbett Center in the beginning, and then as we move on, in the order of the presentations, we are taking this moment to thank each of the presenters. In the order of the presentations, Mr. Corbett Center from BASF India Limited. Zordar taliyan ke liye, a big round of applause as we thank our panelists for their presentations. Thank you, Mr. Shailendra, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with all of us. इनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands for the sharings made by each of the speakers today. Mr. KB Srinivas. Thank you to all our presenters for their enlightening presentations, for the technical presentations that they made and shared with all of us today. A round of applause for Mr. Srinivas. Mr. Sadiq Arifi, thank you for sharing your perspectives with all of us and the study that has undergone from your side and the enlightening remarks that you made and shared with all of us today. Thank you very much. Mr. Ripal Joshi from Maitwa Aqua Solutions, thank you. Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation from your side. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Mr. P. Adiga from 8 Rivers Capital. Mr. Adiga, thank you very much for joining us here and sharing your presentation. Zordar taaliyan hamare sabhi speakers ke liye. For all our speakers, let us join our hands. And in the end, I invite Director CHT Shri Shekhar Kulkarni ji to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation for our chairperson for the session, Mr. M.K. Biswas, AD Gale. Director CHT Shri Shekhar Kulkarni presenting a memento to Mr. M.K. Biswas. And we have a group picture before we finally conclude. May I please invite everyone to come in the front of the stage for a group photograph which will serve as a memory of this session, technical session number 9 on ESG integrated refining. So well, once again I repeat, just in case if you have any questions that are crossing your mind, please feel free to connect with our speakers offline during the networking break sessions. So well, ladies and gentlemen, after this wonderful enlightening session that we enjoyed, it is time to rejuvenate with a refreshing tea, and we invite you to kindly please join us for tea, and we have about 15 minutes for it. We request you to kindly reconvene at 4:15 for subsequent session, which is also going to be the final session. In case we have the speakers, panelists for the next session who are present here, kindly please identify yourselves and meet us right here so that we can check if your presentations have been loaded. So may I please invite speakers, if any of the, the subsequent session, session number 11, to kindly please identify themselves and meet us right here near the console. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 15-minute refreshing tea break and reconvene at 4:15. See you. Thank you, and see you for the last session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's disperse for the quick tea.
check, hey, check, hey, check, test, check, hey, hello, check, hey.
अंदर रखोगे? एक मिनट सर आप
Thank you. Okay, your pointer here.
Yeah.
That's the pointer.
Thank you.
Sure, it'll be great. You don't need it.
Control difference.
During normal plant operation, the control difference for the combustion
Control difference. Control difference.
during normal plant
हेलो थैंक यू बहुत बढ़िया लगा दिया पता भी नहीं चलता है रेडी टू गो हाँ
May I please request everyone to take your seats. We are beginning with the final session for the day. This is technical session number 11 on innovations in refining. So, well, the title is as interesting as the presentations will be. We are very, very hopeful of interactive presentations and interactive session that is coming our way. May I please request everyone to take their seats. We expect more participants to join in with the course of time because maybe still people are enjoying their tea and coffee, but we surely will be seeing more number of people shortly. But I think in the interest of time, we should be beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the refreshing tea break, and we are all charged up for the final session of the day on the topic of innovations in refining. So as we begin with the proceedings of this session, may I take the opportunity of inviting the chairpersons to kindly please take their places on the dais. I begin by inviting Mr. Kaushik Singha, Executive Director R&D, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. A round of applause for Mr. Kaushik Singha. Ladies and gentlemen, he has over 32 years of experience in refinery and petrochemical operations at Indian Oil. He oversaw operations of Indian Oil's 9 refineries and petrochemical units from head office, implementing IOCL's indigenous technologies at refineries. He's also been awarded from FICCI for development of naphtha, isomerization and diesel hydrotreatment technology. That's in brief about Mr. Kaushik. We move on and invite the chairperson, Mr. Mukesh Sehdev, CEO ex-Analysts Australia, to please join us on stage. A round of applause for Mr. Mukesh Sehdev, ladies and gentlemen. He has led oil markets at Shell Trading and Rystad Energy, recognized as a top voice in oil markets with strong media presence and key conference engagements. He's been awarded for technical, market and leadership achievements at Shell, Indian Oil and Rystad Energy. We welcome you, Mr. Mukesh Sehdev, and we already have the chairpersons now on stage, and now moving on to invite our speakers for their places on the dais. We invite from KEDGEN, Mr. Carol Powells, to please join us on stage. Zordar taliyan Carol ke liye. A round of applause. Please join hands for Mr. Carol Powells as he joins us on stage for his presentation. May I invite from BPCL, Mr. Shamik Bhattacharya, to take his place on stage. A round of applause for Mr. Shamik Bhattacharya. Zordar taliyan inke liye bhi. From HTRI, that is Heat Transfer Research Incorporated, we have Mr. Rajan Desai in place of Hans, who will be joining us here. We welcome you, Mr. Rajan Desai, on stage. Zordar taliyan, sabhi ki or se taliyan hoti rehni chahiye. Ladies and gentlemen, we really need some energy from your side. From Bechtel India Private Limited, we invite Mr. Siddharth Bandyopadhyay to please join us on stage. Siddharth ji ke liye zordar taliyan, as we invite him to take his place on stage. And last but not the least, from HPCL, we have Mr. Deepak Kumar Jha joining us for his technical paper. Zordar taliyan Deepak ji ke liye bhi. So as we begin with the proceedings of the final session for the day today, I request the chairpersons to kindly please begin with the proceedings of the session on innovations in refining. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, distinguished delegates, speakers, industry experts, and fellow professionals. I think the room will get crowded soon. Since in the interest of time, we have started this session. It's a privilege to chair this technical session 11 number on innovations in refining at this 22nd Energy Technology Meet. This session will focus on one of the most dynamic areas in our sector. There's the continuous reinvention of refining technologies to meet the dual imperatives of energy security and sustainability. Today, the hydrocarbon industry stands at a crucial juncture as global energy demands evolve and environmental and societal pressures have increased on us. Traditional refineries are adapting to stricter regulations, changing consumer preferences, and growing sustainability requirements and improving operational efficiencies. So India's refining sector stands at a transformative juncture, balancing this expansion of capacity to meet both domestic as well as regional demands. While simultaneously there's a requirement to reduce its carbon footprint and enhancing operational efficiencies. Innovations in process intensification, catalyst design, digitalization, and indigenous technology commercializations are redefining the contours of actually competitiveness. This session brings together leading organizations, HPCL, CATGEN, HTRI, Bechtel, and BPCL, each representing groundbreaking advancements that shape the future of refining. Collectively, these papers addresses the full innovative spectrum from hydroprocessing optimization, catalytic breakthroughs to digitized heat transfer modeling, blue hydrogen scale-up, and indigenous technology commercialization. I invite all the participants to engage, question, and collaborate as we collectively refine the future of refining. Now I hand over the session to my co-chair for conducting the session. Mr. Sachdev, please.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. So let's begin, and we will start with the first session, Refining the Future. The title is very interesting, so really let's look forward to what, Carol, you have to share on this. Yeah, so we have a time limit around 13 to 15 minutes, but we need to spare some minutes for some Q&As, so let's stick with 13 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much. Well, I was thinking and assuming that innovation in refining is hot and very important. But apparently the tea is so overwhelmingly good that people have difficulty to show up, except for our competitors, of course. Anyhow, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure to be back at this distinguished event in a region with ambitious plans for the country and its industry with promising economic growth. Here are my talking points in the presentation. But this brings challenges with it in finding the right balance, particularly as the world is gradually moving towards lower fossil fuel consumption. As the FCC process is the key process to produce gasoline, it is an essential process to look at. As this process is highly versatile, it has demonstrated to be the right choice for refiners over the course of time. With the changes in the industry, we're all going through an evolution. I will thus take you through the FCC process and how we, CATGEN, have developed solutions for the changing market. Finally, I will close with the latest innovations that are needed in the world of today and tomorrow. India's refining sector is entering a transformative era, driven by the country's dual imperatives: a sustained rise in transportation fuel demand and an even steeper trajectory in petrochemical consumption. As the world's most populous nation and one of its fastest growing economies, India is expected to see transportation fuel demand grow at mid-single digits annually through 2040, while petrochemical demand is projected to outpace the GDP growth. This twin challenge and opportunity places India's refiners at the heart of a complex energy transition. Urbanization, rising incomes, and industrial expansion are fueling a steady increase in mobility and logistics, underpinning the robust demand for gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuels. Simultaneously, the rise of consumer-driven economy is catalyzing demand for petrochemical derivatives used in packaging, textiles, automotive components, and constructive materials. This bar chart is illustrative for the changes that we are facing. While the global demand for fossil fuels is expected to plateau, The situation in India differentiates itself with continued growth in gasoline demand. Obviously, we need to take these curves with a grain of salt, as the year that we will plateau is shifting all the time. Geopolitics and other market dynamics play a big role. Over the past few years, we have seen the energy transition is anyhow going slower than the ambitions of many nations. But with the steep growth in compound annual growth rate for India, there is no plateau foreseen till 2040. To meet these demands, the refining industry must expand capacity while evolving into integrated complexes capable of producing both clean fuels and high-value petrochemicals. The government's vision to increase refining capacity from about 250 to over 300 million metric tons per annum by 2030 is a testament to this ambition. But capacity alone is not enough. The future lies in petrochemical integration, but also feedstock flexibility and contaminant management. And when I talk about contaminant management, this concerns the contaminants that are brought by the feed into the FCC unit, like the different metals. But strategic levers that will define competitiveness in the years ahead. While India's refining sector is poised for growth, global market dynamics present a more complex backdrop. Oversupply in the petrochemical sector, driven by aggressive capacity additions in Asia and the Middle East, has led to margin compression and underutilization. Standalone naphtha crackers, especially those lacking integration or flexibility, are increasingly vulnerable. This underscores the importance of integrated refining petrochemical complexes that can pivot between fuel and chemical production based on market needs. We all know FCC as fluid catalytic cracking, with many variations to this. But let's take a bit closer look to that. Could we perhaps say that FCC is flexible catalytic cracking? We see many different flavors of the FCC process, and many use the FCC acronym in it, such as RFCC for resid applications or PFCC for petrochemical application, also known in the industry are HSFCC for high severity application, but also other names for tuned applications are known: DCC, MSCC, PMCC, INTMAX, and several more. The FCC process is very broad in its applications. This is possible as the process allows for a very wide range of operation modes. It can range from the lowest severity to maximize LCO on one hand, to the most severe application to maximize light olefins. The typical mode of operation is to maximize gasoline. That's basically what the process was developed for. Well, the essence is that to some extent, each of the products can be maximized. It starts with the lowest mode of severity, where one can maximize LCO. Well, it was in the beginning of my career when I traveled to India a lot of times as tech service engineer, and where we sold KMD, Ketjen's mid-distillate catalyst. And that was meant for diesel maximization. So in the early days, that was indeed the way the units were operated here. But once you increase the reactor temperature, the cat-to-oil ratio, or the catalyst activity, the LCO is going to decline at the benefit of gasoline. The higher the conversion goes, the more gasoline is made, until also for that product the maximum is achieved. Once you go even higher in severity, we come in the so-called overcracking zone, whereby gasoline is declined and more LPG and its components are generated. Well, this can even be further boosted for FCC applications, such as HSFCC, INTMAX, DCC, and so on. But also within these applications, one can optimize to either C4, olefin C3, or even ethylene. The fundamental in chemistry dictates that the higher the severity, the smaller the products. There are probably many more events that determine the landscape of the SCC unit. But in general, one can say that the FCC process has demonstrated to be a versatile process in being able to adjust its output quite substantially. The history that I cover here illustrates some of the main events that I witnessed from the beginning of my career, so almost 38 years. It started with the phase out of lead from gasoline, and this resulted in the development of highly selective units used by zeolites. These changes have not been possible without the efforts of process licensors, refiners, and catalyst manufacturers to develop the solutions and adapt accordingly. So it starts with the lead phase out to take the lead out of the gasoline and make catalysts that make more octane in the gasoline itself. At some point of time, refiners wanted to process more residue, which required the process to adapt to handle the higher temperatures and the catalyst to be able to manage the higher metals. Years after that, we were facing a new issue that concerned the introduction of iron in feeds, which posed new challenges to the catalyst selectivity, very different from nickel and vanadium. We have gone through a stage where more tight oils were recovered and processed in the FCC. In the past decade or decades, we have seen more and more petrochemical integration to produce more light olefins. And now we're at the stage to go into the energy transition where refiners are exploring the use of biofuels to be co-processed. And these have another new challenge. But it requires important partnerships in order to get that happen. Well, these 6 different periods illustrate how the FCC process had adopted over time. With those changes, we, Ketjen, also changed to enable the refiners to make those operational changes. Our research adjusted in tools and methods which allowed us to develop the better catalyst for the various new applications, but also our manufacturing plants adapted accordingly to enable the use of novel materials or improved manufacturing technologies. Before moving to the latest innovations and the future, a few more words about the transition of Ketjen and the catalyst technology we provide to the industry. Central in our business is you, the refiner. How can we as Ketjen help you to be more successful and have better economics? We learned from one of our greatest assets, Filtro Technology, a company in LA in which we took over in the early 90s, the importance of matrix technology. It made us transition from a company that was mainly producing catalyst high of zeolite into a company that applies high matrix technologies. This transition was driven by the better economics it delivers to the FCC. But there is a caveat. The laboratory testing is still challenging with this technology, and R&D centers, including Ketjen, do not recognize the real benefits that are profiting from it. The issue is a coke artifact which is hard to be solved. But our commitment to your future is that this is the best technology for heavy resid applications, but also for renewable feeds, particularly when they contain high iron. On top of that, if you wish to make light olefins like propylene and butylene, then this type of catalysts are highly desirable and gives you the best economics. But we keep investing in this platform of technology for you. But the success of this technology has not been possible without our partners in the industry, the licensors, but also the refiners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to move into 2 examples of our innovation. One of them is directly applicable for the industry here, namely related to light olefins, and the other one is concerning iron tolerance and iron poisoning. So I will move ahead. So let me now quickly move to the latest innovation that Ketjen has developed for you. Durezum-MA is our latest generation of max propylene additives. Through an optimized stabilization and optimized ZSM5 content, we have been able to produce an additive that's more active and with better physical properties. This additive thus allows refiners to enhance propylene production or have more flexibility in the adjustment of the additive addition rate. Over our previous generation of additives, we have increased activity by another 10%, as is illustrated in this chart. This improvement is not only found in the laboratory, but also confirmed in FCC units. And that is illustrated in this slide. This commercial case illustrates the improvement performance of Durezol MMA. Some case details are listed, and I'm not going to read them out, but it concerned a heavy resin FCC application that used Durezol HA, the previous generation of additives. The refiner optimized its catalyst addition and was able to reduce the addition of this additive by 19%, while maintaining same olefins production, which is illustrated in the graphs on the right-hand side. So the propylene and butylene make were exactly the same based on the ECAT analysis and testing that we've done. So the additions were reduced by nearly 20%. Now, we are happy to inform you of our strong commitment to your future with another expansion in ZSM5 production. A few months back, we inaugurated the opening of our ZSM5 plant with further increase in the capacity. We doubled our capacity and made us ready for the future for you. Another important innovation is our new technology to combat poisoning iron. Specific feeds, such as Russian feeds, but also WTI, can have a high amount of iron and cause trouble. It typically reduces the accessibility to the catalyst interior by blocking the pores. With Ketjen's safeguard technology, we provide strong, increased better tolerance to iron through higher accessibility. And that leads to increased bottoms conversion and dry gas improvements.
Excuse me, you have 2 minutes more.
Thank you. I can handle that. Thank you. So in the next example, in a commercial case, in the commercial application where a safeguard has been applied, this unit is highly dependent on proper diffusion, as it can be severely limited. The chart on the right-hand side illustrates the enhanced accessibility, while the catalyst had even increased the iron load. The refiner was able to enhance the iron load, since unit performance did not decline, but instead even improved. The safeguard technology delivered substantial conversion improvement and lower bottoms and increased gasoline and LPG. Now, let me summarize the key takeaways for you. First of all, we have heard it many times during this ETM, but let me echo the message that India's refining sector is shaping the future of energy and materials to meet demand. But it requires an acceleration towards more integration of refining and petrochemical industries with a flexible and sustainable refining model. The highly dynamic world we live in demands this to maintain economically strong. Ketjen can be your partner in this journey, as it brings a wealth of experience with many successful corporations to develop sustainable and economical solutions for you. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chairman, and CHT for this opportunity to share this with you. But the last word is I have to apologize that I have to leave this dais due to a planned return flight. But I'm happy to leave you in good hands with my distinguished colleague, Sriram Kotilingam. He will be happy to answer any questions for which you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol. Let's give you a big round of applause and wish you safe travels. Let's continue, and let me invite now Mr. Shramik for a session which the title is very, very inspiring, superhuman, integrating all key refinery applications and key documents, and I believe you have built an application for it. So let's look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will tell you a story, life story of BPCL BR Refinery, how we are moving towards the path of superhuman. I will start with the problems that we have, the challenges that we have. And we have challenges like multiple logins because we have so many systems. We have more than 45 systems. And people have to remember the login. People have to remember the password. People have to log in physically to get data. And that was a huge challenge. The next one was missed alert on field. People were dumped with lot of information, lot of alerts. And that really don't make sense because they don't know when to act, when they have to be serious. And that is something which was a genuine problem all across the refinery. The third problem was difficulty recalling the SOPs or the RCAs or all the documents pertaining to a particular machine. People may not remember the exact step for the start or for the shutdown of a machine. And they want to refer that when they are on the field and that time they don't have the documents, what they will do. That was a challenge. Non-compliance, so basically people in their area don't know how many contractors are not following the rules. For example, not wearing the PP, not wearing the helmets, not wearing the shoes, like that. We want to know that. We don't know that because we have to go to control center to find it out. Equipment failures. How many equipments are going to be on the path of failure? How many equipments are going to be really creating problems? We don't know that. These are the problems that we had, and we started with the solution, and it is moving towards a superhuman, and I will tell you that story. So, multiple logins, we have integrated the applications. We have integrated more than 24 applications today. Profile area based, because once we have integrated the applications, we have so much data. So we made sure that a person who needs the data gets it. So he will get data of his area or his machines, and he will get all the alerts from his area only. So that is called profile based. And we developed a chatbot, which I will discuss a little later, where people can actually ask questions pertaining to their documents. And remember, those documents that will be answered will be only pertaining to his area. So if he is from the SRU, only the SRU documents will be loaded and the answers will be given to him pertaining to that. Vision-based model, so if there is any compliance, we have already developed that. I will show you that. And ML, so health prediction we have developed to make him aware if any of his machine is really going to give him trouble based on ML. So we'll go with the integrated app, the applications that we have integrated. We have integrated process parameters from IP21, LIMS, lab parameters, vibration monitoring, corrosion monitoring, gas detector, IOW monitoring, ODR logbook, SAP, APM, asset management, EWPS, work permit system, IRIS, that is the incident system, and the chatbot, he can ask any questions regarding these applications. All these are integrated today, and he can see it in his ODR, and remember, he can always see it in his laptop or desktop also. This is an application which is agnostic to the platform. And there comes a solution for the first. Then we go to the next, profile-based. And this profile-based is actually the right data for right person at the right time. I will show you how. Once he created the profile, he gets only his area of interest. Then role-based data, so he gets only data pertaining to his role. And then the voice data. And then on-demand, that is right time. The first one is right data. The second one is right person, and the third one is the right time. That is on demand. He can ask for those information that he needs, and that will come in a BI report. So this really is a single version of truth, which was not earlier. A lot of persons have very different version of data, and today we don't have that because we have just single version of truth, and nobody going to. Even with SAP implementation, we didn't achieve that single version of truth. Now we have that. And thus it cuts the noise. This is the left side is the applications that you can see, lab results, SAP, critical. I just give you a glimpse. On the right side, you can see the alerts. These two are the main things that they were using. Now we do the voice-based. So the documents which are integrated for the voice-based is standard operating, equipment start state, search documents, manual procedures, PNID, that was really hit, PNID. People really ask questions pertaining to PNID and they get answers. And RCA, that was also a big hit because people really tend to forget what was RCA done for 2 years before, 3 years before. Now you have all the RCA and you ask questions related to that, you will get answers. Because people change, but the document and knowledge should not change. So this is actually becoming a knowledge base.
Control difference.
During normal plant operation, the control difference for the combustion.
So that gives you a glimpse of you people can ask it not only by writing, but now not even typing, but asking it like a voice. So you have asked him like a voice based on a document and it will give you answer for that. So this is a glimpse of the documents from the SRU, I think, the PNID surgeon documents, and you have to click on it and then it is loaded and you can ask any question pertaining to the document. Vision-based model, so for his area, we can see if there is people who is not wearing helmet and the zone, you see the person who is not in the zone will not be taken care of. So these are coming in his ODR as well as in the desktop. And these are the alerts that will generate. So you will be told if the face is recognized, you will be told which person and from which contractor is not wearing the helmet, and you can issue an NC to that contractor. And similarly, we have done the gauge reading, so we don't want human beings to go 2 times, 3 times in a shift to take the reading. Because if that is the only reason he is going, then it better be done by a camera. So we have cameras which on a specified time will take the snapshot of that gauge and it will use it OCR and convert it into data. So we are saving human beings to go to far off places. In other places where the human beings are needed, they can continue. But the idea is wherever monotonous job is done by human beings, can it be replaced by AI? And this was to the toe, and this was perfect reading taken by camera. And this is the QR code that we use for equipment so that the system can identify which equipment I am talking of, and then it will give the prediction for the document, for the equipment or any data related to that equipment. So how we have built the intelligence for the superhuman? We have discussed to a great extent in that. We have developed in-house app, SOP manual integrated. So you see all the data is integrated first, and then the documents are integrated for a man who is going in the flow. That's all is needed. So if it is integrated, why we have to send a human being? Because the camera can actually take the data, can process it, can check the health, can use the document, and can also use the prediction. Hands-free assistance if the person is going. QR-based equipment, which we have done because there has to be a notification for that. Vision-based we have discussed. Gauge reading we have discussed. ML-based predictive analysis we have discussed. And PNID we have discussed. So this is what really built the intelligence, right? Once the intelligence is built, now we can merge everything together and put it into a robot. This is what it is. That will be the future. Because now all the intelligence is built and the robot can themselves take care of the plant for some operations which we think is monotonous. So first system integration was done, which is understood. Then unified intelligence is done. We have built intelligence on after the integration is done. Then the engineers are empowered because now the engineers are empowered with the document and the data, and they have got the knowledge how to use it. If these 3 steps are done, which is done, we will rise to superhuman stage, which we are now going to. This is our analysis, how to become a superhuman. So it will perform 24/7 field rounds and visual inspections. So human being need not do it. Once a superhuman is in place, that is robot is in place actually. Read pressure, temperature and vibration using computer vision, which we have done. First 2 are done. Identify leaks, PP violations, smoke and abnormal sound. Sound we have not done, we are in the process. But there is a technology which we can use it. So leaks we can identify because there are systems which is there in gas leak, we have just integrated it. PP violation we have done. Smoke detection we have done because we have system. generate digital log automatically. In fact, we don't want, if you see how the human beings emerge, they were going to the plant, they were coming back and writing in a book. Then they come back and start writing in Excel sheet. Then they come back and start writing in an application, right? Now, what we have done is, you don't need to do anything. You just come and you don't have to come back and write it. You can stand there and you can just use your voice to build the log. So we have gone to the 5th stage where the user will just say, based on a parameter, that this is what the log is, and it will record it. No waste of time. Then and there it is done. We are going to that stage. Act as a training companion for new field engineers. Oh, of course. So new field engineers will find it happy because they have really on-the-fly answers to a lot of their questions related to documents and data. This is big. Operation hazardous area. Yes, indeed. A lot of times human beings cannot go to those places. Robots will go to those places and operate it. And all this will enable humans to focus on higher value innovation, do better jobs. Analytics and strategic opportunities will be there for human beings than just logging things, than just visualizing things and recording it. That is a monotonous job. We have to leave it to robots. Thank you.
Let's give a big round. Thank you, Shramik. And this was a really interesting session. I really like the idea of the QR codes. Very well done. So let's invite now Mr. Arjun for reliability improvement with more agile, cost-effective and effective operations in refineries through a blend of innovations and research. Please.
Namaskar. Actually, our president, Dr. Hans, was to present this presentation, but he couldn't get e-visa, so he requested me to do. So every year I do one more year, but ये ज़्यादा ही आत्मनिर्भर हो गया, उनकी जगह मैं दे रहा हूँ. So every time when we do presentation from HTRI, the participants, the companies, our member companies, always request us that please bring more case studies. So as president was coming, I could manage to have more case studies. So my presentation would be more case study oriented. We would cover innovative design, how to mitigate fouling, how to make the working more reliable on heat exchanger basis, unfired and fired both, desalter to furnace. Predictive maintenance is our main forte. We'll talk about that with the case studies, global case studies. And surface modification is a new paradigm which is coming on. We are doing lots of research on that, and that will solve many of issues refinery regularly facing. So cost of fouling generally we know, but we have some numbers. This is a simple PNID for any heat train, preheat train. And when we quantify the final effect on FIT, if it is a low fouling, it could be less than a degree centigrade loss on FIT. If it is extreme fouling, it can go up to 5, little bit more degree centigrade in a month. So how to mitigate that? How to first quantify? So these are, HTRI do lots of research, create correlations, develop correlations. Based on that, we realize that net heating value also needs to be considered in deeper sense. And carbon content is very much essential to know, because now more than money saving, as yesterday Prabhudas was talking, money and cash, the carbon dioxide equivalent emission reduction is also very important. So that also we quantify. See, generally this is a normal pattern where 18 months, generally after that, the turnaround is taken. This is old data. Now, of course, all refineries are taking turnaround much larger. And these are the quantification of total loss of lost opportunity due to maintenance, mainly due to fouling. So this graph, red shows the improvement in usability of refinery, all the refineries, and black shows the reduction in number of refineries at America, which we are talking since yesterday. But in either case, the loss is pretty huge. So Finally, fouling affects the margin, starting from crude blend and everything. So this is a simple calculation of margin, how we can save money. So our digital platform, we can go up to crude blend and regular operation parameter, and we can guide refinery that what could be the cost of operation, and finally the saving in the margin. This is actual, as well as on a digital twin, we can quantify before implementing all the changes. So there are various scenarios, and finally we can say that in 2 or 3 scenarios, the the crude price is varying little bit, but you have to concentrate more on the margin. These are again data which shows that between 1 to 5 degrees centigrade of variation of loss of FIT, what is the cost on unfired heat exchanger fouling effect. We also quantify the slagging on the furnace. That will come one of the case studies. So these are, on the right side, graph is very important because nowadays from crude oil to natural gas, even some hydrogen blending of furnace firing is also being tried out. So what are the effect, what is the effect? That digital twin can decide, and you can have 2, 3 scenarios to choose from. The most important aspect, as our name says, HTRI, is the research. We have lots of research. Our research center is at Texas, USA. We do many research on various subjects, but fouling is our forte. We are doing fouling research since 32 years, and we have a huge data generated. Now, why this data is important? In the era of, this is our fouling rigs. In the era of AI, anything is possible. But ChatGPT cannot design cell and tube or air-cooled heat exchanger. The data is very important for any digital tool, whether it is AI-based or ML-trained. So that data, we have huge data on fouling, varieties of fouling. And finally, while deciding any heat exchanger tube, these are the 3 main factors: stream chemistry, surface, and operating conditions. These all 3 are variable. So when HTRI calculation engine, XIST, those who are using regularly, know that it can check velocity changes in each tube at each length. And that gives more robust prediction of fouling based on our data and our own calculation engine. Now we have developed, based on all this fouling data, fouling propensity factor. And this factor is graphed here, covering API and various aspects. That makes our, that is the brain of our further digital platform, what we are going to showcase. So it works like this. We take data from data historian, but it remains at your end. So no one has to worry that our data will come to us. We'll provide you the platform. Then we'll help you creating digital twin. And finally, the physical assets needs to be digitalized once only. Once you have to make model of all your heat exchangers, we can design everything, and it comes on the same PNID. And finally, various work groups at your end. It could be engineers, inspection, maintenance, operation, planning, blending, procurement. Everyone will have access through your SAP or ERP. This is a typical PNID, and this is a typical dashboard, how you can have your data. And this can be client-specific. Whatever you need, we can make you ready for this. This is again, now the case studies will start with innovative design. So first, we started with the flow stream. This is the INEOS design, and we are doing lots of work for INEOS on this digital platform. So like IOCL, INEOS is also having 11 refineries, 11 locations. They all use our Smart PM digital platform. They are having 30 users and 13 network models at where they also have R&D. Typically IOCL type setup, and everywhere they use our digital platform. Now, starting from Japan, anyway, that I'll come separately. So the case study here says that how to maximize the heat duty on the network, as well as the pressure drop reduction. So what we suggested here, the blue was the temperature which was constant. Previously, all 3 streams were having constant. Now we suggested instead of having constant temperature, if we go the split differently, 63% change to 44 like this, and then merely these 3 changes, hydraulic changes, we could save 1.5 degree FIT improvement. All the papers are available. Those who are interested, please write to me. We'll send you paper. These all are established case studies, and we are presenting with the proof of, with the approval of respective refineries. This is Total France. The insert tube turbulator is a new thing. Wherever I go and I suggest, most of the refineries having myth that how turbulator can reduce the fouling, but that is a reality. It was tested here. We have many case studies on this. Here, there are two, one 31AB and 31CD are the tag numbers. And this black shows the total fouling resistance over time when inserts were not there. And green shows when the specialized turbulator applied, the fouling resistance was reduced drastically over a much longer time. We have concept engineering here. We have done a lot of research with them. Their DLL file for various tube inserts are available in HTRI, XIST, and XAC. You can meet them, or you can write to us, and we can put in contact to them. And all our research data are clubbed in DLL and available for tube inserts. It is really eye-opening and worth trying. I would recommend. This is our various kind of dashboards, what we are having on our digital platform. This is historical performance. This is the possible future trend, what it could be. This dashboard, again, we'll see in more detail. Now, Total has suggested us what will be the effect of carbon dioxide emission reduction in varying the total cleaning scenarios. So this graph shows at various cleaning scenario how carbon dioxide emission can be reduced or increased depending on the scenario. It is not straight line. Therefore, this digital platform is very helpful. And carbon dioxide, all targets what we are decided, believe me, the heat exchanger advantage to reducing carbon dioxide emission is not fully harnessed. Therefore, this will give you additional cushion for all the refineries. This is again INEOS. INEOS suggested us, they were having 3 antifoulant, and they wanted to know which antifoulant would work better. So in the first scenario, B was out of question, and competition was between A and C. The names obviously are hidden. And then we went deeper on the fouling propensity factor, and we did detailed study. And finally, we suggested that C would be the best. And these are the data measured here. And we, over the time, how this antifoulant and how much it is improved, because the cost also could be different. So this paper is also available. And finally, in all these three scenarios, how much carbon dioxide emission is reduced, that also quantified. And see the number, how big the numbers are. And their refinery are also of Indian refinery sizes, so it is quite similarity. Similarly, this same digital platform can also quantify, measure NOx per day or SO2 or CO2, any gas, combustion. But we can make client-specific basic platform and provide it to you. Now, this is fouling management through digital transformation. So this is a very simple dashboard, mainly crude slate. This is for crude slate. This is crude side mass, heat duty, and fouling factor. So all varieties, the variation you can see all together on the timeline. So depending on your blend, future or past, you have a much better picture if all the factors are together on the same page. Our Smart PM model can be used by process engineer for various aspects like fouling prediction, flow split, evaluation of antifoulant. Even IOW can be rechecked, typical evaluation of retrofit, many applications possible. Rather, there is no stoppage to this. You are quite young, but kaleidoscope जिसने खेला होगा, kaleidoscope जैसे घुमाते अलग-अलग picture बनते. These are the application, and therefore I always promote like Swiss knife. The Smart PM is Swiss knife. आपको जो चाहिए वो बिल्कुल हो सकता है. These are the typical applications what we are doing. We have done lots of proof of concept in India also. Deepak ji उसमें शामिल थे. By the way, anyway, that is a surprise of a photo also. So there are various applications. This is not an end. Many more you say, and we'll make it possible. This is for, again, INEOS. Here the cleaning plan was
Excuse
to
me.
be reviewed in different
Excuse me,
scenarios.
Rajan, you have 2 more minutes.
Done. Japan also like Atmanirbhar. This is the English version of this. This is no cleaning. This is original they thought of cleaning, and this is what we suggested, and how FIT improved was done in INEOS. This is a bit complicated, so I would like to suggest who invested, please ask me, we'll give you paper, and if required, we can reach you through web session also. This is a bit complicated, but what it says that increasing a little more frequency, but extending timeline, the area below the graph shows the total saving in megawatt. This is the best sentence I have heard in my 43 years of career. What INEOS has given us writing that you can mention this globally, so everyone try to save time. So the sentence says, even spending 1 month with conventional method, it is not possible to obtain the level of accuracy and benefit which can be obtained by smart PM within 1 hour. This is a fantastic statement proven by INEOS, and we would be more happy to be in touch with all the refineries here. I'm in touch with practically all, but these are the case studies which we wanted to reach you out. Now, the question comes, past track record. We are covering 17% of crude globally. And you consider the geopolitical, so practically 1/5 of the crude are being processed globally using HTRI platform, digital platform. So like the British Empire, when it was said that sun is never setting in empire, similarly for 24 hours, anywhere, any one refinery in the world certainly must be using digital platform of HTRI. Can you identify this gentleman? He's here. And when we did it in 2016, our session number was also 11. Of course, I was having less hair, obviously, but now I am having more white. So in these 10 years, I'm still घूम रहा हूँ मैं PTR के पीछे. 10 साल हो गया. Anyway, so this is again a total group. Here the question was furnace. So we cover furnace also fully, tube outside slagging, fouling, and the FIT from the unfired heaters. So this particular case was of IOW, integrated operating window. So their problem was maximum safe limit.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but I think
20 seconds. Stopwatch, 20 seconds. So maximum safety limit, how can be achieved, how cannot be crossed. That was the case. They were always crossing this. And our model, we confirmed that. We ensured that it is now not crossing the safety limit. So all the total are using the same platform. This is again a dashboard. There are various dashboards where you can see energy saving or cost of fouling, cost of cleaning. This is furnace slagging. We do lots of work on surface modification. This is on coating. Picture speaks better. So these 3 aspects we do for coating checking, and the results are very encouraging. The 4th one is the surface angle of the coating. And there also Atmanirbhar, one company in India, we did research with them. The name is Ami Polymers. And this is what we did their work. And these are data and the pictures. This is the testing, and coating gave excellent results. These are the final photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajan. Really, lots of detail. Thank you very much, and good round of applause. So let's invite to learn something on challenges of scaling up blue hydrogen. We have heard a lot on the green. Let's hear the blue. So Siddharth Bandyopadhyay from Bechtel, please.
I think the biodata, you may kindly.
Hello. Yeah.
Once the biodata may be shown.
Okay. Okay. My name is Siddharth. I am from Bechtel. So today I will just talk about the various challenges that blue hydrogen industry is going to face. And of course, when I will talk about challenges, definitely it will be followed by the different resolutions. So I don't have much to talk. First, basically, why blue hydrogen? So more or less, all of us know different colors of hydrogen: gray, blue, green, pink, yellow, but at the end of the day, it's ultimately hydrogen. So that's the most important thing. But why blue hydrogen? So that will be one slide on that. And then what are the different kind of challenges? And what are the corresponding resolutions? So basically, challenges can be categorized under segments like technical, infrastructure, then cost, of course, then policy and market, and then, of course, environmental and social issues. To start with, why blue hydrogen? So, okay, all of us are basically convinced that, okay, hydrogen is necessary, and hydrogen is basically crucial for the transition, for this energy transition to achieve the net zero. So now green hydrogen, of course, we all know that, okay, this is the least carbon emissions, but at the same time, it's very costly as of now. Of course, with time, maybe down the line, 10 to 15 years, electrolyzers cost and associated BOP cost will come down, and the levelized cost of hydrogen, it will also come down. But till then, so green hydrogen cannot basically achieve the target if blue hydrogen don't go in parallel with that. So that is the most important message. And blue hydrogen, when we talk about blue hydrogen, it is most relevant with the refinery, because refinery is having this SMR or ATR for these hydrogen plants, basically. So, and my focus is basically on the existing plants, because for upcoming hydrogen plants, there are various new technologies and going to be available at least. So you can see from this, basically from this graph, that by 2050, of course, maybe by 2035 or 40, there will be no gray hydrogen, it is predicted. But blue hydrogen is basically always will be there along with the green. And from refinery perspective, this is the overall production has been shown, and which includes not only consumers of the refineries, but also other consumers. But blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, there will be a constant ratio that has to be maintained to achieve the net zero goals by the refiners. And that's why blue hydrogen is basically viewed as a near-term bridge for this energy transition. So this is one of there are various pathways available, I know. I have just, for example, I have shown one pathway, that is basically the SMR-based hydrogen, which is very common. Most of the hydrogen plants in refineries is basically the natural gas SMR-based. And there are, of course, ATR is available, and hydrogen can be produced through the coal gasification process and also partial oxidation process. But mostly focus is on the SMR and ATR. And ATR is comparatively new technologies, and there are very few plants actually in running condition globally. So again, so that's why I have just shown this slide based on the SMR. So this is a straightforward process, basically preheating, where this fire heater is there, preheating. Fire heater, naturally fire heater will emit your flue gas, and that flue gas is a major source of the carbon emission. This is well known to us. And the rest of the blocks are basically well known to all of you: sulfur removal, primary reformer, and then secondary reformer, then water gas shift. And again, after the water gas shift, when syngas is produced, so this block CO2 removal, this is also actually present. This is pre-combustion CO2 removal, post-combustion CO2 removal is there for the preheating fire heater section, for the flue gas basically. And this syngas, which is basically going to the CO2 removal block, it is nothing but basically a pre-combustion CO2 removal, which is existing block. And basically CO2 is eliminated in this process, and hydrogen is produced. That hydrogen will further go into your PSA for further purification, and then it will go into your hydrogen header network. So this is the normal philosophy, and that CO2 removed from this process, and of course there will be off gas. That off gas will be recirculated as a supplementary fuel for the fire heater. So that now blue hydrogen is nothing but this CO2 is, you have this CO2 now. This is a clean CO2. Now it is going to the atmosphere. You just need to take it and send it for the sequestration purpose, or you have some other consumers available. So like you can produce a methanol utilizing CO2 and hydrogen, or you can utilize CO2 for further production of the SAFs and other meaningful utilization. But today my focus is not on the utilization part, because utilization there are various technologies available, and various in this forum also, in this technology ETM also, various speakers are talking about those things. So my focus is mainly on the sequestration part. And one important thing is that there is one star mark you can you might see here. This is basically nothing but post-combustion carbon capture. If existing refiners want to basically include in their refinery, so then the overall process will become very critical with respect to the economics. So that is the main thing. So with this, so let's discuss about what are the technical challenges. So retrofitting SMR or ATR based hydrogen plants with post-combustion carbon capture, as such there is no challenge as of now, because carbon capture technologies, amine-based carbon capture technologies are very matured. And that's why we can say it's a matter of techno-economic optimization. As I said earlier, that for the flue gas application, this post-combustion is applied, can be applied. Since this is lots of cost is involved, so that is the most important point, whether one refiner will move to install a CCS unit or not. Technology-wise, as such, no problem. Only thing, as a resolution, we can say that, okay, we can minimize the cost instead of using the proprietary amine and licensed technologies. So we can utilize the open art technologies using the MEA. Maybe as a Bechtel, we have this solution available, and many other companies is having this solution available. Only the main difference comes that, okay, some utility consumptions are more, but that can be offset to some extent with respect to the proprietary solvent cost versus the markedly available MEA cost. So next is about the integration of existing CO2 pipelines for sequestration. In India, it is not a case. In India, there is no existing pipelines, CO2 pipelines, but okay, in some places of the world, it is available, or it is going to be available in near future. So for them, just tap in basically, it is possible, so no technical challenge as such. Because before tapping, what you need to do, you have to compress your CO2, you have to dehydrate your CO2. For those different technologies, CO2 compression technology is very challenging, but we are happy to say that, okay, that has basically reached a very high level, almost TRL9. Right now, we are working on a project, world's biggest CO2 compressor. Okay, so this is going to be in Australia. So almost it's 30 megawatt, one compressor. There will be two compressors, such compressors will be there. So CO2 compression and dehydration, various technologies available. You can choose according to your requirement. So again, CO2 pipeline safety, there was a few years back also, people used to talk about this thing a lot, but as such, those problems are not being seen as a problem. Then you need liquefaction of CO2 in some cases, in some part of the world. So CO2 liquefaction technology is also available. CO2, basically liquid CO2 carriers, that is also available. And then the major challenge, what is the major challenge? It is obviously in the whole system, you need a lot of energy. So a lot of energy means a lot of cost. So that is genuinely, that is the most realistic challenge. And then next one is about for the new NG-based hydrogen plants. As I said at the beginning, it is not recommended CCUS for the upcoming or new hydrogen plants. It will be not basically economical, meaningful, because there are various technologies are coming up, where basically these fired heaters can be electrical fired heaters, which will be, you can utilize renewable electricity. Then you can save the huge amount of carbon emission from that whole system. So that is the reason of this recommendation. So this is just a block flow of the post-combustion carbon capture. This is the pre-treatment followed by this absorber and the stripper. and then CO2 compression block that I have already talked, and then CO2 is produced. And this is can be done utilizing any proprietary solvent with licensor-based technologies. I was earlier with licensor, very famous licensor for the carbon capture, and I am now working Bechtel, and we have this carbon capture template available, readily available, 1.5 to 2 MMTPA. And we have basically provided this engineering and for the feed for various projects, for the power plant, for LNG projects, and also some of the steel plant basically. So from that perspective, the main challenge, what we see that the large plot space is required. So that's why for the existing retrofitting purpose, CCUS sometimes become very difficult because of the plot. And okay, we can do some modification in the plot, like we place the absorber just close to your fire heater, if possible, or as close as possible, and then we can place rest of the things away in some other areas. But then you have pipelines and again pipe pumping cost. But other than these plots, there is another thing is about this. Basically, utility consumption. There will be utility consumption in terms of the steam and low pressure steam, which is cannot be a big concern for refiners. And then, of course, the power. And for power, the flue gas blower, which will comprise of 25% of required power, and the CO2 compressor will almost 50% of the required power. So this is just a typical CO2 compression schematic. And here I have shown the 6-stage integrally geared compressor. But for this pipeline, typical pipeline pressure of 150 bar around, we need 8 stages. So first 5 stages we call the LP section, followed by the dehydration section, and then the HP section. And finally, there will be basically the supercritical liquid phase CO2 can be produced, and that can be sent to the pipelines. CO2 pipeline, basically. So we are working on all those things, and we are very, very confident, and most sophisticated compressor suppliers in the world. So they are also ready. So it's just not that, okay, our work is as an integrator's role. So we can integrate from the concept till the commissioning, the whole thing. But our support is required.
Excuse that, 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay. Okay, so this is about the infrastructure. So just from this, from this diagram, you can understand that, okay, CO2 liquefaction is sometimes required. CO2 need to be transported in the carriers, pipelines. So lot of infrastructure things. Then next one is about the storage requirements. So storage requirements is the most biggest challenge, and for India, the most realistic storage options can be the unusable, basically, coal mines. So due to time constraint, I am not sticking to this slide. So this is about the cost. So cost, of course, we know the cost is very high for the green, even for the blue, but with a basically ratio of 3:1. I mean, blue hydrogen 75% and green hydrogen 25%. It is possible, still it can be possible to reach approximately around $2 per kg of hydrogen levelized cost. So policy and market uncertainty is the biggest challenge in this sector. And because the economic feasibility directly linked with the policy decisions like carbon pricing, subsidies, credits, etc. Okay, good thing, so I'm not going through point-wise. Good thing that, okay, in India, so Indian government already have announced the 39,000 crore carbon capture program with phased rollout. So Niti Aayog has announced recently, last month only. And this is a very good initiative, and country like India, like we're very serious about to our commitment towards the net zero. So similar commitments are required, and the infrastructure challenges can be sorted out because these CO2 pipelines are not dedicatedly required for the refineries. It is required for the other sectors like power, like steel plants. So refiners can basically tap in their captured CO2 to that pipeline. So that thing, so refiners has to in discussion with that segment of the government so that it can be made possible. Because blue hydrogen is not an option, it's basically a necessity.
Excuse me,
So-
Siddharth, now 15 seconds more.
Okay. So this is the various environmental and social issues. And among the social issues, earlier CO2 storage and pipelines was the most thing, but technically more challenges have been resolved mostly. So that's why now even in US it is getting basically more, I would not say more popularity, but at least less pushback. So path forward, basically potential benefits of blue hydrogen since it's substantial. So scaling the blue hydrogen with carbon capture presents multidimensional challenges as we discussed. And it requires addressing the technical, economic, environmental and regulatory hurdles. But obstacles still can be overcome, and it has to be overcome in fact, because technically there is not much challenge. But economic challenge can be sorted out if proper government regulations, policies are in place. So then strategic investment, of course, will boost up this blue hydrogen market. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddhartha. Good round of applause for you. Let's now hear from Deepak. Deepak is going to talk about accelerating indigenous technology commercialization, some case studies on challenges and pathways. Yes, Deepak, please.
Good evening, everyone. Hope I'm audible. What is the dream of a scientist? Or what is the dream of a scientist who is doing industrial research? Is it about paper publication? Or is it about some award winning or patents? The ultimate dream of a scientist is that his research work should reach from lab to industry. It should get commercialized. But the path is not easy. It has to pass various technical hurdles during scale-up. It has to pass various financial hurdles during market adoption. It has to pass various regulatory, statutory hurdles for making global impact. And finally, it has to pass commercialization hurdle to make the market impact. If we see the data in India in last 5 years, there are around 6.5 lakh patents which are in force. But the working commercialized patents are less than 10%. That means those patents which are used for manufacturing or for commercialization, those are less than 10%. Our research is not that much focused on commercialization. Today I'm going to cover some case studies about some technologies which started from fundamental research to the patent filing, pilot validation, scale up, then commercial implementation. Regarding petroleum refining, we have become Atmanirbhar during last year. If we see our refining capacity, it is 260 MMTPA. We are the 4th largest crude processor after US, China and Russia. And our target is to increase the capacity to 300, then subsequently 450 MMTPA in next couple of years. The key challenge is that still we are dependent on the foreign technology, proprietary equipments, catalysts and chemicals. So this creates a risk to innovation. Here we have an opportunity as well as it is our responsibility to strengthen India's Atmanirbhar initiative by achieving technology independence through indigenous technology commercialization. This is the news recent April 25. Commercialization of indigenous technology is hampered by awareness deficit, high initial cost and regulatory hurdles. We are having all enablers available with us. Rapid academic and industrial R&D, strong scientific talent, successful pilot plants, demo plants, commercial plants. We have developed even technologies, catalysts, chemicals, and proprietary equipment. Those are cost competitive. Still, technologies are failing to gain widespread industrial adoption and commercialization. These are facing barriers before they can be embraced by the industry. If I ask a question, how many indigenous technologies developed by HPCL are licensed to other PSUs or refineries? Or how many indigenous technologies developed by other PSUs are implemented into another refineries? We all know the answers. Question remains, why do so many indigenous developed technologies struggle to cross the final mile into commercialization? I'm going to cover some of the aspects, factors, roadblocks, and pathways in my presentation. This is about HPCL legacy, no need for introduction. We started in 1911, became Navratna, Maharatna. Our R&D center is one of the youngest and fast-growing R&D center. We have commissioned 9 labs in 2016 in the phase 1, 7 labs in phase 2 in 2022. Phase 1 labs are related to our refining sector, phase 2 with petchem and energy area. We are having 12 commercialized technologies, 68 commercialized products, 271 patents, and there are 24 focused labs. Our latest addition is COE, Center of Excellence Fuel Cell. If we see the successful technology commercialization factors, it is about innovativeness. Whatever research we are doing, whether it is innovative, whether it can be scaled from lab to demo, pilot, subsequently commercial units, whether we are protecting the IP of the research, whether our research is having economic resilience. These are the questions and factors for successful technology commercialization. So what are the roadblocks about the commercialization? The first one and the most important one, non-captive proven track record, PTR clause. This is the clause which is kept in all the tenders, that there should be a unit which should be operating in some other refinery, not in our refinery. That is not considered as a PTR. If there is any specification mismatch about the feed quality or operating condition, it is not considered meeting the PTR. The third one, this is also an important one, perception of inferiority. We have a strong bias between us, among us, that indigenous technology is not state of the art and inferior to the imported alternatives. This can be broken, but only when the chances are given. There is another concern of support and life cycle concern, whether the technology developer will be able to provide long-term support about technical services, troubleshooting, and technology upgrades. Whether the technology provider can continue R&D investment on those technologies to make it competitive. These concerns are there because there are some gaps. Whatever research we are doing, whatever technology development we are doing. The project selection about the research, sometimes it is based on perception, not on the actual refinery problems or industry problems. There is a need to provide the complete technology solution. It is not about only some part. When we are offering the technology, it has to be the complete solution, starting from research, technology, BDAP, detail engineering, and proprietary equipment and everything, not about just core technology. We have to keep the technology aspect in mind about material selection, process engineering, catalyst life cycle, equipment design, and so on. And just developing a catalyst, it doesn't mean that we have developed the technology. We have to develop the complete design, reactor, regenerator, everything that is essential for successful technology commercialization. There are some gaps, constraints in the technology development, lack of pilot plans for some of the technologies, weak engineering for some specific things, data deficiency with respect to robust techno-commercial database, and then limited inter-industry collaboration. So how we can accelerate indigenous technology? There is a stage gate process which is followed by every R&D. In that R&D, any project start from conceptualization, goes for lab studies, then scale up, technical validation, finally demo and commercialization. If we put the commercial aspect in between, in certain stage, then we can check whatever technology is being developed, whether it is commercially viable. If we check all these things at intermediate stage, we can have the real picture about the technology. Similarly, if we are developing the technology, there are various TRL level, technology readiness level. We can put the commercial viability test on the technology, whether it is commercially viable, because there are a lot of changes. For any catalyst or technology, it takes a long time, 4 years to 6 years. During that time, due to the market conditions, there can be a lot of changes. So we should put these check in between. If we are putting these check, we can take structured decision. We can take early market alignment of the technology. We can have cross-functional collaboration with the intended user of the technology. We can have go and kill discipline. This is most important. And then we can plan scalable launch for the technology. So what are the various strategies? Depending on the technology type, market conditions, we can categorize the technology into various aspects. Like if market demand is limited, it is niche product, we can have plant exclusively for ourselves. For some technology, we can set up the demo plant, then we can go for the commercialization, for the better market acceptability. For some technology, we can partner with some technology licensing partner after putting the demo plant or without the demo plant. We can collaborate or JV for the demo plant or commercial plant. Or we can sell the technology. If after some time that technology is not relevant to our portfolio, it can be sold. The IP management is one of the important aspects for any technology development. In our R&D center, we are having dedicated IP cell, which is responsible for patent portfolio management, freedom to operate studies, legal aspect during various stages of the technology development, IP awareness, and in-house assistance about the technologies. We are having global technology center to provide the technical services support for our technologies as well as other licensed technologies. This is one of the strategic enabler for technology commercialization. In our HPCL refinery, the license unit by the other licensor, we are providing our HPCL GTC services. We have discontinued the services TSA from the other licensors for most of the units. Even we are having service level agreements with other refineries for some of the technologies. We are having dedicated team for technology process design and scale up and detail engineering to support our technologies. We are having technology licensing and commercialization cell, I'm the part of that team. We are having chemical catalyst additive commercialization team also available with us. Some case studies about the HPCL developed technology. This is HP H2PSA technology. This technology was developed in our lab with 6-bed pilot plant, then went into the commercialization in the HPCL refinery. We have put up the first plant at Vizag refinery in 2015. It was full commercial scale greenfield project of 36,000 nm³ per hour capacity with purity more than 99.95% and recovery 88%. It is running for last 10 years successfully. Then subsequently in 2016 and 18, we have replaced the proprietary adsorbent in the other license unit of UOP and Linde in Mumbai refinery and Visakhapatnam refinery with our adsorbents. Then PLC, which is one of the guarded part of the technology of PSA. In Visakhapatnam refinery and Mumbai refinery, we have replaced the PLC also from HPCL PLC. In the recent greenfield project, we are putting our ROG PSA at Mumbai refinery. We are having EIL as a technology partner for this technology in India. And based on this platform, we have developed some other technologies which are commercialized. We have put up the plants at HPCL location, HPCL marketing location also, like medical oxygen, HPTSA, CBG, BPSA, and vapor recovery unit at marketing location. This is HP high gas technology. This is based on rotating packed bed, compact technology solution. This is bench scale plant, pilot scale at our R&D center. This technology is proven at pilot scale, even at the commercial scale also. These are some of the features of this technology. This is based on process intensification.
Excuse me, Deepak, 2 more minutes.
Sure. We have put up this plant in Vizag Refinery in 2014 for the H2S absorption. It is running for last 10 years. If you can see in the column is 23 meters height, and with the HP high gas, which is the smaller one, this is only 2.5 meter height. And this column is 23 meters. So this can be process intensification in the small unit. Now we are putting up one demo CO2 capture unit also. It will be commissioned in the month of December. It is for demonstration purpose. These are the details of that technology. For HP high gas, we have collaborated with KBR for the global technology partnership. This is one of our indigenous HP DAK technology at Mumbai Refinery we have implemented. We have developed the catalyst technology, complete technology. We have got the patent. It went into the pilot. Subsequently, we have put up the BDEP. We have designed the internals also, equipments, and we have commissioned. This is in-house technology. All approvals we have got, and it is commissioned this year. 52 KTPA commercial plant at Mumbai Refinery. It is in operation from January. It was inaugurated by the Petroleum Secretary. HP Court has got award in this ETM. This is crude oil in single step, direct conversion of crude oil. We are putting up a demo plant of 200 crores of 80 KTPA capacity. It is going to be commissioned in next 4 or 5 months. These are the features of this technology.
Yeah, we need to wrap up in another 15-20 seconds. Yeah,
sure,
please.
Sir. This is about HP NTO technology. We have partnered with Lummus for this technology. We are having proprietary catalyst. This is the pilot plant. These are FCC nozzles we have put up in our Mumbai Refinery, Vizag Refinery FCCs. These are the chemicals. We are using HP chemicals in our refineries. So the dream of the scientist for these technology and some other technologies is completed by putting the commercial unit. So we are having all ingredients available for the technology commercialization, only it has to be aligned. So these are the call to action for the technology. And as a refiner, we are not only custodian of the refinery infrastructure. We can be enabler of indigenous innovation and self-reliance. We can be architect of the technology independence. The commercialization efforts today will define the technology leadership and ensure the long-term success of Atmanirbhar mission. This will shape the India's technology future. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. Let's give a big round of applause for all the speakers, and we conclude the 5 presentations. Now, I think a lot of interesting topics, starting with Ketzen on gasoline, then superhuman from Shamik, anti-fouling, and also blue hydrogen and some case studies. So let's have some questions from the audience and explore some, and I'm sure there are people around to take some mics. It's so much light, I can't see any hands, so please, you may have to stand up to ask some questions. Thank you. Yes, we have someone, please. Please share your name and from where you are, and then ask the question, please.
Good evening. I am Devraj Arsa, DGM Technical Services of IOCL Barauni Refinery. I have a question to HPCL R&D. So regarding PSA, whether you are providing PLC part also, and that is also fully indigenous?
Yes, we are providing PLC also. In our Mumbai Refinery recent project, We are going to put complete solution along with design, adsorbent, and PLC.
So post-warranty part also will be covered by HPCL only?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see some more questions.
Hello, my name is Arun. I am from Baker Hughes. First of all, I appreciate all the panelists. Thanks for the informative session. This question is to Soumik Bhattacharya sir from BPCL. Really happy to see digitalization efforts going on. The question is on document digitalization. Did you come up with an in-house solution, and what all sort of documents are available for the chatbot or search use cases? Like you mentioned, P&ID manual. P&ID is pictorial. Manuals are textual. Are you also addressing wiring or other panel drawings and all? If you can give some insights into the solution you applied.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Well, we have skipped a couple of cycles. We have skipped the digitization process, if you see. We never scanned the document and used OCR because that was the technology which is pertaining. We just skipped everything and we just fed that document to the AI. The AI reads it and gives us answer. Only thing is you have to train the AI. So we skipped the digitization process completely, and that is a huge saving for us in terms of time. Now, when it comes to AI for docs, we have developed it in-house. The LLMs were actually taken and tested, and we have done some 3-4 LLMs together so that they are fed with the documents. The key part is the training, but to answer your question, everything is developed in-house, including visualization, that is PPA helmet detection, including LLM, including voice recognition, and including voice to ODR. Everything was done in-house. Have I answered your question, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, my question continues to Soumik sir. Sir, how are we ensuring the safety for this particular device, this AI? Because what if it goes into the wrong hands? How are we ensuring this safety? And secondly, being this tool tracking the inputs from the fields, so it's a critical information you are gathering. So how we are preventing it from hacking or something like that?
Good question. Very good question, in fact. In fact, the first thing is these SOPs are very, very, crucial to us. We don't want it to get to the other hand, right? Or Malaysian's hand. So you see, I repeat, these LLMs are in-house developed. So we don't need internet. So these ODR devices don't have internet. They don't use any LLM of Amazon or Copilot like that. We don't use anything. It is developed in-house. That's why it is completely secured. Otherwise, we were never ready to share our documents to Amazon or Copilot. Even Copilot. We never believe anybody. That's why we took time, we developed in-house, and that is the part of the security. Now coming to the point where how this data can go to any hand, see, every ODR is maintained by login of the field operators. That is the security, and that is the domain security he is getting. So nobody else can use it, nobody else can see it. So this is the accessibility that we have provided only to our users. There is no way he can transfer the document or the data to anywhere on earth. Have I answered your question, please?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before we conclude, I think we have no other questions from the audience. One question to Katzen, the representative. What is Katzen's experience of the FCC bottoms reduction in your, we want like minimum LCO, minimum CLO. So what's the minimum that Katzen's catalyst has achieved? That is one. Number two, you were saying you were shifting from zeolites to a high matrix catalyst solution. So is it zero zeolite high matrix solution?
Okay, so answering the first part,
It depends on how much bottoms you can decrease, depends on many other factors, right? Your feed, your operating conditions, and typically what we would do, we would study the opportunity. So every bottom system also needs to have a minimum flow through to maintain the velocities and stuff like that. And basically we will target how high you can go on the bottom density, right? You could go as high as 1.14, 1.5 density, and then yeah, that's what we would target. And typically wherever we supply in India, we would try to always minimize the minimum that you can make and still close to the constraints, but still you allow the unit to operate smoothly. Coming back to your second question, we could make bottom cracking basically even as Carol was explaining. We did like start with zeolite. Still, we are not like, we make a whole gamut, full portfolio with high zeolite catalyst as well as high matrix, but our specialty, I would say, would be, or we would like to give catalyst with more matrix in it. Typically in India, with a lot of testing involved, there's a challenge, but we try to overcome by different means, and we try to maximize our matrix. We make our bottom cracking catalyst as some amount of zeolite in it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have come to the almost the end of it. I thank all the speakers for this vibrant discussion and very interactive discussions. So, and thank the CHT for organizing this ETM. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause for the entire panel sitting here? The future of refining lies in our ability to combine innovation with responsibility, ensuring progress that benefits not only the industry but the community at large. So as we wind up with the proceedings of the final session and the day as well, may I take the opportunity of requesting tokens of respect and appreciation for each of our panelists, and we begin by requesting the chairperson, Mr. Kaushik Singha, to please present the initial set of mementos. Since Mr. Carroll has left already, so from Kejin we have another gentleman who's joined us here. Zordar taaliyan inke liye. Thank you very much for answering our questions and being here with us on the panel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shamik Bhattacharya from BPCL. Thank you for sharing your perspectives, your presentation with all of us, and joining us in this interactive session. Thank you, Mr. Shamik, and once again a round of applause. Mr. Rajan Desai from HTRI. Thank you, Mr. Rajan, for your presentation, for talking to us and sharing your thoughts with all today. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Rajan Desai. Thank you, Mr. Kaushik, and now may I please request Mr. Mukesh Sehdev to present tokens of appreciation to our presenters, beginning with Mr. Siddharth Bandyopadhyay. Thank you, Siddharth ji. Once again, round of applause for Mr. Siddharth. Sabhi ki or se. From Bechtel India. And from HPCL, we have Mr. Deepak Kumar Jha. Zordar taaliyan Deepak ji ke liye bhi. हमारे सभी presenters के लिए big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And on stage, once again, I invite Director CHT, Shri Shekhar Kulkarni ji, to please join us back and present tokens of appreciation to our chairpersons for the session. Mr. Kaushik Singha, ED R&D at Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. Mukesh Sehdev, CEO, ex-analysts. जोरदार तालियां हमारे चेयरपर्सन्स के लिए सभी की ओर से. So inviting everyone for a group picture now, a group photograph. What an incredible day of learning and discussion we had, ladies and gentlemen. The energy, the ideas and the enthusiasm we have seen today truly have set the tone for what lies ahead. So thank you very much for joining us here on the second day of ETM. Here we conclude the day and the session, the final session. We invite you all to join us again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as we continue exploring new dimensions of innovation and progress. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow for the rest of the sessions. कल भी 2 सेशंस हैं, तो आज हमने 4 टेक्निकल सेशंस सुने हैं और कल जो फाइनल 2 सेशन हैं उनकी बारी आएगी. We'll see you again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much and have a great evening ahead. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
रिमोट वगैरह बराबर रख लो, कल भी लगेगा. बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है.
Check, check, check. Check. Check, check 1 2 check.
वो लिया होगा पर मोबाइल वाला ही लेगा. नहीं इसका ठीक है.